Chapter 21-23. The three small words pierced into Long Chen's eyes like a sharp needle. Although there was still a long distance between them, Long Chen's heart was still pounding. He was extremely nervous, complicated, and even shocked. At that moment, he stood still and stared at the gravestone. "What's wrong?" Li Xuanji asked softly. She only noticed that the tombstone was very short, but she didn't see the three words Long Qinglan at the bottom of the tombstone. Obviously, this was not Long Qinglan's tombstone. His tomb was in Poplar Town. But Long Chen knew that this tombstone, which was only 10 meters high, was obviously related to Long Qinglan. It might even be related to the inheritance blood of the ancient blood spiritual dragon that he had once obtained here. At the thought of this, Long Chen walked in that direction without hesitation. "Wait." Li Xuanji pointed at the ground. When they approached, the blood sand on the ground danced and condensed in the air, forming the two words "No entry." No entry. It should be people from the Slaughter Dragon City. They won't let you in. This place is probably more dangerous. Li Xuanji reminded him. Long Chen pointed at the three words, Long Qinglan, on the tombstone. When she saw those three words, Li Xuanji's expression was the same as his, full of astonishment. Long Chen didn't stop at this time. He walked straight in that direction. There was nothing around to stop him. Because they were in the Slaughter Dragon tomb, the territory of the Slaughter Dragon City, there were no guards here. As for the generals of the tomb, they had already gone to chase after Long Chen. The two walked to the tombstone. It was an ancient tombstone. It was pitch black and rusty like steel. Only the three words, Long Qinglan, were carved on the corner of the tombstone. Long Chen touched the three words with his fingers in a daze. It was full of ancient traces. As long as it's a tombstone, there must be something buried under it. "I have to go down and have a look," Long Chen said. "I don't think that's a good idea. If it's the dead, then we'll be disturbing their eternal sleep. If it's not the dead, then there'll definitely be other terrifying dangers. It's best not to wander around." Long Chen smiled. "Since I'm already here, how could I not investigate a bit? Enter my divine country." Of course, he couldn't let Li Xuanji take the risk with him. Actually, the best way was for her to fuse with him and become a part of his power. That way, he would become even stronger. However, Long Chen felt that this wasn't a good idea. After all, the other party was a complete person. So even if he had that ability, Long Chen couldn't get over it. "I'll do it this way. I hope it will be of some help to you." Li Xuanji wouldn't mind so much. She turned into a cloud and surged into Long Chen's body, causing Long Chen's power to become more abundant. There was also the feeling of the two of them merging into one. Long Chen could feel another heart beating in his body. The Yin Demon's power flowed through his body, filling his entire body, causing his combat strength to rise to another level. After preparing, he was prepared to dig into the tombstone. There was only blood sand at the bottom, so it was not difficult to enter. Long Chen dug along the tombstone and found that the part of the tombstone that went into the ground was very, very deep. He kept going down, and after advancing more than 100 meters, he finally felt that it was almost there. Suddenly, his vision cleared up and he entered an underground palace. Long Chen instantly became wary, but luckily, there wasn't any danger at the start. He first entered the time-roaming dragon state and scanned his surroundings. This was a very ordinary underground palace, but it had a long history, so it looked too dilapidated. It was modeled everywhere, a little like the war god tomb in the battlefield of the gods, but the space was very large, just very empty. Long Chen landed lightly on the ground and looked around carefully. There were actually carvings on the ground. Long Chen took a close look and saw that they were a bunch of weird beasts. There were all sorts of them, but they all had the same characteristics. Although they were just carvings, one could tell that they were really terrifying. Long Chen started to walk forwards. There were millions of carvings on the ground and there were many of them. They were endless. What are these? Long Chen was really depressed. He thought back to his encounter in the war god tomb. It was like a dream, like an illusion. It was just too far away and seemed so unreal. When he heard the name Sky Swallowing Race, Long Chen forgot about it. He didn't expect that he would be able to see them again today. Each of the wild beasts was extremely strange. There were even some that didn't look like beasts and looked really weird. For example, the dragon-swallowing beast that Long Chen had seen before was one of them. Long Chen felt that there was something ahead, so he ignored the carvings under his feet and carefully walked forward. Although he didn't care, Long Chen still saw a spherical thing suddenly appear under his feet. It was also a carving. But why did Long Chen feel that it was very familiar? Especially the densely packed eyes on its body. This is Sky Blood Hell. Long Chen was extremely shocked. He didn't expect Sky Blood Hell to be one of them. In that case, did this race really exist? Dragon-swallowing beast, Sky Blood Hell, etc. He had even seen a black wolf demon similar to Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen noticed that they had a common trait, which was devouring. This was how the sky-swallowing race got their name. Long Chen thought back to the huge bug he had met in the endless galaxy. If that was real, then it was indeed the biggest creature he had ever seen in his life. It was as big as the entire eternal celestial realm. Sky-swallowing race. The more Long Chen thought about it, the more afraid he felt. Maybe I can't come into contact with things of this level yet. When I get stronger or even become a god, I will be able to control more. And becoming a god doesn't seem too far away from me. Right now, he had the third tier of the ancestral dragon body, and his talent was invincible, so he was even more confident in himself. As he thought about this, he walked for less than a quarter of an hour before Long Chen finally reached the end. He came to a huge underground space. In front of him, even if he transformed into a dragon, he would be able to move freely. It was hard to imagine that a graveyard could be so huge. But a pool of blood in front of him attracted his attention. It was a huge pool of blood, located in the center of the space. Even if Long Chen transformed into a dragon, he would be able to enter it. The pool of blood was very calm, and there were 9 rocks beside it. The rocks were strangely shaped, and they were covered in mysterious and ancient blood-colored runes. These 9 rocks formed a formation that suppressed the pool of blood, forming a blood-colored seal that sealed the entire pool of blood. This pool of blood was definitely the key to the entire tombstone. Long Chen rushed forward impatiently. Be careful. Li Xuanji couldn't help but remind him. Long Chen nodded. He walked around the pool of blood, and looked at the pool of blood that was suppressed by the blood-colored seal. Xuanji, what do you think is sealed here? I don't know. It should be related to your father, but it could also be that your father sealed something here. Oh, Long Chen nodded. I'm thinking, could it be that he left something for me here? Anything was possible. Long Chen was very hesitant. Coming here, he couldn't return empty-handed. He definitely had to know what was below, but it was also very likely that something bad would happen. But Long Chen was unwilling to give up. In his eyes, Long Qinglan had countless secrets, and was even related to the mysterious god of primordial beginning. His name was written on the tombstone, but there was a pool of blood sealed beneath it. He had already come here, but was he going to retreat in the face of difficulties? I want to try to open this seal, Long Chen said. You're too impatient. This might not be a good thing, Li Xuanji said with concern. But I can't let go of any information that is related to me. Otherwise, how can I pursue what he was looking for? There were only 2 most important things left in his life. One was to fulfill his father's last wish, and clear his name. The other was to fulfill the common wish of him and Long Qinglan, and that was to uncover the mystery of the extinction of the dragons. This was very important to them. It was their dream and desire, and it was something that they had to do as the descendants of the dragons. All right. Li Xuanji saw the fervent look in his eyes, and said no more. She respected Long Chen's choice. He had finally caught a trace of Long Qinglan's whereabouts, and he would not give up. Even though he was a little impulsive, Long Chen could not help but be impulsive in the face of such a thing. After making his decision, he resolutely stood before one of the rocks. As long as he broke this rock, the matrix would collapse. Blood Spirit Spike. Long Chen spun, forming the Blood Spirit Spike. This was the sharpest spike in the world. Long Chen used it to stab the rock, and the countless blood-colored runes on the rock formed a shield to resist. But right now, Long Chen's strength was too great, and the rock's protection was not very strong. Under his all-out attack, it exploded. Just as the rock exploded, the seal array began to shake violently and the blood pool below began to churn. Countless blood-red bubbles emerged from the depths of the pool, as if a giant beast was awakening in the pool. Long Chen stopped what he was doing and calmly looked at the blood pool below. He was filled with anticipation. Boom, boom, boom. The ripples in the blood pool grew stronger, as if something was gradually emerging from it. Because of the shattering of one rock, the other rocks also exploded, and the matrix completely collapsed. At this moment, the ripples in the blood pool suddenly lessened, but Long Chen saw a shadow. Something was emerging from the blood pool. Long Chen clenched his fists and watched nervously. Finally, a person slowly emerged from the blood pool. From the head to the body and then to the feet. Chapter 21-24. Long Chen couldn't believe his eyes when the figure emerged from the blood pool and appeared in front of him. The shock he felt was even greater than when he saw Long Qinglan's name on the tombstone. Even Li Xuanji, who had fused with his body, was stunned for a moment, let alone him. "Father!" Long Chen couldn't help but exclaim softly. The man had completely emerged from the pool of blood. His long hair was blood red, and his eyes were red. His expression was cold and terrifying. His body exuded a frightening aura that suppressed everything. His hair was messy, and he was like a demon that had descended to the world. Such a scene was shocking to the soul. But when he heard Long Chen say that word, the man's eyes immediately locked on Long Chen. His eyes were very cold, but in the blink of an eye, there was a huge change. He revealed a warm smile and restored the image of that man in Long Chen's heart. Even his long blood-red hair didn't seem to be an eyesore anymore. "So you're the one who let me out?" The man smiled as he looked at Long Chen. Step by step, he approached Long Chen, revealing a smile that made people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. Wherever he swept past, the blood pool would gently ripple. He clasped his hands behind his back and very quickly arrived in front of Long Chen. "Child?" the man asked tentatively. Long Chen didn't know why. After leaving the chaos astral field, he had felt a lot of bitterness when he saw him again. Many people had doubted him, but when he saw this person, all of that vanished like smoke in thin air. But he was still confused. He subconsciously thought that this was Long Qinglan, so he didn't take any precautions. Ever since he saw Long Qinglan's name on the tombstone, he had been very shaken and lost the ability to think normally. He couldn't calm down, and when he saw Long Qinglan, his mind was in a daze. "It's me." Long Chen almost burst into tears. Everyone had special feelings for the role of father, and Long Chen was no exception, especially when everything about him was under Long Qinglan's control. But Li Xuanji felt strange. This wasn't the Long Qinglan she had imagined. Therefore she reminded Long Chen, "Are you sure he's your father? If he is, how could he be sealed here? Moreover, this kind of seal can even be broken by you, so it shouldn't be too strong. How could this kind of seal trap your father? Moreover, if the Slaughter Dragon City really wanted to imprison your father, it would be strictly guarded. How could they let you come here?" She analyzed the situation based on facts. "Yes." After hearing what Li Xuanji said, Long Chen woke up with a start. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was too immersed in missing his father, so his mind was blank at this moment. Otherwise, if Li Xuanji could figure it out, he would definitely be able to figure it out. But it was too late. The crimson-haired man in front of him suddenly laughed out loud. "It's too late, Divine Dragon, my food." All of a sudden, a large amount of blood sprayed out of his body. In the blink of an eye, an incomparably huge beast appeared in front of Long Chen. It was a huge beast that looked like a lump of meat. It had a huge mouth that occupied half of its body. Its body was full of bumps and hollows, and there were countless blood-red lumps all over its body. It was extremely ugly, and its smell was nauseating. Such a huge beast hovered above the blood pool, its muscles wriggling, causing one's scalp to go numb. At this moment, a terrifying and fatal attraction acted on Long Chen. Just as Long Chen raised his head, the huge mouth had already opened. It was so huge that it felt like the entire world had collapsed, and the mouth had already covered Long Chen. Dragon-devouring beast. Long Chen saw its true appearance immediately. It was a dragon-devouring beast. The Desolation Emperor was a dragon-devouring beast, and he had encountered a dragon-devouring beast in the War God tomb, but Long Chen had killed it instantly. However, the dragon-devouring beast in front of him was definitely much stronger and more terrifying than the one he had encountered before. It was very likely that Long Qinglan had sealed it here. "So you are that person's son. This is retribution. After sealing me here for so long, you actually barged in today and even let me out." The dragon-devouring beast laughed savagely. Dragon-devouring beasts were the natural enemies of mystical dragons. Legend had it that they were not considered strong in the era of mystical dragons, and only dared to secretly eat young dragons. If they met a truly strong mystical dragon, they would not be able to fight back at all. Now, it seemed that this was not the case. The dragon-devouring beast was like the Heaven Blood Hell, a member of the sky-swallowing clan. Their strength was far beyond Long Chen's imagination. Back then, the Desolation Emperor had brought Long Chen great danger. This time, it was the same for the dragon-devouring beast. Its devouring was a nightmare for any mystical dragon. The other had used Long Qinglan's appearance to get close to him, gain his trust, and suddenly attacked. When it opened its mouth, it had already swallowed Long Chen into its stomach. To Long Chen, the other's stomach was as huge as the stars. He hurriedly transformed into the ancient blood spirit dragon and started attacking fiercely. This was his only chance to fight back. The other was obviously a very terrifying dragon-devouring beast, which was why it had been sealed here. If he lost, he would definitely die. And if he let him out, it would implicate others. After transforming into a mystical dragon, his body expanded. Little guy, don't waste your efforts. We dragon-devouring beasts are the nightmare of mystical dragons. You cannot stop our devouring. We are your natural enemies. The dragon-devouring beast laughed. Bullshit. You are the sky-swallowing clan. Long Chen knew that this dragon-devouring beast definitely knew many things that he did not know. Oh, you even know about this? But I won't tell you the truth, because the truth is much more complicated than you can imagine. I heard that your father is dead, right? There are a lot of secrets in this. I guess you definitely want to know, but you're about to become nourishment for me to recover my strength. So forget it. Haha. The dragon-devouring beast had been sealed for so long. It must be very hungry. So when it swallowed Long Chen, it could not wait to digest him. Phantasm beasts. As expected, in the blink of an eye, Long Chen was surrounded by countless phantoms and beasts. There were millions of phantoms and beasts. Compared to the phantoms and beasts in the Desolation Emperor's body, there were tens of thousands of them. Each of the phantoms and beasts was the size of a human. When they got close to Long Chen, they transformed into the faces of the people around Long Chen and let out countless smiles. Long Qinglan, Yang Xueqi, Lingxi, Li Xuanji, Mo Xiaolang, Kitten, and so on. Everyone that Long Chen had met and remembered appeared here. Enjoy the pleasure of being digested. The dragon-devouring beast's voice could not be heard. Damn it. At this moment, countless phantasm beasts swarmed towards Long Chen. Long Chen, in his ancient blood spirit dragon form, rushed forward. Blood-sobbing dragon souls. Millions of blood-sobbing dragon souls burst out and the slaughter dragons flew out. Long Chen did not dare to show any mercy and used a killing move right from the start. But he did not expect the illusion formed by millions of blood-sobbing dragon souls to be so terrifying. When they were activated together, Long Chen could hear countless cries reverberating in his mind. Long Chen, give me back my life. You killed me and stole my Lingxi. You deserve to be cut into pieces. Wang Chen became extremely powerful. His void refinement realm demonic dragon body was 10 times bigger than Long Chen's. He pinned Long Chen down and bit him to his heart's content. Long Chen felt terrible pain. Long Chen, do you see this? I killed all the people from your 3 emperor regions to nourish my demonic tree. The city lord of the wronged laughed. Long Chen looked at this scene that made his eyes almost pop out of their sockets. The people around him died one by one. In the end, even Lingxi and Li Xuanji were not spared. Mo Xiaolang even became an accomplice, killing all the people in his body until no one was left. This is an illusion. This is an illusion. Long Chen bit down on himself. He knew that everything was fake. He wanted to fight, even though his opponent was terrifying. His primordial spirit was strong. Under the roar of the void cosmic dragon, he broke through the layers of illusions and returned to the belly of the dragon-devouring beast. Boom. When the millions of blood-sobbing dragon souls lost control, they were completely digested by the dragon-devouring beast. Long Chen found himself in the belly of the dragon-devouring beast. He was surrounded by raging rivers, which were the terrifying digestive juices of the dragon-devouring beast. Under the digestive juices, the slaughter dragons were all melted. No matter how much they struggled, it was useless. Thank you for giving me so many snacks. Now, it's time to enjoy the feast. Around him, the mouths of the people around Long Chen moved in unison. They said the same thing in a very strange manner. They laughed loudly. Just the laughter alone caused a huge shock to Long Chen. This damn thing. The dragon-devouring beast was a mortal enemy. At this critical moment, Long Chen was like a trapped beast. When the phantom beasts attacked again, Long Chen completely turned incorporeal. Time storm. The time storm was unleashed, causing a terrifying tremor in time. Suddenly, a large number of phantasmal beasts were annihilated by the time storm. But there were too many of them, and they were endless. There was no way to resist. When Long Chen used the time storm, even more phantom beasts attacked, letting out shocking roars. Those terrifying sounds affected Long Chen, causing countless raging rivers. That was the most terrifying digestive juices of the dragon-devouring beast. When the digestive fluid splashed onto his body, Long Chen immediately felt a bone-piercing pain, as if his entire body was being burned by flames. He opened his eyes and discovered that he was in an endless sea of fire. Although he was in the form of a dragon, his body was extremely small. This is... Long Chen couldn't help but blur. What was he doing? Chapter 21-25. He couldn't see what the beast looked like. It was surrounded by flames and just its claws were many times larger than Long Chen's body. In front of this beast, Long Chen was like a bug or an ant. He truly understood what it felt like to be weak and powerless. That terrible sense of defeat made his entire person sluggish. Why am I here? Am I dreaming? Long Chen couldn't help but tremble in front of the beast. Just when he felt weak, the beast had already moved forward. When its claws landed on the ground, Long Chen realized that the entire ground was shaking and the space was being torn apart. The beast's sky-covering head actually headed towards Long Chen. It seemed to have seen Long Chen. Crap. Long Chen quickly turned to flee, but he realized that he was actually so powerless. His speed wasn't even 1/10,000th of the beast's. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky turned dark and was drowned in flames. A pair of terrifying eyes stared at Long Chen, causing Long Chen to lose all his strength and fall to the ground. You are too weak. Rumble. The beast's words were like thunder exploding in Long Chen's ears. Long Chen didn't understand where this feeling of powerlessness and trembling came from. There was actually such a terrifying beast in this world. Just how big was it? Was it as big as Slaughter Dragon City or as big as a resplendent star? The gigantic beast exhaled and opened its mouth to inhale. A terrifying suction force acted on his body, and he was unable to resist it at all. In the blink of an eye, he was swallowed by the gigantic beast, and he was surrounded by pitch-black flames. Don't kill me. Long Chen felt that the flames were moving towards him. Don't kill me. Long Chen trembled. The beast was too strong, many times stronger than him. It might be a true god or something even more terrifying than a god. He was powerless to face it. He began to feel guilty to his father for not being able to fulfill their wishes. That kind of pain couldn't be described with words. In any case, pain, regret, defeat, and all the negative emotions engulfed Long Chen along with the ferocious flames. Those flames were especially terrifying. As they burned, Long Chen gradually perished. More and more parts of his body began to no longer belong to him. Am I going to die? Long Chen felt his surroundings turn dark. Before he could complete anything, he actually died. Lingxi and Li Xuanji still needed his protection. But he actually died. He was ashamed to face everyone. But there was nothing he could do. No matter how he roared or how he resisted, he couldn't escape from the burning flames. Today was the day of his death. He could only watch helplessly as his body gradually turned into powder and dissipated. To such a terrifying opponent, his weakness was simply a joke. His consciousness gradually blurred until it dissipated, and he fell into a long slumber. I'm dead. In the endless darkness, Long Chen lost his body. He had already realized this problem. Long Chen. In a trance, he heard a familiar voice calling out to him. It seemed to be Li Xuanji. Long Chen remembered that she was also dead. In reality, all of this was an attack from a dragonator. For a dragon-swallowing beast to obtain such a title, its devouring ability was undoubtedly top-notch. This dragon-swallowing beast that Long Qinglan had sealed was far more powerful than the two dragon-swallowing beasts that Long Chen had encountered before. That was why it could defeat Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen's body was covered in a dense mass of phantasmal beasts. Inside and out, there were 3 layers of phantasmal beasts. Countless phantasmal beasts wriggled about, looking extremely terrifying and disgusting. Long Chen had already sunk to the deepest part of the Dragonator's digestive fluid. His dragon scales were rapidly softening and decomposing. When Long Chen was completely corroded and devoured, Long Chen was basically done for. But in his world, the phantasmal beasts had created the illusion that he was already dead. What delicious food! Not only did it lift the seal on me, but it also came to fill my stomach. Once I eat him, I'll go on a killing spree. That person is already dead, so I'm destined to eat very little. Haha, such delicious food. The Dragonator sank to the deepest part of the blood pool, its huge round body rolling on the ground in satisfaction. As for Long Chen, he had already been defeated. It was only a matter of time before he was digested. Long Chen. Li Xuanji was in Long Chen's body. She was a Yin demon and could walk freely in Long Chen's body. At this moment, she was using the power of the Yin demon to protect Long Chen. However, the protection didn't seem to be that effective. Li Xuanji was about to go crazy. If she wasn't in such a state, she would have cried long ago. When she saw this teen, who was filled with fighting spirit, fall in front of her eyes, seeing him close to death, Li Xuanji realized that she actually felt so heart-pained. Not only did she feel pained, but she was also filled with rage that made her want to go crazy. She called out in panic, but the phantasmal beast was too strong, and Long Chen was unable to wake up. Long Chen. Li Xuanji's heart was filled with pain. She loved Long Chen deeply. When she saw the person she swore to protect die in front of her, it was even worse than killing him. No, I can't let this go on. She started to think of a solution. Master, help me. She hurriedly called out to that sleeping soul. Child. The slumbering soul awoke. Help me, I want to save him. The price is too huge. Your foundations are unstable, and you might not be able to take my power, causing your cultivation to regress by a lot. You might even become immortal and lose your potential to become a god. That sleeping soul said. Li Xuanji didn't hesitate at all and said, I want to save him. I won't regret it even if I die. Master, you understand me, so I can't hesitate. Help me quickly. That person sighed and said helplessly, forget it, it is all fate, bad karma. For him to give you such a precious gift, today is your repayment. When she heard this, Li Xuanji was delighted. She broke free from Long Chen's body and formed her own body. At this moment, she broke through the encirclement of the phantasmal beasts, and a black needle appeared in her hand. Are you prepared to take on my power? Said the soul in the black needle. Li Xuanji bit her lip, but she nodded without hesitation, her eyes full of determination. The next moment, the surging power of the black needle rushed towards Li Xuanji's body. It was a terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, Li Xuanji's hair fluttered, and she was like a god descending to the world. The phantasmal beasts around her didn't dare to come forward. What is it? The dragon-swallowing beast sensed the abnormality in its body. At this moment, shrouded in black mist, Li Xuanji, who was surging with divine power, threw out the black needle in her hand. The black needle instantly pierced the body of the dragon-swallowing beast. The dragon-swallowing beast let out a terrifying cry of pain. Although the black divine needle was small, it was no small matter for it to be pierced like that. It was the power of an ancient god. In that instant, the dragon-devouring beast's internal organs twitched, and a huge force bombarded Long Chen and Li Xuanji's bodies. Rumble. This was the instinctive reaction of the dragon-swallowing beast. It spat Li Xuanji and Long Chen out of its body, and the phantasmal beasts scattered. When the phantasmal beasts left Long Chen's body, Long Chen finally recovered from the heavy blow. The surroundings were chaotic. What's going on? Long Chen looked around blankly. Before he was fully awake, the dragon-swallowing beast spat him out. When his body rolled in the blood pool, he finally remembered everything when he saw the terrifying and ferocious dragon-swallowing beast below. So he didn't die at all. But after soaking in the digestive fluid for so long, it was impossible not to feel pain. Damn it, don't try to run. Be my food. The dragon-swallowing beast roared and bit again. Long Chen fell for it the first time, but he wouldn't fall for it the second time. He instantly rushed out of the blood pool and went outside. At this time, the dragon-swallowing beast also came out fiercely. Its meatball-like body was exposed in the air, and its huge mouth was extremely disgusting. Damn it. The terrifying experience just now was still fresh in his mind. Right, why did he spit it out? Long Chen remembered that he seemed to have heard Li Xuanji's figure. At this time, he seemed to feel that Li Xuanji was not in his body. He looked back and saw that she was floating beside him, covered in mist. Her power was many times stronger than before, and there was even the power of a real god circulating around her. How dare you stab me? The meat in its stomach flew away just like that. The dragon-swallowing beast became very angry. Its huge body slammed towards Long Chen, trying to swallow Long Chen again. At the same time, its attack was also aimed at Li Xuanji. Let's work together and kill him first, Li Xuanji said. Finally, Long Chen escaped death. No matter what price she had to pay, she felt that it was worth it. At that moment, she really thought that she was going to lose him. It was such a painful feeling that she couldn't breathe. Fortunately, he came back to life. What Long Chen couldn't see was that at this moment, there were 2 streams of tears in her eyes. He roughly guessed that Li Xian's ability becoming so strong had something to do with her master. Now that she was using her master's power, it was impossible to merge with it. However, this dragon-swallowing beast definitely couldn't be released. Long Chen quickly adjusted himself to battle mode. When he thought about how he was killed by this thing, his heart was filled with anger. Don't go, my food, the dragon-swallowing beast said arrogantly. Long Chen gritted his teeth. 14th sacrifice. Dragon Tooth. Dragon Claw. On the Dragon Tooth, there was sun sacrifice. The huge fireball was like a real sun. On the Dragon Claw, there was moon sacrifice, star sacrifice, flame sacrifice, and storm sacrifice. The power of these 5 instantly expanded to the same level as Long Chen's body. Explode. Chapter 21-26. Long Chen was taken aback. The Dragon Warrior would always be his deepest secret, and Wang Chen should be the second Dragon Warrior he had heard of. However, he didn't know what level of dragons the Dragon Warrior had inherited. Of course, Long Chen was sure that it wouldn't be the ancestral dragon. After all, the ancestral dragon's blood essence had never appeared before. The people of the Myriad Kingdom domain generally didn't know about the existence of the Dragon Warrior. So Long Chen also pretended that he didn't know anything. I knew it. An ant from a small place like you wouldn't know how terrifying a Dragon Warrior is. In any case, my brother is like a god in your eyes, and Lingxi is my brother's fiancé. Wang Chao's words were like a sharp thorn that pierced into Long Chen's head, causing Long Chen to feel great pain. Fiancé? The Dragon Warrior, the genius of the younger generation, Wang Chen? These words kept echoing in Long Chen's mind. Fiancé was nothing. Even if Lingxi was forced to marry, as long as he was strong enough, he would snatch her away. However, when Long Chen said such words in front of him, Long Chen had a bad feeling. Just now, Lingxi's grandmother asked me to come back to erase your memory and turn you into an idiot to stay here obediently. She warned me that you are Lingxi's savior and I can't take your life. Wang Chao paused, then looked at Long Chen with a smile and continued. But after seeing you, I changed my mind. My brother would never allow someone who had hugged his fiancée to continue living in this world. So, in order to prevent him from scolding me, I can only let you down. At this point, the young man's figure suddenly soared into the sky and appeared high up in the sky. Long Chen raised his head and could only see a black dot in the sky. At this moment, a mighty voice came from the sky and shook the entire Baiyang town. Ant, how can you understand the strength of my clan? A toad lusting after swan meat? Haha, today, I'll show you what true strength is. Everyone in Baiyang town heard this voice and raised their heads to look at the black dot in the sky. Such a mighty voice made everyone think that they had seen a god. For a moment, almost everyone was stunned. Wang Chao didn't give Long Chen any time to react. After he finished speaking, he was already in the sky. Then, his attack descended in front of Long Chen and the entire Baiyang town. Perhaps that guy called Wang Chao had casually thrown out a punch. A formless ripple spread out like a tidal wave. Everything in its path was directly turned into powder. No! Long Chen screamed in horror. The range of the wave was so large that he simply couldn't dodge it in such a short time. Furthermore, his attack had already affected the entire Baiyang town. Where could Long Chen escape to? Is this true strength? Long Chen had finally experienced this today. However, he also realized that he was afraid that he would die after witnessing this true strength. Wang Chao's attack had already reached an indescribable level. Regardless of whether it was speed or strength, it could kill him in an instant. Long Chen simply didn't have time to react. Regardless of whether it was him, Xiao Lang, or all the people and buildings in Baiyang Town, everything in Baiyang Town had been turned into powder by Wang Chao's gentle punch and completely dissipated. Baiyang Town had completely disappeared in an instant. Not a single trace of it was left behind. This is the sorrow of the weak. The young man let out a proud chuckle as he looked at the empty pitch-black land below him. After confirming that there were no longer any signs of life below, his figure disappeared into the sky. The place where Baiyang Town had originally existed had become a desolate place. The entire Baiyang Town had completely disappeared, along with all the life within it. Not even a mosquito was left behind. That young man was right. This was the sorrow of the weak. The strong could erase any trace of their existence with just a gentle punch. About an hour after that young man had completely disappeared, transparent ripples suddenly appeared in the center of the entire Baiyang Town. These ripples instantly engulfed the entire Baiyang Town. As the ripples enveloped Baiyang Town, time flowed in a strange manner. Time flowed in reverse. At the center of Baiyang Town, three things broke through the ground. The first to emerge was a pitch-black ancient dragon jade, followed by a drop of blood that had remained motionless under the suppression of the dragon jade, and the last one was the void dragon talisman that was emitting transparent ripples. At this moment, the void dragon talisman gradually rose into the air. The strange ripples emitted from its body continuously and covered the entire Baiyang Town. Long Chen and Xiao Lang were actually already dead. However, the void dragon talisman was still alive. Amidst the ripples of the void dragon talisman, time in the area of Baiyang Town began to flow in reverse. The speed wasn't fast, but it was very stable. When it reached a certain point, all the things that had originally disappeared actually reappeared. The buildings that had been smashed from top to bottom were now restored from bottom to top. The people that had originally existed also began to show their ankles, then their calves, then their torsos, and finally their heads. Meanwhile, Long Chen's body appeared in its original position. When his body completely appeared, the mysterious dragon jade disappeared once again and returned to Long Chen's sea of knowledge along with the blood essence of the divine dragon inheritance that had been suppressed. When the ripples disappeared, the void dragon talisman returned to Long Chen's chest and embedded itself in it. Everything in Baiyang Town returned to its original state. The people who had appeared before Wang Chao and were doing whatever they were doing were back to doing their own things again. From the beginning to the end, only Long Chen knew that Wang Chao had appeared and knew what had happened. He knew that at this moment, everyone in Baiyang Town had died once. To Long Chen, this was a miraculous thing. Long Chen knew that the young man called Wang Chao was naturally extremely powerful. However, the void dragon talisman was even more heaven-defying. It had directly restored all the lives that he had erased. This kind of power transcended all the rules. It was as though it had directly dragged people back from the gates of hell. If one thought about it carefully, one would realize how terrifying it was. Whether it was Wang Chao's power or the mystique of the void dragon talisman that defied the heavens and changed one's fate, they both shocked Long Chen. The time reversal just now wasn't performed by Long Chen, but by the void dragon talisman itself. In front of Wang Chao, Long Chen didn't use time reversal at all. Moreover, his time reversal could only be used on himself, and not on such a large area. This was a mystique that only the legendary deities could possess. Even Xiao Lang didn't know what had happened. In his world, the young man called Wang Chao had never returned. Therefore, when he suddenly saw Long Chen's blank expression, he also felt a little strange. Long Chen stretched out his hand and covered the void dragon talisman on his chest. At this moment, he deeply realized the strength of his assets. Currently, he had 3 heaven-defying items with him. The ancient blood spiritual dragon was the ancestral dragon's blood essence. Currently, Long Chen only possessed 1,000th of the blood essence. Previously, he had to ignore the void dragon talisman. However, from the miraculous experience just now, he understood the value of the void dragon talisman. Although it couldn't be compared to the ancestral dragon's blood essence, it was still a rather terrifying item. In a small place like Songyang country, the void dragon talisman and the blood essence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon had appeared one after another. It was really unbelievable. And the most important item was the dragon jade that Long Qinglan had left for him. So far, the dragon jade had only given Long Chen a superb understanding of combat techniques. It had been very quiet for the rest of the time. However, from the fact that it could suppress the blood essence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon, it was obvious that the dragon jade was even more terrifying than the blood spiritual dragon's blood essence. These were the 3 items that made Long Chen an unparalleled expert. Regarding the mysterious dragon jade, Long Chen had always felt that it was like a life with its own consciousness. So far, it was still not under Long Chen's control. Now, Long Chen felt that the void dragon talisman seemed to have its own consciousness. Just as Long Chen was feeling his body suspiciously, another unforeseen event occurred. Previously, it was the void dragon talisman that had caused the vanished Baiyang town to reappear in this world. This time, it was the blood essence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon that had changed. This change made Long Chen tremble with fear. He hurriedly let out a roar and frantically rushed out of Baiyang town. He didn't want to bring disaster to Baiyang town again because of himself. As he ran frantically, Long Chen charged into the barren mountains. He remembered that this was the place where he had first absorbed the blood essence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. After a year, Long Chen had returned to this place. As soon as he entered this barren mountain range, the primordial blood spirit dragon's inheritance essence blood underwent another transformation. Actually, it was more accurate to say that the mysterious dragon jade had changed. Under the control of the mysterious dragon jade, 1% of the ancient blood spirit dragon's inheritance essence blood had broken through Long Chen's consciousness and appeared in his body. A total of 1% of the blood essence quickly dispersed and spread throughout Long Chen's body like a deadly poison. Long Chen was ecstatic as he thought to himself, "The dragon jade wouldn't joke with me. This means that my body can now completely withstand 1% of the blood essence." Originally, 1,000th of the inherited blood essence was scattered throughout Long Chen's body. It was actually very thin. But now, 1/100th of the blood essence was 10 times the original amount. This meant that the amount of blood essence in every part of Long Chen's body had also increased by 10 times. Chapter 21-27. The power of the quintuple sacrificial rites exploded on the body of the dragon-devouring beast, causing bursts of blood. Under the sweeping power of the quintuple sacrificial rites, a large number of wounds appeared on the body of the dragon-devouring beast. It plunged into the blood pool from high up in the sky, causing splashes in the air. Long Chen was clear that the most terrifying part of the dragon-devouring beast was when it swallowed itself. Now that it had spat itself out, it wasn't impossible for him and Li Xuanji to kill it together. Hatred. It wasn't just hatred from their race, but also hatred from the fact that he was almost eaten by this dragon-devouring beast. Hatred ignited his anger. When the dragon-devouring beast fell into the blood pool, Long Chen rushed in without hesitation. Blood-weeping dragon souls. Millions of blood-weeping dragon souls rushed forward, causing the blood in the blood pool to fly out and scatter in the air. Not bad. You're here to give me food again? The dragon-devouring beast laughed malevolently. After being injured, he had become even more brutal. He had never taken any mystical dragon seriously, just like how a cat wouldn't think that a mouse would be a match for it. When millions of blood-weeping dragon souls rushed over, he opened his mouth again, and countless streams of blood flowed into his body. The blood pool dried up instantly, and at that moment, a large number of blood-weeping dragon souls were also swallowed by the dragon-devouring beast. But how could Long Chen let him get away with it so easily? Under his control, more massacre mini-dragons circled around and attached themselves to his body. In an instant, the densely packed blood-weeping dragon souls covered the dragon-devouring beast and tore at it. Dragon claws, dragon fangs, and dragon tails. Everything that could be attacked was used. In an instant, the dragon-devouring beast let out an even more earth-shattering scream. His body was badly mutilated, and many massacre mini-dragons even dug into his body and tore at him. Of course, compared to the huge size of the dragon-devouring beast, the blood-weeping dragon souls were too small. They could only cause him pain, but it wasn't easy to kill him. Long Chen knew how terrifying his opponent was, so when he started attacking, he didn't have a chance to think. Just as Long Chen rushed forward again, the black needle in Li Xuanji's hand shot out again. This thin needle was too small for the dragon-swallowing beast. It was so small that it couldn't detect it. When it fought against Long Chen and the blood-sobbing dragon soul, the black needle nailed into its forehead. In an instant, a shocking chill was released from the black divine needle. In the blink of an eye, the dragon-swallowing beast's body turned completely black. Tempest of Ages. Long Chen charged forward, attaching his divine dragon body to his opponent's body before unleashing a storm. Under the time storm, the dragon-swallowing beast suffered a double attack. Only now did it realize how terrifying the battle between the two of them was, especially the violent impact that the time storm brought to its body. Damned little things, you're all courting death. The dragon-swallowing beast had thick skin and flesh. Even so, it didn't die. Long Chen used his claws to tear off flesh from its body, but it quickly recovered. Although the dragon-swallowing beast's external attack power wasn't strong, it wasn't easy to kill it. However, Long Chen had time. Even if the generals of the Dragon Tomb came, he would be fine. They were all dragon martial artists and would only deal with the dragon-swallowing beast. His crazy attitude was becoming more and more terrifying to the dragon-swallowing beast. At this moment, Long Chen's slender body actually threw the huge dragon-swallowing beast to the ground. Suddenly, it felt like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The underground palace was even trembling, as though it was about to collapse. Bastard! The dragon-swallowing beast rolled its body. It was indeed very cumbersome. At this moment, Long Chen rushed into the sky and then rushed down like a sword. Everywhere he went, the space was distorted. As he rushed forward, he suddenly spun. Suddenly, a blood-colored storm swept out. A terrifying blood spirit spike instantly broke through the space, piercing the place where the black divine needle had pierced. This was Long Chen's most ferocious attack. The blood spirit spike pierced through the dragon-swallowing beast. Blood and flesh burst out, and the dragon-swallowing beast lay on the ground, letting out a muffled scream. It was in so much pain that it couldn't even speak clearly. Damn it, it's not dead yet. Long Chen attacked again. Even if he exhausted all his strength, he couldn't give him any time or chance to resist. At this time, Li Xuanji also helped him again. Her black divine needle had a freezing effect, like a kind of poison, which could slow down the dragon-swallowing beast's speed. The dragon-swallowing beast was already cumbersome, and now it was getting slower and slower. It was completely controlled by Long Chen. Die, die, die. On the dragon's tail, the heaven-slaughtering blood sword was formed. Long Chen directly used the heaven-slaughtering blood sword to perform the massacring sword art. In an instant, over 100 swords were unleashed. Under the fierce fighting of the massacring sword art, the dragon-swallowing beast rolled on the ground and screamed. Long Chen was like a long whip, continuously tearing open wounds on its body. As the massacring sword art became stronger, the injuries he inflicted on it became more and more severe. When Long Chen went crazy, the dragon-devouring beast, who had been ravaged by him, went from being arrogant to panicking. It even started to beg for mercy. In reality, it was very cunning. Even if it begged for mercy, it was only because it wanted a chance to relax and counterattack. Unfortunately, Long Chen did not care about it at all. He continued to attack fiercely, not giving it a chance to catch its breath. Li Xuanji cooperated very well. Her attacks were also very terrifying for the dragon-swallowing beast. Damn it, you are the one who saved him. If it wasn't for you, I would have already digested him. You can go and die too. The dragon-swallowing beast let out a roar. An endless swallowing force acted on Li Xuanji's body. Even though she was already riddled with holes, she actually didn't die. Instead, she was regenerating very quickly. Li Xuanji couldn't control the power that came from her master. It was already very difficult for her to use it, but after the dragon-swallowing beast targeted her, it became even more difficult for her to control it. Just as she was about to be swallowed by the dragon-swallowing beast, Long Chen rushed over. The power of the 14th sacrifice smashed onto the dragon-swallowing beast's body, instantly causing it to be covered in dirt. I told you to touch her. Under the explosion, more than half of the dragon-swallowing beast's flesh was blown away. Brat! The dragon-swallowing beast roared in anger. That huge mouth occupied half of its body, causing people to shudder. I told you to eat. Long Chen used his dragon claws to grab the corner of the dragon-swallowing beast's mouth and suddenly tore it apart. Instantly, the dragon-swallowing beast's mouth became even larger. Long Chen then used the heaven-slaughtering blood sword to attack again, actually chopping off the other party's chin. That was a full quarter of the other party's body. At this moment, the dragon-swallowing beast finally panicked. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The dragon-swallowing beast rolled on the ground. Why won't you let me off? Long Chen laughed coldly. He used the divine dragon's body to suppress the other party. Then an earth-shattering attack, No matter if it was the blood spirit thorn, the storm of time, the weeping blood dragon soul, or the 14th sacrifice, all of them poured onto the other party's body. The dragon-swallowing beast couldn't move at all. Under his violent attacks, it trembled, cried, and rolled on the ground. Its body was collapsing more and more, gradually becoming shapeless and turning into a pile of meat paste. When the other party had no strength to resist at all, Long Chen finally stopped. Panting, he looked at the meat paste below and said, "I asked you a question. If you answer me obediently, I won't kill you." At this time, the meat paste was still wriggling. "All right, little fellow, you did beat me. That's already very good." Although Long Chen felt that the other party was still quite dangerous, there were some things he had to ask. He said, "What exactly is the Sky-Devouring Clan?" As soon as he said this, the meat paste below took the opportunity to explode violently. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. He had killed himself. This was the first thought that appeared in Long Chen's mind. But he still felt that something was wrong. The countless pieces of flesh and blood were actually attacking him. Long Chen hurriedly used the storm of time to block it. Long Chen. At this time, there was a cry of shock from not far away. Long Chen looked over in shock, only to see that Li Xuanji had already been wrapped up by a ball of flesh and blood. The flesh and blood had congealed into a huge ball with a diameter of about 3 meters, completely covering Li Xuanji. In the blink of an eye, he could no longer see her. She wasn't Long Chen. After a long battle, she couldn't hold on any longer. At this moment, the dragon-devouring beast's final attack was actually targeting her. "Kaka, kid, it's true that I'll die by your hands, but don't even think about getting any information from me. Besides, is this the person you like? I really don't know what kind of expression you'll have when I take away her life. Will you feel pain?" The dragon-devouring beast's hysterical voice could be heard. The opponent was cunning. One mistake and it would be irreparable. Long Chen gritted his teeth and charged towards the disgusting ball of flesh. The ball of flesh carried Li Xuanji upwards. He wanted to escape from this underground palace. "Don't worry, with my master here he can't kill me." Li Xuanji's voice rang out in Long Chen's heart. Only then did Long Chen relax. He was really quick, but at this moment, the ball of flesh squeezed into the blood sand above and charged upwards. "Don't waste your effort. You can't hurt her." Long Chen chased over. "Haha, you don't understand. I might not be able to kill her, but there is something that can definitely kill her. Even if someone protects her, it will be the same. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. If you kill me, I won't let you have it easy." The dragon-devouring beast's voice was filled with insanity and unwillingness. It took so much effort to get out, but this kid actually killed him. It took so much effort to get here, but he was actually imprisoned here to be used for research. With a loud bang, he charged to the ground. Long Chen followed him up. Outside was the massacre dragon tomb. In the sky, countless air currents rose towards the sky and eventually gathered into a single point. It was a terrifying drop of liquid. Anyway, Long Chen didn't dare to go near it. "Do you see that? That is the tomb of your beloved." The dragon-devouring beast didn't stop at all and actually charged towards the drop of liquid in the sky. If the drop of liquid was dangerous, it was obvious that it wanted to perish together with Li Xuanji. Long Chen was instantly stunned. He had a premonition that even Li Xuanji wouldn't be able to block that thing. "My master said that it is reincarnation poison." For a moment, Li Xuanji stuttered. "No." Chapter 21-28. Long Chen naturally did not know what the effects of the reincarnation poison would be. However, since the dragon-swallowing beast had made such a choice, and from the very beginning, Long Chen knew how terrifying the reincarnation poison was. He only needed to know that once Li Xuanji came into contact with the reincarnation poison, an unimaginable ending would definitely occur. Li Xuanji would die. To Long Chen, this was simply an unbelievable nightmare. He had never thought that this would happen. He wanted to see Li Xuanji die in front of him with his own eyes. Even though Long Chen's love for her was not as deep and unforgettable as Lingxi's love for her, and it was even as light as water, it was completely undeniable that she occupied a place in Long Chen's heart. She was also the woman he had sworn to protect, and even though the two of them would not end up together, he still hoped that Li Xuanji would be able to live well. It was just that she had saved him in the dragon-swallowing beast's stomach, but after the battle, he actually could not save her. The dragon-swallowing beast was cunning and shameless. This was its revenge before it died. Long Chen almost risked his life to chase after it. His speed was still faster than the dragon-swallowing beast, but it was not easy to catch up to it. The process seemed to be extraordinarily long in Long Chen's eyes. He wished that time could stop for the dragon-swallowing beast, but it was very difficult to complete this in such a hurry. Hold on, Long Chen said to Li Xuanji in his heart. His voice was filled with intense anger and unwillingness. Eternal moment. From a very far distance, Long Chen tried in vain to use Eternal Moment to imprison the dragon-swallowing beast, but a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. It was not easy to trap it. Although the distance between them was shortened, the dragon-swallowing beast still broke free and escaped. Don't waste your effort. Give up. The dragon-swallowing beast's mocking voice reached his ears. At that moment, Long Chen deeply realized that with his current strength, he still had a lot to grow. Tempest of Ages. Seeing that Li Xuanji was about to approach the samsara poison, he didn't care if such an attack would hurt Li Xuanji. He directly used Time Storm and enveloped the dragon-swallowing beast's only remaining meatball in the Time Storm. Buzz! The storm swept over, and the dragon-swallowing beast finally stopped. The meatball on its body shattered, turning into dust that fell from the sky. Under the Time Storm, the last trace of the dragon-swallowing beast was annihilated by Long Chen. When the countless storms swept towards Li Xuanji, Long Chen tried his best to control time and stop the storms. This kind of forced stop was very demanding on him. Under the shock of the power, his internal organs were shaken and he was slightly injured. Of course, with a heaven-defying mystique like Dream of the Origin, almost any injury could be instantly healed. Li Xuanji stood very close to the samsara poison. Countless divine dragon currents swept past her body and rushed towards the samsara poison behind her. If he had been slightly slower, Li Xuanji would have died this time. Seeing that she was completely unharmed, Long Chen felt as if he had just survived a calamity. In fact, for the sake of this woman's life, tears even appeared in his eyes. He had been too nervous before, and only at the critical moment did he succeed. However, things didn't end just like that. Just as Li Xuanji was about to descend from the sky with a pale face and fear lingering in her heart, the air currents in the sky suddenly changed. Countless mystical dragons gathered together and surrounded Li Xuanji in an instant. That irreversible force brought her to the location of the samsara poison in an instant. At this speed, even if Long Chen wanted to save her, there was no way he could. He had originally thought that he had succeeded. However, in the next moment, he personally saw the samsara poison, which was like the entire world, enter the space between Li Xuanji's eyebrows and then converged. In that short moment, more than 100,000 airflows suddenly disappeared from the sky. The sky of the massacred dragon graveyard became dark again. The majestic scene from before instantly disappeared. Such a huge change, of course, would be noticed by everyone in the massacred dragon graveyard. Long Chen didn't have time to despair. Li Xuanji, who had fused with the samsara poison, floated down from the sky. Her eyes were crystal clear as she looked at Long Chen in a daze, as though she had lost her spirit. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped for him. Long Chen didn't even have time to grieve. Things had already happened just like that. Until now, he was still living in a dream. He just couldn't shake the feeling that everything was unreal. Li Xuanji died just like that. This woman who had once said to him that she would protect him. She never took the initiative and rarely disturbed him. She only cared about him silently. As long as he was happy, she would be satisfied. Perhaps to her, Long Chen was everything. However, her heart was always unwilling to express these things. Sometimes, her stubbornness made Long Chen feel helpless. However, she was indeed someone who would risk her life for Long Chen even if it meant giving up her life. She descended from the sky. Her long hair fluttered in the wind like a black flower descending. Her eyes were like the most beautiful pearl in the night. At that moment, she was looking at Long Chen with a beautiful smile on her lips. Silence. Long Chen suddenly felt that half of his heart was broken. He should have gone crazy, but he didn't. He still held on to the last trace of hope. He felt that the samsara poison definitely wouldn't harm her. In the blink of an eye, Li Xuanji had already landed in his arms. The softness and warmth of the woman in his arms told Long Chen that she definitely wasn't dead. Long Chen carried her and stood in the middle of the world. Massacre Dragon Graveyard. Blood Qi rose. I'm not dead yet. Li Xuanji suddenly calmed down. She took a deep breath and said, It seems like something is about to descend. As for what it was, Longchen didn't know, but it definitely had something to do with the samsara poison. I'll take you out of here. Longchen's body trembled. In his arms, Li Xuanji was like a fragile vase. She could even die at any time. He carefully carried her and began to speed through the night, rushing past the tombstones. In the wild wind, Li Xuanji's long hair danced in the wind. She suddenly became as quiet as the night. She calmly looked at Longchen's frantic expression. The worry and heartbreak in his expression were so obvious, but he didn't panic. He still persisted. At least, he couldn't let Li Xuanji know that he was panicking. After all, she could very well lose her life soon. No matter how strong a man was, when faced with a woman who was about to lose her life, his heart couldn't help but be turned upside down. He didn't know how long he ran, but he was far away from where he was before. I won't die. Li Xuanji suddenly stretched out an arm and caressed his hardened face as she spoke gently. Are you sure? In this boundless blood sand, Longchen stopped in his tracks. His eyes were burning as he looked at the person in his arms. Approaching death, Li Xuanji could still remain calm. To her, if she could die in front of him like this, it might be the best ending. It was just that it was a little too early, and she couldn't see him fulfill his wish. She landed on the ground and spun around gracefully. Her skirt fluttered in the wind, but her face was pale. She said, I don't know. It's a very strange feeling. It's as if I saw the lives of many dragon martial artists. I saw their realizations. Then, my heavenly Tao cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. It gradually became separated from my original strength. Her original cultivation was not even at the samsara realm. What is the samsara poison? Do you know? Longchen asked anxiously. Li Xuanji was startled. She shook her head and said, I don't know. Her expression made Longchen feel that she was hiding something from him. Isn't your master still here? She definitely knows. You definitely know too. Don't hide it from me. Longchen looked at her sternly with a burning gaze. Li Xuanji shook her head and said, No, don't think too much. Accompany me quietly. She seemed very calm. The more she was like this, the more Longchen couldn't bear it. He concluded that she must be hiding something from him. Thus he made up his mind and said, If you don't tell me clearly, I'll leave immediately. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. His unyielding attitude stunned Li Xuanji. Seeing that she didn't respond, Longchen turned around and left. This was the only way to threaten her and make her tell the truth. As expected, she couldn't bear to lose him at the last moment. Thus, she said with some discomfort, I've already been a burden to you. I don't want to trouble you anymore. Isn't it better to let me fend for myself? Longchen knew that she had something on her mind. Their hearts were connected, so Li Xuanji couldn't hide it from him. Longchen turned around and looked at the lonely woman in the dark night. When he was with her, she was completely different from Lingxi. Lingxi could make Longchen live a carefree life and enjoy simple happiness. But in front of him, she always kept a distance. She didn't want to owe him and didn't dare to owe him. He didn't blame Li Xuanji. He could only blame himself for not doing his best. Tell me, what effect will the samsara poison have? This time, I brought you here and implicated you. I should take responsibility. Longchen said firmly. Li Xuanji's cold expression gradually melted, and the tears in her eyes gradually filled up. She had already tried her best not to be a burden to him, but why was he still pestering her and not giving her a chance? However, if he was obedient and let her leave safely, would he still be Longchen? Li Xuanji wiped away her tears and tried to make herself stronger before facing Longchen. She wasn't pretending. She just didn't want to trouble him. But unfortunately, Longchen wasn't easy to fool. I feel that the one origin tribulation is coming. Li Xuanji gritted her teeth and said it. Yes. This was different from what Longchen had imagined. Seeing that he didn't understand, Li Xuanji suddenly said, Can I return the ancient god's corpse to you and exchange it for something? What is it? Longchen asked. God-favored spiritual liquid. Under his pressure, Li Xuanji still said it. Longchen shook his head. No, that's something I gave you. You can't return it. As for the God-favored spiritual liquid, his mind turned as he seemed to understand something. Could it be that the samsara poison caused your heavenly Tao to soar and the reincarnation tribulation came early? You don't have the strength to resist, so you need the God-favored spiritual liquid. He finally understood why she didn't want to say it. From her point of view, the God-favored spiritual liquid was Long Chen's treasure. Chapter 21-29. I don't know how many reincarnation tribulations will descend, but it will come again and again. Maybe it will stop until I die. That's why it's called reincarnation poison, because this is the poison that will attract reincarnation tribulations. No matter how strong a person is, they will die. Li Xuanji said in a daze. As expected, this reincarnation poison was very cruel. People were most afraid of reincarnation tribulations, so they tried all kinds of methods to delay it. However, the reincarnation poison would cause reincarnation tribulations to descend again and again. Long Chen was not only in a terrible situation. He was not worried about the divine spiritual liquid. In fact, this thing was not very useful to him. He had originally prepared it for Lingxi and Li Xuanji. Now that Lingxi's talent was extraordinary, the reincarnation tribulations would not consume any energy, so when Li Xuanji needed it, he would definitely not hesitate. However, he was thinking whether this divine spiritual liquid could offset the effects of the reincarnation poison. Let's find a place first. This is the only way. No matter what, we have to try. Long Chen did not allow her to say anything and directly carried her up. At this point, he knew what this woman was thinking, so he did not allow her to make a decision. She underestimated her position in Long Chen's heart. In the fierce wind, Li Xuanji knew what he was thinking. This made her have the urge to cry. She did not understand why he was so good to her. He even gave her something like the divine spiritual liquid without hesitation. He did not even know if it would be effective. This should be left for little She. She shook her head. Long Chen shook his head and said, "Her progress has been very good recently. She should not need this thing." Long Chen hurriedly searched. After passing through the cemetery, he put down Li Xuanji in a corner. Her first origin tribulation was about to arrive, so she could not move anymore. Let's begin. Long Chen took the jade bottle of divine spiritual liquid. There were 9 layers inside, and each layer had a drop of divine spiritual liquid. The first drop to the 9th drop corresponded to the 9 stages of reincarnation tribulations. Ever since he obtained this thing, Long Chen had not used it. He had the will to defy the heavens and resist the samsara tribulation, so he didn't need to use it at all. Previously, he had prepared it for an emergency, but he didn't expect that it would actually come in handy and become a life-saving medicine. The first drop of divine grace elixir appeared in Long Chen's hand. Li Xuanji stared blankly at him. Her eyes, which were usually cold, were now wet with tears. She only dared to shake her head lightly. However, Long Chen did not allow her to be polite. He directly pinched her small mouth and said, "Open your mouth." Woo woo. Before Li Xuanji could react, Long Chen had already thrown in the first drop of divine grace liquid. "Remember, you are 1,000 times more important than the divine spiritual elixir. Don't lose your life so easily and make me regret it for the rest of my life." Long Chen pressed down on her shoulder and shook her vigorously, warning her. Although his appearance was fierce, it went straight to the heart, allowing Li Xuanji to understand what he was thinking. She wouldn't be so conflicted, but death was right in front of her eyes, so she couldn't help but panic. This was the struggle of any girl, and she was no exception. "Work hard. I will protect you by your side until you survive." Long Chen's heart was nervous, because what was going to happen next was related to Li Xuanji's life and death. He was afraid that the slightest mistake would cause her to lose her life. Separated from Long Chen by the heavens, that would be an eternity of sorrow. "I understand." Li Xuanji closed her eyes. Her first origin tribulation quietly arrived. Long Chen recalled the time when Lingxi was struggling in the first origin tribulation. At that time, the worries and entanglements in his heart were very similar to today's. He stood beside Li Xuanji, looking at this woman who was as dark as the night. Blame me for giving her too much to worry about. Feelings were something that couldn't be explained clearly. Even a saint would be troubled. When a person had already left a shadow in his heart, Long Chen couldn't forget her, let alone leave her to fend for herself. But this didn't affect his persistence and protection of Lingxi. He had enough power to protect these 2 women who appeared in his life. They were the most precious treasures in his life. Time quietly passed. This was the struggle between the reincarnation poison and the divine spiritual liquid. First origin tribulation. 100 reincarnations. This was the beginning of the reincarnation tribulation, and also the most terrifying tribulation. No matter who it was, they would be beaten back to their original state in this 100 reincarnations. Li Xuanji's foundation was too shallow. If she didn't have the divine spiritual liquid, it would be too difficult for her to face the 100 reincarnations. The divine spiritual liquid was known to have a peerless effect. Now was the time to see its effect. Long Chen himself didn't have much confidence. Time passed. Li Xuanji's body was filled with a pitch-black fog. Her entire body began to be enveloped in the night, becoming a part of the night. She was quiet, sexy, gentle, and pleasant. Long Chen didn't know how much time had passed. The first origin tribulation, which would have taken several months, became exceptionally fast for him and Li Xuanji. A few days later, with the help of the divine spiritual liquid, reincarnation began to form in her body. The power of nirvana transformed into reincarnation power, and she truly stepped into the reincarnation tribulation realm. Long Chen hid a portion of the Yin demon power in her body, which she successfully controlled and became a part of her. Of course, if she transformed into a Yin demon and entered Long Chen's body, her power would also become a part of Long Chen. Li Xuanji slowly woke up. At this moment, she had all the characteristics of a normal first origin tribulation martial artist. Of course, the effects of the reincarnation poison had just appeared. He didn't know if the next reincarnation tribulation would kill Li Xuanji, so he was still very nervous and didn't relax for a moment. After experiencing 100 reincarnations, the mentality of a person would change. For example, Lingxi knew how to cherish. When Li Xuanji opened her eyes, he sensed her transformation. "What's wrong?" Long Chen asked anxiously. Li Xuanji smiled and shook her head. "It's a very strange feeling. It's like a dream. In the dream, it seems that the two elements tribulation will descend in 2 hours." Li Xuanji wasn't willing to speak of her dream. The two elements tribulation was indeed about to descend. Long Chen held the divine spiritual liquid and prepared to take out the second drop. If it was before, Li Xuanji would probably hesitate and not want to continue. But now, her gaze was resolute and she seemed to understand a lot. "Live on," Long Chen said firmly. "Okay, I'll try my best." Long Chen smiled. "Don't worry too much. Now that you're my Yin demon, your strength is my strength. I can even use the ancient god's corpse, so everything on you is mine. You can never escape." "Oh," Li Xuanji nodded slightly, her face slightly red. "Consolidate your current strength," Long Chen reminded her. In less than 2 hours, they would face the two elements tribulation. To be honest, if it came so quickly, ordinary people would definitely die. Even Long Chen was no exception. The divine spiritual liquid was indeed the only thing that could resist the reincarnation poison. This reincarnation poison was the most terrifying poison in the world. The two elements tribulation descended. A young demon appeared in Li Xuanji's body. The young demon's power swept out and immediately, her body burned. Long Chen poured the second drop of divine spiritual liquid into her red lips. This drop of divine spiritual liquid had a miraculous effect. It boosted Li Xuanji's strength and suppressed the young demon's power. After about 15 minutes, Li Xuanji suppressed the young demon and successfully reached the two elements reincarnation tribulation realm. This speed was terrifying, but the danger was too great. Every drop of divine spiritual liquid was different and had different effects. Next was the tripartite tribulation, four symbols tribulation, and so on that Long Chen had never transcended. But the further it went, the more worried Long Chen became. This reincarnation tribulation was too fierce. Li Xuanji's foundation was unstable. Could she really resist it? Would she suddenly lose her life if she was careless? Also, when would the reincarnation poison's effect stop? If Long Chen only knew about the reincarnation poison's effect, he might have tried it himself. It might cause his strength to soar, but he reckoned that it was more likely that he would be killed by the reincarnation tribulation. After all, he had the third layer of the ancestral dragon body. Every reincarnation tribulation was extremely terrifying. Even the divine spiritual liquid might not be able to withstand it. Therefore, it was unrealistic for him to use the reincarnation poison to rush forward. The danger was too great. After the two elements tribulation, Li Xuanji had become a two elements reincarnation tribulation realm warrior. But what came next was even more dangerous. Tripartite tribulation. Heaven, earth and man. Heaven was the endless void, earth was the dragon sacrifice continent, and man was himself. The heavenly tribulation fought against the primordial spirit, the earth tribulation destroyed the corporeal body, and the human tribulation fought against the dark side of one's heart. One had the power of tripartite samsara, triggering the source power of heaven and earth. After success, the corporeal body and primordial spirit could be closely connected and almost become one. The third drop of divine spiritual liquid had 3 colors. Long Chen placed the drop of divine spiritual liquid in Li Xuanji's hand and retreated. The heavenly tribulation came from the endless starry sky and immediately descended. It was a formless 3-colored lightning that bombarded Li Xuanji's head. Li Xuanji couldn't resist the might of the tripartite tribulation. Once it failed, the primordial spirit would be destroyed first. Then the corporeal body would collapse. If one could withstand the heavenly tribulation and earth tribulation, the human tribulation could also destroy the primordial spirit and corporeal body. At this moment, the 3-colored drops of divine spiritual liquid showed their effects. One of them defended the primordial spirit, one defended the corporeal body, and the last one stayed to welcome the final human tribulation. The heavenly tribulation entered the sea of consciousness and instantly triggered a terrifying bombardment. The entire sea of consciousness was turned upside down, and Li Xuanji's primordial spirit floated in the center of the sea of consciousness. The 3-colored lightning bolted over. 1. The divine spiritual liquid formed a barrier that blocked the 3-colored lightning bolts. After countless bombardments, the 3-colored lightning bolts finally shattered. The barrier formed by the divine spiritual liquid also shattered at the same time, blocking the attacks. Low-level descends. On the ground, yellow clouds suddenly surged and enveloped Li Xuanji. The divine spiritual liquid formed a barrier that protected Li Xuanji from being corroded. The earth tribulation passed with difficulty. In the end, the human tribulation descended. It gathered the strengths of the heavenly tribulation and earthly tribulation to attack the corporeal body and primordial spirit. Chapter 21:30. Long Chen clenched his fists. The reincarnation poison would have been fatal if not for the blessed spiritual elixir. Even with the blessed spiritual elixir, it would not have been easy to block the reincarnation poison. Under such turbulence, Li Xuanji might have suddenly died. It would have been a nightmare. He could only watch helplessly. There was nothing he could do. Sometimes, the reincarnation tribulation was terrifying. It could take away everything. Most people died to it. Perhaps even someone as powerful as Long Qinglan could only watch as the people around him died to the reincarnation tribulation one by one. Would there have been 18 great tribulations in the era of the divine dragon? Long Chen could not help but wonder. In his eyes, the 18 great tribulations were more like disasters than tests. The heavenly Tao was merciless. It made him who was helpless feel gloomy and angry. The last of the tribulations was the human tribulation. The human tribulation was a double attack. Without the blessed spiritual elixir, Li Xuanji's primordial spirit and physical body would have been shattered. Rumble. Li Xuanji was fighting both in terms of her primordial spirit and physical body. She looked very weak, but it was the blessed spiritual elixir that gave her strength. Long Chen could not help but help her a few times, but she stopped him. She was tenacious and knew how to put her life on the line. She did not give up, and she knew that she could not waste the blessed spiritual elixir. In the end, under her perseverance, the human tribulation dissipated. She panted heavily, her full chest rising and falling. She looked at Long Chen. She did not speak, but Long Chen could read her determination to live from the expression in her eyes. To be honest, the improvements brought about by the reincarnation poison and the God-favored spiritual liquid were not enough to excite the two of them, because it was too dangerous. Moreover, they did not know when the end would be. If there was no end, Li Xuanji would die without a doubt, because without enough sacrifices, even with the God-favored spiritual liquid, she would not be able to survive the tribulation above the 6 paths of reincarnation. Those martial artists who had survived the 6 paths of reincarnation tribulations had accumulated thousands of years or even thousands of years of experience. Even Long Chen would probably need a few years or even 10 years of experience and accumulation before he could easily touch it. Therefore, if the reincarnation poison did not stop, Li Xuanji would definitely die. I can't give up. Long Chen didn't know what to do. This time, he had a deeper understanding of the terror of the tribulation, which made him hate the 18 great tribulations and the so-called heavenly Tao even more. If Li Xuanji died because of this, his heart would be filled with eternal hatred and pain. I know, next is the 4 symbols tribulation. Li Xuanji took a deep breath and spoke calmly in front of Long Chen. The Four Symbols Tribulation. The Descent of the Four Symbols Celestial Emperors. Long Chen stood to the side. In order to survive, Li Xuanji clenched her teeth and fought against this tribulation. After 100 reincarnations, she knew what was most important. Even if it was for Long Chen, she had to fight, resist, or she would not only be letting herself down, but also Long Chen down. To survive, to fight. Under the protection of the fourth God-favored spiritual liquid, she released all the power she could muster. It was difficult to see such tenacity in a girl. Seeing such conviction, only Long Chen understood that she was carrying too much stubbornness in her heart. There was no need to communicate. Long Chen knew what she was thinking. Therefore, she fought to the death again and again. A few days later, she collapsed in Long Chen's arms. Her body was covered with cuts and bruises, but her eyes were still resolute. She bit her red lips and said, "The 5 elements tribulation will begin in 2 hours. The 5 elements tribulation required one to endure the bombardment of the origin of the 5 elements. The higher one went, the more terrifying the tribulation would be, and the less likely Li Xuanji would be able to survive. If she wasn't tenacious enough, even with the God-favored spiritual liquid, she would have died under the 4 symbols tribulation. The 5 elements tribulation had already become a fatal threat to Li Xuanji. If the 6 paths came after the 5 elements tribulation, Li Xuanji would not be able to survive. Even Long Chen would not be able to endure this kind of growth. It would be a nightmare. Long Chen's hands trembled as he hugged her. He said blankly, "I want to resist this tribulation for you." "Impossible, this will only drag you down, the result will be even worse." "Absolutely not," Li Xuanji said sternly. How could Long Chen not know this? But he could not allow himself to be captured and watch her die. Li Xuanji gently rose from his arms. She blinked her teary eyes and suddenly smiled. She held Long Chen's face and said, "Don't worry, I can still fight. At least I will survive the 5 elements tribulation. If there is another 6 paths tribulation, then that is my fate. I am destined to die. Don't be too sad. Maybe even if I die, I will live on in your body forever. Don't you think so?" She was as gentle as water, and the tenderness in her eyes was intoxicating. She would only act like this when she was with Long Chen. In other people's eyes, she had always been mysterious and cold. She was a rose in the night, only for one person. "Okay." Long Chen closed his eyes and suppressed the struggle in his heart. It wasn't that he was immature, it wasn't that he couldn't think it through, it was that he couldn't bear to part with the woman in front of him. He was born rebellious. How could he be willing to watch the one he loved die like this? "Don't do anything stupid. I will always be with you." Li Xuanji gently floated away. She needed to face the 5 elements tribulation. Long Chen took out the 5th drop of blessed spiritual liquid from the jade bottle. That was her last hope. If it wasn't for this drop, she would have died during the 1 origin tribulation. "I hope everything will stop after the 5 elements tribulation," Long Chen murmured in his heart, longing for it. But he understood that every time he longed for something, it would be the exact opposite of what actually happened. All of this made him anxious. Only Li Xuanji's eyes that were as calm as the night could make him feel at ease. She was a different woman from Lingxi. When he was with Lingxi, Long Chen could control everything, but when he was with her, she was more of a stimulant for Long Chen. "Wait for me." Li Xuanji took the 5th drop of blessed spiritual liquid. She sat cross-legged on the ground, waiting in peace. Time was a torture. In the end, it still had to descend. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the 5 elemental origin energies gradually formed a great origin tribulation that revolved around it. This made Long Chen think of the nirvana tribulation that he had encountered in the beginning. However, those were not the origin energies that formed the world, so they were much weaker than the current great origin tribulation. In the golden mist, countless steel blades condensed, flashing with endless golden light, cutting through space and rushing over. In the forest, countless giant trees appeared, bringing with them endless power, appearing in the surroundings from time to time, sweeping through the heaven and earth. In the sea, raging waves rolled, countless een and cold water attacked. In the sea of fire, the anger formed thousands of giant beasts, constantly roaring. The earth rolled, the veins of the earth trembled. Under the countless great origin tribulation, Li Xuanji seemed so small in the face of the vast heavenly Tao. But her thin shoulders shouldered too much, so she gritted her teeth. Not the slightest bit of fear. I want to bring hope to him, so I can't die here. Surrounded by the great origin tribulation, her dress and long hair fluttered together, like a god. Rumble. The 5 elements tribulation descended. Long Chen became an outsider, watching as she was drowned by the countless tribulations. The 5 elements tribulation was the fiercest attack in the reincarnation tribulation, and it could basically cause ashes and ashes, leaving no bones behind. In an instant, Li Xuanji had disappeared. Everything in front of Long Chen was the great origin tribulation dancing. Countless golden blades, as if they had intelligence, turned into golden bats. In the flames, beasts like the hellfire flamestar behemoth rushed. In the sea, the waves condensed into swords, rushing over. In this chaotic scene, Long Chen knew that Li Xuanji was not dead. Although it was a little awkward, he had to admit that there seemed to be a string between the two of them, and Long Chen could see everything about her. At this moment, she was fighting with her life on the line for the sake of her own survival and Long Chen's hope. She was the most tenacious woman Long Chen had ever seen. Her willpower didn't lose to Long Chen's, so even though the 5 elements tribulation was so majestic, she still didn't fall. Living was the best way to repay the people who loved him. In order to live, she had to fight. Fight against fate. Fight against the tribulations. When Long Chen found that she was fighting the 5 elements tribulation, he knew that this was not just the effect of the divine spiritual liquid, but her fighting spirit, her perseverance. If it were anyone else, they would not have been able to last until this moment in the face of the 5 elements tribulation. "Don't worry, I'll get through it," her voice resounded in his ears. In the void, her stomach was facing the 5 giant beasts formed by the great tribulation of the origin. There was a golden elephant, a green lizard, a blue whale, a flaming lion, and a yellow soaring serpent. This was the final form of the great tribulation of the origin. Only by destroying them could she seize their origin power and enter the 5 elements samsara realm. These 5 divine beasts had been rumored for a long time, and their names had been passed down through the ages. Compared to them, Li Xuanji was small and weak. Under the attacks of the 5 giant beasts, she was in danger, and even covered in wounds, but she did not fall even once. Every time she was hit, she could miraculously stand up and fight with her will. It was the belief of being undefeated that drove her to fight again and again. Even if her body died in battle, her soul would not die. "Long Chen, I will win, don't be afraid," her weak voice reverberated in Long Chen's ears again and again. Long Chen dashed forward and stood beside the 5 behemoths. He transformed into a divine dragon that was as huge as the 5 behemoths. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at the 5 behemoths. Although he didn't make a move, the murderous intent from the primordial blood spiritual dragon still intimidated the 5 behemoths. If she could not do it, Long Chen could only fight against heaven and earth. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid of cowardice and incompetence. Back in the belly of the dragon-devouring beast, he had faced that feeling of powerlessness and even begged for mercy. That was not real. It was just an illusion under the control of the other party's illusion. The real him had died so many times. How could he be afraid of death? Chapter 21:31. Fight, fight. Although he did not attack, his bloodthirsty eyes were fixed on the 5 beasts. His huge body circled around the 5 beasts like a tiger watching its prey. It was as if a battle was about to break out. But Li Xuanji was extraordinarily resilient. She was on the verge of losing her life each time, but miraculously, she managed to hold on. When a woman went crazy, it was terrifying. When the tenacity in her bones exploded, even the 5 beasts were afraid of her. In addition, there was Long Chen, who was ready to throw his life away. In order to prevent Long Chen from attacking, Li Xuanji could only let herself win. Die. The 5th drop of the blessed spiritual liquid was fully activated, giving her a powerful attack. Even if she was injured, she could recover quickly. The calamity of the 5 elements was the last thing she could deal with. If the samsara came out, there would be no need to fight anymore. After countless defeats and battles to the death, even Li Xuanji's mysterious teacher helped, allowing her to control the black needle and destroy the golden steel lion. The golden origin energy surged into her body, giving her a golden armor. From then on, it was as if Li Xuanji had been reborn from the ashes. She charged forward again and again, destroying the 2 essences' tribulations. When her power began to skyrocket, and the essences' tribulations were defeated, Long Chen knew that she had successfully passed the 5 elements tribulation. It could be considered a miracle, but it could not be considered a miracle. After all, it was Li Xuanji who had fought for it. As for the samsara, that was fate, and there was no way to resist it. The samsara could only pray. When she destroyed the last flaming lion, her face was pale. She fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. Long Chen's huge dragon body flew down. He reached out his dragon paw and caught Li Xuanji's frail body. It was unimaginable that such a frail body could unleash such power to destroy the calamity of the 5 elements. At this moment, she was on the verge of death. Like a black flower, she bloomed on the dragon paw. Her long hair fluttered, and her snow-white skin could be vaguely seen under her dress. Everything was so beautiful. The redness at the corner of her mouth was the most beautiful embellishment. The primordial blood spirit dragon landed on the ground and looked at the woman on the dragon's paw with its huge blood-red eyes. Its eyes were filled with endless worry. Would the 6 paths of reincarnation descend upon them? She had already surpassed her limits, but was she still alive or dead? Everything depended on fate. Long Chen was furious and anxious. He hated this feeling of not being in control, but no matter what, his palm was calm. He was worried that he would wake her up. She had fallen asleep peacefully. Long Chen looked around vigilantly, like a mother protecting her cub. Time passed slowly. The 6 Tao tribulations did not descend. Generally speaking, the heavenly Tao was heartless. The more Long Chen was worried about something happening, the more it would happen. However, the calamity that would destroy Li Xuanji had yet to arrive. Long Chen did not heave a sigh of relief. He did not dare to be careless. He transformed into his human form and carried Li Xuanji forward, far away from this place. He only cared about moving forward, no matter where he went. She was sleeping very peacefully. She could have cultivated in peace. Now that she had reached the 5 elements reincarnation tribulation realm. Of course it was a good thing, but the process was too terrifying. If he could do it all over again, Long Chen would definitely not let her take such a risk. Even though it was his responsibility to make these 2 women stronger, he hoped that they would slowly grow up like Ling Shi, and not explode in such a dangerous manner. Half a day passed. The 6 paths of reincarnation tribulation had yet to descend. Long Chen finally knelt on the blood sand and gently put Li Xuanji down. The feeling of surviving made his back break out in cold sweat. The crisis this time was actually very terrifying. He had almost died in the dragon-swallowing beast's stomach, and Li Xuanji had almost died to the reincarnation poison. Fortunately, the effects of the reincarnation poison had ended. She had experienced life and death crises time and time again. Now that she had fallen into a deep sleep, her body was also recovering. Long Chen sat beside her and looked at this tough and gentle woman. He was in a daze. It was enough to live and fight for 1 or 2 people who loved her. Even if she died, she would not regret it. At least there was someone who cherished her so much. That was the mark she left in this world. Blood sand filled the air. The surroundings were quiet. After an unknown period of time, Li Xuanji woke up. Her long eyelashes trembled and she saw Long Chen beside her. The moment she saw the youth, she understood everything. She had come back to life. The feeling of surviving a calamity would make one cry, but she did not. I said that I wouldn't abandon you, and I really did it, she said softly. Long Chen had long adjusted himself. After experiencing life and death together, he could understand how important a person was to him. He looked at Li Xuanji and smiled. Yes, it was a false alarm. It was like a nightmare. Fortunately, I am awake now. He looked at the blood sand in the sky. Li Xuanji said softly, after today, I understand that life must be cherished, and I also understand why I'm living. Death will come one day, but I hope that I can leave with no regrets, and leave with a smile. I won't leave behind any worries, and I won't let you worry about me. Long Chen said, I won't let you die. Li Xuanji shook her head, you can't. Only by becoming a god will you not die. Long Chen said, then I will let you become a god and live forever. That was his goal. Turning everyone around him into gods and making them immortal was even more of his goal. Then work hard. I believe in you. She didn't think that it was impossible. In front of Long Chen, anything that was impossible would happen. He was born to challenge the impossible. Since he started fighting, he had already defeated too many impossible things. From the dragon-swallowing beast to the cycle of reincarnation poison, It was impossible for the Dragon Tomb army not to notice Long Chen. Now, they were searching for Long Chen all over the world. What should we do next? Leave this place? Let's head back to take a look at the dragon-swallowing beast. We left too hastily. Let's see what my father left there. Okay. Li Xuanji didn't mind becoming his own demon. She enjoyed the feeling of being in Long Chen's body. Especially after she became strong, she could make Long Chen even stronger. After merging with the Een demon, Long Chen's strength increased like never before. Let's try the ancient god corpse. Long Chen had a thought. In an instant, 5 people appeared beside him. Looking closely, he couldn't help but feel depressed. Because these 5 people didn't look like him, nor did they look like Li Xuanji. Instead, they looked like a mix of the two. Although they were still handsome, they had no gender. One couldn't even tell their gender from their appearance. Of course, in terms of fighting strength, it was like Long Chen had 5 helpers of the same level. The ancient god corpse, God's favored spiritual liquid, and immortal Lord Realm techniques were all treasures. Li Xuanji couldn't help but laugh. Long Chen gloomily put away the ancient god's corpse and headed in the direction of the tombstone where the dragon-swallowing beast was. He used time roaming dragon and passed through most of the dragon tomb generals. After a day, he returned to the place where he had fought with the heaven-swallowing beast. There was no one around. The dragon tomb generals had probably searched this place, so he once again entered the underground palace. Because of the battle, this place was a mess. The disgusting smell of the dragon-swallowing beast was still present. Long Chen found the blood pool from before. At this moment, the blood pool was already dry. Long Chen jumped in and landed at the bottom of the blood pool. Even the bottom was huge. The surroundings were very old, and it must have been here for a long time. After circling the area, he didn't find anything. Long Chen couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It seemed like Long Qinglan hadn't expected him to come here. Back then, he had come here to search for Long Qinglan's footprints, but he had found the dragon-swallowing beast instead. What a scam! What is this? Li Xuanji found 2 strange things in a corner. One was a key-shaped object made of rock. It was very mottled and full of the marks of time. The other was a lock made of rock. Key and lock. This was more ordinary rock, but it had survived until now because of its sturdiness. Long Chen inserted the key into the lock and twisted it gently. Nothing happened. Seems like I was overthinking. This was just an ordinary object. Just a little strange. There seems to be words. On a closer look, there were 4 small words carved on the key. Destiny Dragon City. Long Chen took a look at the stone lock, and there were actually 4 small words on it. Divine Star of Destiny. They all started with Destiny, 1 key and 1 stone lock. What did this mean? Long Chen didn't understand. Just at this moment, someone entered the underground palace. It was probably the Dragon Tomb army. Long Chen placed the 2 things in the god country and walked out of the blood pool. A few serious-looking old men walked over. When they saw Long Chen, they heaved a sigh of relief, but their expressions became serious once more. You are the son of the eternal Dragon Emperor, Long Chen. No matter when people called him, they would always call him the son of the eternal Dragon Emperor. This made Long Chen uncomfortable. They were all 7-star reincarnation realm experts. Long Chen didn't want to offend them, so he said, Long Chen greet seniors. The few of them looked at one another. One of them said, Yub. Although they wanted to scold him, they were speechless. They just said, okay, we will take you away from here. You caused a huge mess this time and we thought you were dead. I didn't expect you to survive. You really are lucky. Come with us. They didn't want to say more and just charged out. Long Chen followed. He didn't have anything to worry about. Anyway, it was an accident that he couldn't control. As for what happened next, it wouldn't be easy to blame him. In front, the few old men looked back at Long Chen with unfriendly gazes. Not only did he cause trouble outside, he even came in and caused so much trouble. He really isn't a good person. Just watch. Even Long Qinglan didn't have a good ending, much less him. Chapter 21:32. Long Chen had heard too much of their doubts and slander, and he was very disdainful. He didn't want to refute anything, but he would use his own efforts to show them one day. This was his persistence and dedication. On the way, an old man came up and asked, You released the thing that was sealed here. Long Chen nodded. And then, seeing that the other's expression was somewhat unfriendly, Long Chen didn't want to provoke this kind of expert who was as strong as the Dream King, so he said, after a difficult battle, I killed him, you. Although the others didn't believe it, they guessed that it was the truth. The dragon-devouring beast was already dead, and there was no one else in the massacre dragon graveyard. Long Qinglan sealed that thing there, and we didn't even bother to deal with it. You, on the other hand, just came to the massacre dragon graveyard and made such a ruckus. The other people were all experts who knew Xueqi's power. In terms of nature, they were no different from Long Chen, but in terms of power and numbers, they far surpassed Long Chen. They seemed angry, but in reality, it was a kind of suppression for Long Chen. The elders were like gods, their eyes flashing. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't have orders and Long Chen's identity was important, they would have taught this junior a lesson. After all, Long Chen had made them run for so long. So he sealed it. It was just as Long Chen had expected. Right, where's the reincarnation poison? Wasn't it you who was poisoned? They looked at him again. Their eyes were full of wariness, but there was also disdain in their bones. This made Long Chen a bit uncomfortable, but he had to admit that in almost all 5 dragon cities, most people looked at him like that. Disdain, contempt, disdain, and even hatred that came out of nowhere. Long Chen grew cautious and said, it was that monster that touched the reincarnation poison. Hearing this, they seemed to have expected it. They nodded and said mockingly, I saw that you didn't have the ability to defeat that thing. So you borrowed the reincarnation poison. No wonder. Little fellow, you better remember this. While I'm in the Slaughter Dragon City, you better behave yourself. You are the son of a sinner. Our Slaughter Dragon City has taken you in to imprison you and educate you so that you can return to the righteous path. If you continue to be arrogant and domineering and refuse to repent, don't blame me for not warning you when you are executed by the 3 dragon emperors. As the few of them advanced, they began to lecture others in an arrogant manner. Be honest. Long Chen couldn't do it. When he got out, he still had an important matter that he had to do, and he had never forgotten about it. That was to take revenge for Xueqi. Xueqi was a righteous and ambitious person that joined the Slaughter Dragon City. But because of a senior like Meng Qingqiu, he lost everything. This was something that Long Chen couldn't tolerate. So no matter what, no matter who obstructed him, Long Chen had to take revenge. He could even disregard any consequences to have a clear conscience. Under the lead of the few generals, Long Chen crossed the boundary between the Slaughter Dragon Tomb and the Sky Blood Hell, arriving at the Sky Blood Hell. The few of them gave a few more warnings to Long Chen before returning to the Slaughter Dragon Tomb. He was finally back. At this moment, Long Chen had passed the Yin Yang tribulation, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to face a late Phase 6 reincarnation realm cultivator. Especially after Li Xuanji became his Yin demon, her strength had soared. She might even be able to face a 7-star reincarnation realm expert. However, Meng Qingqiu didn't seem to be here. Li Xuanji came out of his body. Although she was in the 5 elements reincarnation tribulation realm, she could not unleash much power. She needed a period of time to consolidate and cultivate before she could perfect it. However, the 5 elements reincarnation tribulation realm was enough for her to protect herself. One had to know that Jiang Ming had just reached the 5 elements reincarnation tribulation realm. Are we going to find him soon? Li Xuanji asked. I can't take this. As soon as Long Chen returned, he attracted the attention of most of the Dragon Tomb army. At this moment, they naturally knew that Long Chen was the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Their eyes were filled with vigilance, and they didn't dare to approach Long Chen. As for Li Xuanji, who was beside Long Chen, they didn't know her. Thousands of Dragon Tomb army soldiers flew around him. Among the crowd, there were even the pair of sisters who had seduced him. They weren't afraid, and their eyes were filled with provocation. Long Chen's identity created a deep estrangement between them and Long Chen. During the time that Long Chen disappeared, they roughly knew that he had gone to the Massacre Dragon's tomb, causing the experts to hate him. Long Chen moved forward under countless scrutinizing gazes. He suddenly caught a person and asked in a deep voice, "Where's Meng Qingqiu?" The person hurriedly broke free, but he was shocked to discover that even with his 4-element reincarnation realm ability, he couldn't resist Long Chen's hands. "I'm asking you, where's Meng Qingqiu?" I don't know. The martial artist's face was filled with panic. "Let him go." Everyone surrounded him and looked at Long Chen with unfriendly expressions. Right at that moment, the crowd parted to form two paths. Yi Yushi and Feng Zhu walked in from both sides. They controlled Long Chen from both sides. Regardless of whether it was Feng Zhu or Yi Yushi, there was no doubt that both of them hated Long Chen to the core. Previously, they had not been able to vent their anger, so this was a chance. Yi Yushi gritted her teeth and said, "Long Chen, let him go. You're looking for Meng Qingqiu, right? I'll tell you." Without saying a word, Long Chen threw the Dragon Tomb army soldier in his hand out. "Where is he?" Long Chen walked over in an overbearing manner. The cold sharpness in his eyes made people not dare to provoke him. It had only been 10 days since they last met, but Long Chen had already become much stronger. Seeing him so sharp, Yi Yushi sneered in her heart. She rolled her eyes and said, "If you want to know where he went, it's very simple. Defeat me and I'll tell you." She had to think of a way to prevent Long Chen from escaping in front of her. Otherwise, she really couldn't do anything to Long Chen. This method worked. Long Chen remembered that he made a bet with this woman that he would surpass her in a few days. As for the details, Long Chen couldn't remember. He didn't put Yi Yushi in his eyes at all. But now that she came looking for a beating, Long Chen had to convince her. After she was convinced, no one would dare to say anything in front of Long Chen in the future. If he could only stay here, he would take control of this place. "Sister, sure, let me do it," Feng Zhu said eagerly. "No need." Yi Yushi couldn't wait any longer. She walked towards Long Chen step by step. The Six Paths world appeared around her and under her control, the Six Paths world merged into one. The Six Paths array diagram was formed around her and the power of the Six Paths surged into her body. It was as if she was unleashing the power of all living beings. With this move, the people around her quickly dispersed. It's been years since I've seen Captain Yi in action. All these years, those who lost to Captain Yi all ended up in a miserable state. This Long Chen has just returned and he's already so arrogant. Does he really think that there's no one in the Slaughter City? Watch Captain Yi teach him a lesson. Let's wait and see. Didn't he get beaten up by Captain Yi last time? This time, he still dares to be so arrogant and even look for Captain Meng. What is he trying to do? I'm dying of laughter. When they were far away, Long Chen looked back at Feng Zhu and said, "You too, I'm in a hurry." These two fellows had to be convinced. Yi Yushi was an ancient jade heart dragon, a very good high-grade divine dragon. Feng Zhu was a wind-fire torch dragon, also a high-grade divine dragon. The fact that they could reach their current level proved that they were not bad. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chosen as the Dragon Tomb Army's captain. "Don't do anything, I'll take care of him." In that instant, Yi Yushi's body underwent a strange change. Her entire body turned into a sparkling and translucent pure jade, like a statue. She was extremely beautiful, and a snow-white energy engulfed her, forming a storm around her. This was the mystique of the ancient jade heart dragon. "Solidify." Yi Yushi's expression was ferocious as she shouted. Under her control, the air solidified, turning into thousands of jade shards that turned into sharp blades that covered the sky and earth, blasting towards Long Chen. Under the jade blades, there seemed to be 6 forces that tore through space, cutting off Long Chen's escape route in an instant. Sacrifice of lightning. Long Chen's expression didn't change. His body suddenly exploded, and countless tears flickered. Suddenly, a lightning ball with a diameter of tens of meters formed on his body. His surroundings flickered with the power of lightning, and purple light shot up into the sky. The spectators all retreated to prevent themselves from being affected by the lightning. Boom! The sacrifice of lightning swept over, and the seemingly terrifying jade blades that contained the power of 6 forces were all destroyed. Long Chen's strength was beyond their imagination. Under the first move, Yi Yushi was actually defeated, desperately blocking Long Chen's sacrifice of lightning. Sacrifice of the storm. Long Chen turned around abruptly, and the storm on his left hand spun abruptly, turning into a terrifying storm. Under Long Chen's control, the storm rushed out and turned into a huge tornado, sweeping towards Feng Zhu. "Dragon transformation, you too." Long Chen laughed. Feng Zhu didn't expect Long Chen to attack faster than him. Hence, he hastily responded to the sacrifice of the storm, and was actually beaten up and almost injured. Both Feng Zhu and Yi Yushi's eyes were filled with shock. Not a single one of them. Long Chen was much stronger than before. He had once said that he would be able to defeat the two of them soon. Who would have thought that it would come true today? Impossible. Yi Yushi was definitely uncomfortable. At this moment, she attacked again, and the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation gathered at one point. Brat, how dare you attack me? I will teach you a lesson. Feng Zhu found an excuse to attack Long Chen. The two of them attacking together saved him a lot of trouble. Long Chen gathered all the power in his body, and the powerful feeling made his blood boil. In his eyes, the two of them were simply the best sandbags to prove his strength. Still not dragon transformation? Long Chen sneered, and the god-slaying sword was drawn. At the same time, Feng Zhu and Yi Yushi also took out their Dao weapons. However, under the god-slaying sword, the radiance of the two Dao weapons dimmed. Chapter 21:33. He activated the massacring sword art. Long Chen could use the massacring sword art close to 2,000 swords. His speed was extraordinary. In a short moment, hundreds of sword chi danced and shot out. It was quite terrifying. The Dragon Grave army was stunned by the dazzling sword chi. The entire space was enveloped by Long Chen's massacring sword chi. Each wave was more terrifying than the other. This wasn't a battle at all. It was more like art. As for Yi Yushi and Feng Zhu, they were shrouded by the endless sword chi and could only dodge and panic. Although they had the ability of 6 paths of reincarnation, when Long Chen's cultivation broke through to the Yin and Yang Calamity realm, it was enough to crush them in a battle. If Li Xuanji entered Long Chen's body with the Yin demon, they would be killed instantly. Thousands of massacring sword chi swept out. Yi Yushi's face turned pale while Feng Zhu was in a sorry state. Wounds appeared on his body. But in reality, Long Chen was targeting their Dao artifacts. Endless sword chi danced. At this moment, Long Chen was wild and domineering. His sword chi soared into the sky and no one could compare to him. Previously, everyone thought that Yi Yushi could teach Long Chen a lesson. But now, it seemed that if he didn't quickly transform into a dragon, it would be difficult for him to hold on. At this moment, Long Chen's god-slaying sword danced and the last 2 swords shattered Yi Yushi and Feng Zhu's Dao artifacts. Clang! Dao artifact fragments flew everywhere. Yi Yushi and Feng Zhu were completely stunned. They were Dao artifacts that had followed them for thousands of years. Today they were destroyed just like that. In their eyes, Long Chen was the son of the greatest sinner. Now, he was arrogant and violent, shocking everyone. Under the god-slaying sword, the Dragon Grave army retreated in fear. Their mouths were dry and they didn't dare to say another word in front of Long Chen. Before this, they were still mocking Long Chen for asking to be imprisoned in the Massacre Dragon City for the rest of his life. He had easily destroyed the other party's Dao treasure and shocked everyone. Long Chen was very satisfied with the respect in their eyes. This way, they would tactfully shut their mouths and not talk about the Eternal Dragon Emperor in front of him. Long Chen. Yi Yushi stared blankly at the shattered Dao item. Her white jade-like eyes were bloodshot. Feng Zhu, who was at the side, was enraged. In order to show off in front of the woman he liked, he transformed into a divine dragon. The firestorm candle dragon appeared with a roar. It was a divine dragon formed by wind and flames. Half of its body was engulfed in flames, while the other half was covered in a storm. The combination of the two formed a flaming tornado that glared at Long Chen. You destroyed my Dao artifact. You deserve to die 10,000 times over. Long Chen, no matter what, you must pay with your life today. Feng Zhu roared. The crowd finally mustered their courage and cheered for the 2 captains. If the 2 captains were defeated, they would not be able to hold their heads up high in the bloody hell as long as Long Chen was still around. Long Chen kept the god-slaying sword in his hand and said with a smile, "Don't shout, don't shout. Come at me if you're capable. And you, Yi Yushi, don't you think you're very powerful? Come at me together and finish me off in one go. At the same time, you can take revenge for what I did to you the last time, right?" Shut up. Yi Yushi was so angry that she was trembling. Feng Zhu felt like his chest was about to explode. The more Long Chen mentioned that day, the angrier they became. At this moment, Yi Yushi flew up and transformed into an ancient jade heart dragon made of white jade. The ancient jade heart dragon was exquisite and beautiful, as though it was carved out. Be it the white jade dragon scales, white jade dragon teeth, or white jade dragon claws, they were all exquisite beyond compare. Such a beautiful divine dragon should not be used for battle. However, The ancient jade heart dragon was also emitting a vicious aura. It roared and charged towards Long Chen. Feeling their killing intent, as they approached, the smile on Long Chen's face disappeared bit by bit. The time for revenge had finally come. The revenge Long Chen wanted was for being sent to the bloody hell that day. He glanced at the bloody hell. The huge blood ball with tens of thousands of eyes was still wriggling. Countless warriors were suffering inside, and this was only one of the many bloody hell. Wang. The two had already charged over. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and suddenly transformed into a dragon. The ancient blood spirit dragon stood proudly in the sky. The moment it appeared, its aura completely suppressed the ancient jade heart dragon and the wind fire torch dragon. Blood-colored dragon scales, sharp dragon claws, and cold eyes. The ancient jade heart dragon did not care about that. Relying on the fact that its body was bigger than Long Chen, it charged over quickly. Blood-sobbing dragon soul. Long Chen could not be bothered to be courteous with her. The dragon scales on his body flickered, and millions of dragon souls shot over. This was an army of millions of divine dragons. The densely packed slaughter dragons instantly formed a huge cocoon around the ancient jade heart dragon, tightly surrounding it. What? The ancient jade heart dragon exclaimed and was completely drowned. Everyone was stunned. Sister Sure. The wind fire torch dragon charged over with a flaming tornado, wanting to save Yi Yushi. However, at this moment, Long Chen's ancient blood spirit dragon stopped in front of it. Your opponent is me. Long Chen sneered and instantly rushed to the wind flame candle dragon's side. The heavenly slaughtering blood sword slashed down swiftly and violently as he once again unleashed the massacre sword art. Under the terrifying attack of Long Chen's pure physical body, the wind flame candle dragon's huge body was instantly covered in blood. It continuously retreated under the massacre sword art and continuously cried out in pain. You are too weak. Long Chen said something that made everyone's scalp go numb. At this moment, he pressed the wind fire torch dragon to the ground and used the lightning sacrifice. The lightning ball that was 10 times bigger than before bombarded the wind fire torch dragon's body, causing it to scream in pain. After the lightning, the wind fire torch dragon's body was charred. It struggled with all its might, but unfortunately, it did not have the strength to escape from Long Chen's control. Let me go. This is your prisoner, traitor, son of a sinner. You deserve to die. One day you will be killed. You better let me go. Feng Zhu screamed hysterically. At the same time, Yi Yushi was also screaming within the blood-sobbing dragon soul. The two captains were completely defeated in front of Long Chen. Feng Zhu's words made Long Chen angry. I am a traitor. I am a prisoner. What right do you have to say that? I hate it when people look down on me. Long Chen's face was expressionless, but his voice reached everyone's ears. Everyone was in awe of him. He opened his mouth and used the sun's sacrifice again, bombarding the wind fire torch dragon's body. Feng Zhu was heavily injured again and was on the verge of death. Long Chen asked him again, Tell me, who gave you the right to look down on me and torture me? I didn't offend you at the beginning when I came to the heavenly blood hell. Why did you send 2 girls to slander me? What is the meaning of this? He glanced over. Instantly, the 2 girls who had seduced Long Chen turned pale with fright and hurriedly hid in the crowd. Needless to say, everyone knew that the incident at the beginning had been planned by the 2 captains. Long Chen. Don't be so arrogant. So what if you beat us? You are a prisoner of the massacre city. That is an undeniable fact. Furthermore, you are the son of a sinner. That is also an undeniable fact. Your fate is destined to be despised by millions. The wind fire torch dragon endured its injuries and cursed. Not bad. Very tough. Long Chen used his dragon claw to grab the dragon's tail and lifted it into the air. The wind fire torch dragon was dragged along like a small snake in his hand. On the other side, the slaughter dragons dispersed, and the heavily wounded ancient jade heart dragon fell to the ground. Long Chen used his other dragon claw to press it down. The 2 divine dragon captains were actually lifted up by Long Chen like children. Long Chen, if you dare to kill us, you won't live for more than 3 days. Even if the 3 dragon emperors protect you, you won't be able to withstand the pressure of the entire massacre city. Yi Yushi admitted defeat. Although she didn't believe it, it had already happened. Oh, that's really scary. But who would want to kill you? He laughed. His huge dragon head suddenly examined everyone and said coldly, Let me tell you, don't provoke me. I am a very casual person. As long as others don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. If anyone is blind, they will end up like these two captains. Looking around, everyone's hearts trembled with fear, their faces pale. He paused, then continued, as for whether or not I am a prisoner, a traitor, and whether or not my father is a sinner, time will answer that question. But that doesn't mean you have the right to mock me, hate me, or belittle me. From today onwards, as long as I don't leave Sky Blood Hell, I, Long Chen, have the final say here. Under the dragon's might, no one from the Dragon Grave army dared to make a sound. Bullshit. Who do you think you are? Yi Yushur struggled. Just watch. With that, Long Chen suddenly led them towards Sky Blood Hell. This blood ball was very likely the same kind of creature as the dragon-devouring beast, but even stranger. Long Chen stood proudly in front of Sky Blood Hell before everyone's eyes. What are you doing? The Wind Flame Torch Dragon asked in shock. I have a gift for you. Long Chen laughed. Suddenly, he flung the bodies of the two divine dragon captains towards the Sky Blood Hell. He used all his strength, and his strength brought about a terrifying speed. In the next instant, the two divine dragon captains collided with the Sky Blood Hell. Boom! Sky Blood Hell deviated from its original position and caved in twice. The two dragon captains were almost completely buried in. Everyone's eyes widened, and they began to clamor. Apart from the captains, ordinary people were forbidden from going near Sky Blood Hell. This was the first time someone had been thrown in like this. Following that, the two captains let out inhuman cries of agony. Their bodies were stuck to Sky Blood Hell. At this moment, they were struggling to get up, but they found that several thick blood vessels had already pierced into their bodies. Looking back, they saw thousands of blood vessels shooting out of Sky Blood Hell and piercing into their bodies, entangling them until there was nothing left. It was as if their bodies were covered in threads. Even without going in, as long as they touched them, they would receive the same treatment. After experiencing the same treatment as the prisoners of Sky Blood Hell, one could imagine how miserable the two captains were. Chapter 21:34. The Sky Blood Hell's strange and sinister veins were densely packed. They entangled Gu Yusinlong and Feng Huazhu Dragon, penetrating their bodies and tearing at their flesh, absorbing their strength and essence. In just a short time, the two of them struggled more and more powerless. Their heart-wrenching screams also began to dissipate. They could no longer shout. This was an endless pain that was not easy to bear. As for the others, when they saw this scene, they had already collapsed to the ground. Their faces were pale, and even breathing was difficult. At this moment, there was only deep fear in their hearts. The screams of the two captains were still fresh in their minds, and they could remember it for the rest of their lives. Is this the punishment for offending him? Everyone's mouths were dry. Long Chen watched as they were entangled. Enough! He was not a ruthless person, nor did he have a hobby of torturing others. The two of them had already received a fatal lesson. To Long Chen, this was enough. The person he really wanted to kill was not them, but Meng Qingqiu. That was something that no one could stop. He walked towards the Sky Blood Hell and arrived beside it in an instant. As he neared, the veins seemed to recognize him. They unwillingly retreated from Yi Yushur and Feng Zhu's bodies and clamored at Long Chen. Although it was only for a moment, Yi Yushur and Feng Zhu finally understood how terrifying it was after experiencing it for themselves. But at this moment, they were already stunned. The two of them returned to their human forms and looked terrible. Long Chen retreated with them. After he left, the countless veins retracted, and the Sky Blood Hell returned to normal. However, from today onwards, no one would dare to approach this place. Long Chen returned to his human form and threw Yi Yushur and Feng Zhu to the ground. The surrounding people did not dare to approach, and they looked at Long Chen in awe. In their eyes, Long Chen was already someone they could not afford to offend. The two of them were six-path reincarnation experts. They could recover quickly after being tortured by the Sky Blood Hell for a while, but the shadow in their hearts would probably never disappear. Li Xuanji stood beside Long Chen and gave him an understanding smile. Long Chen waited with his hands behind his back. Yi Yushur and Feng Zhu slowly woke up. They quickly got up. When they saw that they were not in the Sky Blood Hell, they were stunned. They heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. The nightmare was still lingering in their hearts. At first, they thought that the experts of the Slaughter Dragon City had arrived and saved them. However, There was only Long Chen with his hands clasped behind his back. However, after they woke up, Long Chen was looking at them with his eyes narrowed. As for the others, they didn't dare to approach. In the distance, Sky Blood Hell had also returned to its original state. "You saved us," Yi Yushi asked in astonishment. In her opinion, Long Chen definitely wouldn't hate her to death. Long Chen went straight to the point and said, "I can also throw you in again. Don't waste time. Tell me, where did Meng Qingqiu go?" Previously, they had said that as long as Long Chen defeated them, they would reveal his whereabouts. Now, they had suffered a crushing defeat. If it wasn't for Long Chen saving them in the end, they would definitely be dead. The terror of Sky Blood Hell was unimaginable. If Long Chen wasn't so terrifyingly powerful that Yi Yushi was really afraid, she might still stubbornly oppose Long Chen. Thinking of Sky Blood Hell, Yi Yushi's heart turned cold. She finally understood that she could offend anyone but Long Chen. No wonder Meng Qingqiu had warned them not to oppose Long Chen. However, why did he suddenly want to find Meng Qingqiu? Wasn't Meng Qingqiu on good terms with him? "Can I ask why you want to find him?" Yi Yushi asked tentatively. "No. Don't talk nonsense." Long Chen didn't have the patience to talk nonsense with her. At this moment, Yi Yushi finally said, "It seems that Meng Qingqiu has been transferred from the Dragon Tomb Army to the Blood Dragon Army. Then, he was sent to the south to be a military officer in charge of a region. I guess he won't be back for a few years." This was undoubtedly bad news for Long Chen. After he came out, the first thing that came to his mind was to seek justice for Xueqi. This was something that he couldn't tolerate. Long Chen didn't even want to think about who he would offend. However, he didn't expect Meng Qingqiu to be so smart. He was simply on the opposite end of the spectrum from the two brainless military officers. When he knew that Long Chen hated him, even if Long Chen was inferior to him, he decisively left the Slaughter Dragon City. He naturally knew that Long Chen couldn't chase after him, because Long Chen had a 10-year agreement with the three Dragon Emperors. This was a situation that couldn't be violated. What? Long Chen's eyes were ferocious and his body was covered in a cold aura. This outcome had greatly exceeded his expectations, which made him burn with rage. "I'm definitely not lying to you. If you don't believe me, you can ask the others. We're all curious as to why military officer Meng would leave." Feng Zhu explained worriedly when he saw that Long Chen was angry. They naturally wouldn't dare to lie to him. This was also Meng Qingqiu's style. He had been a bit impulsive before and had alerted the enemy. However, this was unavoidable. When he heard the news about Xueqi, he couldn't conceal the anger in his heart. He closed his eyes and calmed his emotions. Then he said to Yi Yushi and Feng Zhu, "Without my permission, no one is allowed to disturb me from now on. If they cause trouble for me, I won't be merciful next time. Whoever provokes me will be sent to the heavenly blood hell." This warning had successfully frightened them. Long Chen brought Li Xuanji back to Wang Liang's residence. Wang Liang was staring blankly at him at the door. He naturally knew everything that had happened. "I'll let you guys live here." Wang Liang seemed very happy. Perhaps to him, being able to spend some time with Long Chen at the last moment of his life was a perfect ending. His life wasn't in vain. "Thank you." After Wang Liang left, the two stood there quietly. Long Chen's face turned gloomy. "What do you plan to do? If he doesn't come back in 10 years, then we won't be able to touch him for 10 years. Li Xuanji naturally knew that he was in a bad mood. Long Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Then there's no rush. Let's wait a few months first. As long as he comes back, I won't let him leave. As for 10 years, I'm afraid I can't wait that long. Let's wait a little longer." During this period of time, although it was a little torturous, it was good enough for him to calm down. After returning from the Massacre Dragon's tomb, everything was strangely quiet. Long Chen didn't leave the heavenly blood hell. No one outside the heavenly blood hell came to disturb him. During this period of time, Long Chen mainly focused on cultivating. The Yin-Yang tribulation was mainly to strengthen the Yin demon's power. Because he had Li Xuanji by his side, this level of cultivation was exceptionally easy. It could only be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. If it was a normal cultivation mission, it would take at least half a year to complete. However, in just a few short days, the Yin demon's power had skyrocketed. As a result, Long Chen was close to the 3 talents tribulation. At this moment, He was even stronger than when he fought Yi Yushi and Feng Zhu 10 days ago. Of course, in terms of power and quantity, there was still the interruption of the 7-star Samsara realm warriors. The difference between 6 Daos and 7 stars was not just a little. After passing the test of the 7-star ancient god, one would have the power of a god and be considered an existence close to a god. 7 stars, 8 trigrams, and 9 palaces were the 3 most important transformations before a god. Once one reached 7 stars, they would be much stronger. 8 trigrams was even more invincible. Only then could they be given the title of emperor, such as the glorious Dragon Emperor and the Black Hell Emperor. As for 9 palaces, they were true emperor-level existences, such as the dozen or so Dragon Emperor and the other kings of the various races. These 3 realms were the last 3 stages of the god's path. Every stage was a transformation of the level of life, and the tribulations were also much more terrifying than before. Therefore, at this moment, although Long Chen was above the majority of the 6 Dao Samsara realm warriors, there was still a gap between him and the 7-star Samsara realm warriors, such as the Sacred Spirit and Long Qingyue. Of course, if he fused with Li Xuanji, the possibility of victory was still quite high. In half a month, he had completed the Yin and Yang calamity. This was a speed that had never been achieved since ancient times. Of course, Li Xuanji was not counted because she was poisoned by the reincarnation poison. The reincarnation poison and the god-favored spiritual liquid were sacred items that were hard to come by in 100,000 years. It was even more impossible to encounter them together. Therefore, it was pure luck that Li Xuanji was able to survive. Lingxi had recently made great progress. In another half a year, she would probably be able to complete the fusion of the star core and become the only star master of the resplendent star. Moreover, her star core was the fusion of 2 star cores, so it was definitely more terrifying. Lingxi could merge with the entire resplendent star. This was extraordinary. As long as she was on the resplendent star, there were not many people in this world who could deal with her. Although only a few months had passed, she missed Long Chen very much. Long Chen also missed her very much, and he told her that he was doing very well in Slaughter Dragon City. As for Li Xuanji, one day after half a month, she suddenly told Long Chen that she was going to leave. The Darkness City Master had already come out of seclusion and was on his way to Slaughter Dragon City, preparing to take her away. As for Yi Lu Feng and the others, they were naturally taught a harsh lesson. Through Li Xuanji's description, this Darkness City Master knew of her master's existence, and was indeed very protective of Li Xuanji. Moreover, she was determined to wait for the birth of something in the Darkness Divine City, which was extremely important to her. Since we are both in this dragon god domain, there will always be many opportunities for us to meet. Moreover, there is no longer any distance restriction between us when we communicate, Li Xuanji said with a gentle smile. This was because she was Long Chen's Yin demon. If she wanted to leave, Long Chen naturally couldn't let her stay because of her relationship with the Yin demon. He would rather rely on his own combat strength. It was indeed unfair for Li Xuanji to become a part of his body. Remember, if there is any danger, you must inform me at the first moment, Long Chen said. Don't worry. I know that I should treasure it. After experiencing life and death in the Slaughter Dragon's graveyard, she understood the meaning of life even more. She had to live well for the people who cared about her. All right, I'll send you off. Chapter 21:35. When he left with Li Xuanji, Yi Yushi and Feng Zhu blocked his way. Yi Yushi was a little fearful of him, but she still said, according to the rules, you are now a soldier of the Dragon Tomb Army. Without the permission of the 3 commandants, you cannot leave this place. At the very least, we have to report this to the higher-ups. Feng Zhu added worriedly. To be honest, they still loathed Long Chen, but they were more in awe and fear of him, which was why they were so polite. Long Chen pointed at Li Xuanji and said, someone is here to pick her up. I'm just sending her out. After I'm done, I'll come back by myself. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Hearing that Long Chen did not betray this place, they heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Yushi said hesitantly, how about I send her away? Get out of my way. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with them. He directly pulled Li Xuanji's hand, bypassed them, and rushed out of the place, moving forward in the vein-like tunnel. After they left, Yi Yushi gritted her teeth, coldly snorted, and said, continue to be arrogant, one day, you will end up like your father, just wait and see. Sister Sure, Let's not provoke him. Let the others deal with him. Feng Zhu said softly. Scram. Yi Yushi glared at him, then turned around and left. Outside the Slaughter Dragon City, the sea of blood surged, blood mist surged, and the smell of blood filled the air. Slaughter Dragon City was filled with killing intent, and ordinary people didn't dare to approach it. Thousands of Blood Dragon Army soldiers above the Four Symbols Reincarnation Tribulation Realm patrolled outside the Massacre Dragon City. Divine dragons danced in the air, creating a grand scene. There were even more divine dragons cultivating in the Scarlet Sea. No one could barge into one of the sacred lands of the human race. Just at this moment, a burly bare-chested man returned to Slaughter Dragon City with a group of subordinates. Seeing him, no one came to stop him. Instead, several experts of the Blood Dragon Army landed beside the burly, bearded man. They were all at the level of Major Captain. Old Meng, why are you back? Didn't you say that you were going to the south for at least 10 years? An old Major Captain in the Blood Dragon Army asked, laughing. The two of them opened their arms and hugged each other. Meng Qingqiu said, I came back to get a Dao artifact. Haha, when I left, I was in too much of a hurry, so I didn't get a good weapon with my old man. When I get to the south, I will encounter a few opponents. I will use a Dao artifact to subdue them. Everyone burst into laughter. So that's how it is. Of course, very few people knew the reason why Meng Qingqiu had left the Massacre Dragon City. The ones who truly knew the inside story were his friends. Meng Qingqiu was different from Yi Yushi and the others. He was the descendant of an expert in the Slaughter Dragon City, and his power was extraordinary. He had originally inherited the Super Dragon Legacy, and later changed it to the Ultimate Dragon Legacy. Among the group, he was someone who could turn the tides with a flip of his hand, and no one dared to provoke him. Although Yi Yushi and the others were of similar status as Meng Qingqiu, those martial artists who climbed up the ranks by themselves would never be able to match up to a powerhouse like Meng Qingqiu. Their divine dragon ranks were not comparable, and there was actually a huge gap in their strength. Even if the two of them joined forces, they would not be a match for Meng Qingqiu. Moreover, because of his illustrious family background, he had many friends in the Massacre Dragon City. Some of them were of the same status, but most of them were people who wanted to build connections. In any case, Meng Qingqiu was a hero who played around in the Massacre Dragon City. The group of people burst into laughter and mocked each other. When Meng Qingqiu talked about the southern girls, everyone burst into laughter again. At this time, a county captain at the side whispered into Meng Qingqiu's ear. Old Meng, don't blame me for not telling you. That Long Chen has already come out of the Massacre Dragon Tomb. That brat's talent is terrifying, and there is no way to kill him for the time being. Now that you have the Dao item, you should hurry back to the north. I'll see if the higher-ups will kill him in the next few years. Meng Qingqiu curled his lips and said disdainfully, All right, I'm just afraid that this brat will be too strong in a few years. As for now, it will be difficult for him to defeat me. This time, I'm going to the south to have some fun and change my taste. Moreover, don't forget that my father is still here. He can't really do anything to me. After saying that, Meng Qingqiu patted the county captain's shoulder and laughed loudly. As he laughed, the Blood Dragon army below shook. He had always been very high profile, and the surrounding Blood Dragon army could only look at him enviously. Meng Qingqiu's father was the commander of the Dragon Tomb army, and was known as the Sky Curtain Emperor. He was one of the top 10 experts in the Massacre Dragon City. Only slightly weaker than Xueqi, the Sky Curtain Emperor, was ranked 10th. The Blood Dragon Emperor, Xueqi, ranked 8th. The top 10 were all peak experts of the 8 trigrams reincarnation realm, the most terrifying people in the world. All right, I'll go in now. Meng Qingqiu called out to his subordinates. They were about to enter the Massacre Dragon City. Right at this moment, a young man, a young woman, and a black-haired old man walked out of the Slaughter Dragon City. Meng Qingqiu immediately stopped in his tracks and narrowed his eyes. Long Chen was talking to the Darkness City Lord. This was a very knowledgeable and amiable old man. His temper was to Long Chen's liking. He was also one of the rare people in the entire Dragon God domain who did not have any prejudice against Long Chen. In fact, he admired Long Chen very much. Little brother Long Chen, don't worry for now. I treat Xuanji like my own daughter. It was my mistake to enter seclusion so rashly this time. I can guarantee that I will not leave her even half a step. If anything happens, you will be the one to take my head. The Darkness City Lord said seriously. City Lord, you are too polite. Long Chen and Li Xuanji exchanged a look. He said, Xuanji has already reached the 5 elements reincarnation tribulation stage, and there won't be many that can do anything to her in the future. I will stay in the Massacre Dragon City and contact her at all times. Furthermore, I believe in you. Just as he spoke up to this point, Long Chen suddenly stopped. His intuition made him raise his head and look ahead. In his field of vision, a group of people was majestically heading towards Slaughter Dragon City, and the most eye-catching among them was a tall and sturdy man with stubble in the middle. Long Chen naturally recognized him. It was Meng Qingqiu, the one who killed Xueqi and snatched the inheritance blood essence of the primordial demonic dragon. It was Meng Qingqiu, the one who escaped from the Massacre Dragon City. Long Chen never expected that when he sent Li Xuanji off, Meng Qingqiu would actually return. The two's gazes met in the sky and sparks were instantly ignited. Long Chen felt as if his heart was struck by lightning, causing his heart to explode with rage soaring into the sky. He's actually back. Long Chen couldn't help wanting to laugh. He thought that this moment would take a long time, but he never expected that it would actually happen now. It was too unexpected. But Long Chen definitely wouldn't complain that he came early. He couldn't wait to tear this guy to shreds. Xueqi. That person shouldn't die in the hands of such a person. It was too much of a waste. When they met, Long Chen's heart was burning, but he looked calm on the outside. He turned his head and said to Li Xuanji, "Go back with the City Lord first." The City Lord still didn't know what was going on. He was the City Lord of the ancient city of divine descendants, and he didn't have any position in the 5 great dragon cities. No. Li Xuanji rejected. She naturally knew what Long Chen wanted to do. She said, "You do your thing and I will watch from the side. If you need help, I will be your demon." She had a stubborn character, so she wouldn't stop Long Chen and would only think of ways to help. Okay. Long Chen stood where he was and pointed in a direction. He told Li Xuanji to go there, while he went in Meng Qingqiu's direction alone. After a brief moment of shock, Meng Qingqiu couldn't help but feel that his luck was really good. He actually met Long Chen here. However, he didn't panic. After calming his heart, he immediately laughed and walked towards Long Chen with his subordinates and the various captains. Little brother Long Chen, it's been a while since we last met. I went to the south to play. How are you doing in the Slaughter Dragon City? His face was covered in oil as he chuckled. The other captains were a little nervous. They had heard that Long Chen had defeated Yi Yushi and Feng Zhu, but they didn't have time to tell Meng Qingqiu. They guessed that Meng Qingqiu didn't know that Long Chen was even more terrifying than before. Now, Jiang Ming could only be killed by him. Seeing him walk over, Long Chen stood still. Facing Meng Qingqiu's laughter, his expression was cold. In his hands, one was the sun, the other was the moon. The new world was connected to his body, and the power of the 14th temper was already brewing. Facing such a person, there was only one word in his mind, and that was to kill. There was no hesitation, no mercy. Just to give an explanation to that magnanimous, sincere, and stubborn immemorial demon dragon. A proud and tenacious person shouldn't die in the hands of such a person. That was a humiliation and blasphemy. The 2 powers were released, instantly shocking everyone. Meng Qingqiu froze. He stopped 20 meters away from Long Chen and said in shock, "Long Chen, what are you doing? Why are you attacking me? Is this how you welcome me?" Even so, he still had a smile on his face. "Little guy, don't be impulsive. Do you know who my father is? He's an expert comparable to Bloodblaze. In the Slaughter Dragon City, I have countless friends. If you want to kill me, it'll be harder than reaching the heavens. I'll even tarnish your reputation and make you accept punishment. You'd better be smart and calm, or you'll die a horrible death. I, Meng Qingqiu, disdain being enemies with you, but if you really don't know what's good for you, I'll let you see how weak and powerless you are at this moment." In the dark, Meng Qingqiu threatened. Long Chen had long known that his father was Emperor Tianmu. But it didn't matter. The important thing was that he had to die. The distance of 20 meters was covered in an instant. The sacrifice of the sun was fiercely thrown out, turning into a giant fireball. The sacrifice of the moon was a cold moon. The 2 collided and exploded in front of Meng Qingqiu's eyes, causing him to swallow all his words. Rumble. The blood sea surged. Chapter 21:36. In this battle, Long Chen was very determined. As long as he could kill Meng Qingqiu, no matter what happened, he would have no regrets. This battle immediately turned the area around slaughtering Dragon Chen upside down. Everyone quickly scattered. Among them, Meng Qingqiu had a few of his friends who were protecting him. The others ran far away and made a ruckus. Long Chen had always been rebellious, but his performance this time was still very surprising. Everyone in Slaughtering Dragon City knew that Meng Qingqiu was a smart person with a strong background and many friends. No one dared to provoke him. But Long Chen had the courage to attack him in front of everyone. Of course, he had violated everyone's taboo. In their minds, the image of Long Chen as a lawless person was even more profound. Seeing that the battle between the two of them had caused a huge storm and caused waves of blood to rise to the sky, everyone was talking about it. The son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor is too reckless. He dared to attack in front of our Slaughtering Dragon City. He is too arrogant. He doesn't even care about the Slaughtering Dragon City. This kind of person should not be tolerated. I don't understand why the 3 Dragon Emperors are so nice to him. They were very confused. In their eyes, Long Chen was a prisoner. How could a prisoner be so arrogant? Of course, their discussion would not stop the battle. Don't help me. I will convince him. Meng Qingqiu was also arrogant. He was afraid of the Long Chen in a few years, not the Long Chen now. However, as soon as the battle started, he found that the young man in front of him had become a strong opponent. All of his attacks were useless. He was even being suppressed by Long Chen. Meng Qingqiu remembered that 1 month ago, Long Chen did not have this kind of ability. He was extremely shocked. This kid has grown so much. Should I use this chance to get rid of him? Otherwise, he will be able to leave Slaughtering Dragon City in 10 years. Even if I go to the south, it will be very dangerous. After pondering for a moment, Meng Qingqiu came up with a plan. With a loud roar, he channeled the power of the 6 Paths world and cast the 6 Paths return to 1, merging the power of the 6 worlds into 1, forming a destructive array formation behind him. In an instant, the power surged out and under Meng Qingqiu's control, the might of the primordial demon dragon was fully unleashed, shrouding him in black demonic qi. Explode! Long Chen's face was gloomy and cold. He displayed the power of the 14th sacrifice, forcing his opponent to retreat again and again. That terrifying divine might caused everyone to be shocked. Only 2 months had passed since he defeated Jiang Ming, yet he had actually undergone such a terrifying transformation. This was simply not something that a human could accomplish. Although he felt that this young man was lawless, he was still in awe of him. Seeing that everyone didn't have much confidence in him, Meng Qingqiu gritted his teeth and angrily used the power of the 6 Paths, original devil realm. When the power of the 6 Paths returned to 1 entered the original devil realm, the 2 powers fused together and formed a devil realm that was even more terrifying than the one that trapped Long Chen back then. The original devil realm swiftly revolved and instantly trapped Long Chen. Meng Qingqiu laughed and shouted, "Little guy, it's fine if you cause a ruckus. Don't go overboard. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as trapping you. This is Massacre Dragon City. Not your territory. This is my territory." Meng Qingqiu laughed. The surrounding Blood Dragon army also laughed along with him. Countless mockery. They had no idea how heavy Long Chen's killing intent was for Meng Qingqiu. Just the matter of Su Mu Chen was enough for Long Chen to kill him. If Meng Qingqiu didn't give him an explanation and make him pay the price, then it would leave a knot in his heart, a knot of anger and cowardice. Your territory. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen was trapped by the original devil realm. The original devil realm was still shrinking and would soon crush him into meat paste. Meng Qingqiu was extremely confident in his attack. Just when everyone was waiting for the show to start and Long Chen to beg for mercy, he had already turned into a blood spike and pierced through the original devil realm. Boom! A hole appeared on Meng Qingqiu's abdomen and blood gushed out. The original devil realm disappeared. The blood spike turned into a blood mist and turned back into Long Chen. He coldly stood between the heavens and earth with terrifying killing intent in his eyes. Meng Qingqiu wiped the blood off his abdomen with his eyes bloodshot as he looked at Long Chen with his teeth clenched. If he was just teasing Long Chen earlier, then he was being teased by Long Chen right now. He couldn't bear the humiliation, not to mention that so many of his friends were watching. He, who had always been fearless, had lost his face. At this moment, a black mist spread out from his body and the primordial demonic dragon appeared before Long Chen once again. majestic, mysterious, and domineering. A violent killing intent brewed in his black eyes. Long Chen couldn't help recalling the battle between him and Xueqi in the battlefield of the gods. Everything was still vivid in his mind, as if it was just yesterday. His opponent was upright, to the point that he didn't even take the chance to deal with him when he was in danger. But today, he was already a dead soul with his most precious inheritance, blood essence, in the hands of a dirty person. I will take back what was taken from you. Long Chen silently prayed in his heart. In this process, he had also turned into a dragon out of rage. The blood-colored dragon and the primordial demonic dragon faced each other. Although they weren't as huge as the other party, they were still filled with intimidation. Everyone looked at the two gigantic divine dragons and exchanged glances. It seemed that the two of them were really going to fight to the death. But they didn't know the reason why the two of them were fighting. What's wrong with the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor? Why is he threatening others for no reason? Even if he's talented and powerful, he can't be so arrogant. This is the Slaughter Dragon City. Is there really no law? This time, I can't hold it in anymore. This guy is simply scum. He's so infuriating. Commandant Meng, you have to beat him to death. That's right. He's simply courting death by challenging one after another. Once he's dead, it'll be quiet. Isn't he just the son of a traitor? What's there to be arrogant about? They didn't understand the reason. Of course, they weren't used to seeing Long Chen. But Meng Qingqiu and Long Chen only had eyes for their opponents, only killing. Meng Qingqiu's killing intent wasn't any weaker than Long Chen's. The two mortal enemies turned into dragons and once again clashed fiercely outside the Slaughter Dragon City. The primordial demonic dragon's body was massive. As it waved, the blood waves below exploded. The huge black dragon head charged towards Long Chen. Devour the world. It was the primordial spiritual blood dragon divine ability that Xueqi had used against Long Chen. It was the same move, but Meng Qingqiu was able to display a battle prowess that was billions of times stronger. His body formed a ring, from which black mist gushed out, forming a huge black mouth. That mouth engulfed the primordial demonic dragon and occupied half of the sky as it swallowed Long Chen. Kiki! Countless terrifying laughter rang out. Everyone couldn't help retreating when they saw this divine might. But at this moment, Long Chen didn't retreat, but charged forward. His strength was even more barbaric and tyrannical. Eternal Instant. Slaughter Sword Art. The devourer of heaven and earth, which bound his opponent for eternity in that instant, coupled with the slaughtering sword art displayed by the dragon tail, a terrifying dragon shadow swept towards the primordial demon dragon. Thousands of sword wills erupted, and with a rumble, the slaughtering sword chi rushed out violently, actually tearing the devourer of heaven and earth apart in a short period of time. How is this possible? Meng Qingqiu was taken aback. He didn't expect that his best attack would be so easily torn apart by his opponent. This is just the beginning. Long Chen naturally noticed the fear in his eyes. He sneered and continued to use the slaughter sword art. After breaking through his opponent's attack, the thousands of sword auras smashed into the primordial demonic dragon's hand, causing it to shriek in pain. In the end, it was covered in blood as it crashed into the blood sea. This scene simply caused Long Chen to be extremely dumbstruck. This was too exaggerated. That was an ultimate dragon in the late 6 paths of reincarnation, and yet it was so easily crushed. But for Long Chen, this was far from enough. After Meng Qingqiu was defeated, many powerhouses with the rank of captain surrounded Long Chen, eyeing him covetously. No one said that this would be a fair contest. Everyone, go away. I'll do it myself. Rumble. The primordial demonic dragon charged out of the blood sea. He was enraged. At this moment, his strength had risen to the peak. The faint fluctuations caused the blood sea to tumble and the space to crack. Countless demonic auras surrounded his body, forming dense ghostly shadows. His powerful healing ability allowed his injuries to gradually heal. Although he was in a sorry state, it didn't affect his fighting strength much. He had to get back his face. Meng Qingqiu gritted his teeth and roared. Primordial demonic will. It was another familiar attack from the primordial demonic dragon. Long Chen had an illusion. He felt as if Su Chen was hiding in the body of the primordial demonic dragon. He was so unwilling and so resentful. He was originally a person with great talent, but he had met a scum and lost everything. The more he looked at Meng Qingqiu, the more Long Chen couldn't control himself. Kill, kill, kill. When the primordial demonic will attacked and formed a spatial storm, Long Chen's body turned illusory. A huge storm was brewing. Storm of Ages. The primordial demonic will attacked. After reaching the latter phase of the yin and yang calamity, Long Chen used the Storm of Ages again. This time it was much more powerful than before. The area he could control was much larger, and the time turbulence was even more violent. Even the people around him felt a terrible pain, tearing their time apart. The primordial demonic dragon, who was in the middle of the Storm of Ages, suffered even more. First, his primordial demonic will was crushed by Long Chen. Following that, his body gradually split apart and exploded. The destructive power of time caused him to suffer crushing injuries. Even his eyeballs suddenly exploded, and his body was covered in flesh and blood. It was a horrible sight to behold. Chapter 21:37. This time, the injuries he suffered from the time storm were much more severe than before. The time storm was everywhere, and it even seeped into the deepest parts of his body, completely tearing him apart. Meng Qingqiu bore the brunt of it. His entire body was almost about to explode under the attack of the time storm. Such a serious injury instantly caused him to lose all his combat power. This was a true defeat at the hands of Long Chen, a defeated opponent. It hadn't been that many days. The surrounding people didn't even have time to be shocked, because they were also injured by the aftermath of the time storm. At this moment, they were busy protecting themselves. Only in this way could the anger in their hearts be slightly alleviated. Towards Su Mu Chen, it couldn't be said that they were friends who had gone through life and death together. However, Long Chen admired a person like him and felt sorry for his death. At this moment, seeing Meng Qingqiu covered in blood, this was also his repayment, but it was far from enough. A life for a life. How could a little injury be enough to atone for a crime? Meng Qingqiu's strength surpassed the ordinary 6 paths of reincarnation by too much, but he was still crushed and defeated by Long Chen. This fact quickly spread, and his progress made people nervous again. In their eyes, he was like a wild horse out of control, and they couldn't catch up with his progress. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached a level that young disciples could only look up to. Even the geniuses of the older generation were no match for him. It was estimated that in this world, only the experts of the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm could suppress him. But it was only a matter of time before he surpassed them. It was too terrifying. No one was more excited than Meng Qingqiu. His blood-covered body of the primordial demonic dragon climbed up from the sea of blood again. At this time, there were already many late-stage 6 paths of reincarnation realm warriors protecting him. If he continued to fight, he would undoubtedly die. Meng Qingqiu's heart was already deeply shocked, and he no longer thought that he could be an enemy of this abnormal monster, Long Chen. But he couldn't lose. Yes, even if he lost, so what? Meng Qingqiu endured the pain in his body, gritted his teeth, and coldly looked at Long Chen, smiled and said, "How powerful. At such a young age, you're able to crush me like this. Seeing how heavy your attacks are, you must really want to kill me. Do you have the ability? If you have the guts, then kill me." Haha, Long Chen, I'll be honest with you. Unless you reach the level of the Dragon Emperor, otherwise don't even think about touching a single hair of mine. With the protection of his friends, he felt much more at ease. He had been defeated and was filled with resentment. He only wished to see the pitiful look of Long Chen, who wanted to kill him but was unable to do so. So he let go, and the primordial demonic dragon flew up again, coiled in front of Long Chen, and sneered, "In the end, you still haven't figured out your own identity. You originally belonged to Eternal Dragon City, but they all abandoned you. That's why you were taken in by us. Remember, this is not your territory, but our territory. Your father is already dead, so other than being a genius, you're nothing." At this point, Meng Qingqiu and the others roared with laughter. Laughing aggravated his injuries, and he immediately clenched his teeth in pain. "Long Chen, don't overestimate your ability. Let me tell you, you don't have the ability. I was stupid before and gave you a chance to fight me, but now, it'll be hard for you to even touch me. Private fights are forbidden between mystical dragons. If you don't repent, you'll be sent to heaven blood hell to enjoy eternal bliss. From now on, try and touch me." There were no words to describe his shamelessness. Meng Qingqiu was a shameless person to begin with. He could not compare to the descendants of other experts, and he was arrogant inside. He was purely a hooligan who could do anything. When he realized that he was no match for Long Chen in battle, he decisively gave up fighting and turned to humiliate Long Chen. Every word he said led the crowd to mock Long Chen for overestimating himself. Indeed, in the face of absolute power, Long Chen was a youth equivalent to a prisoner. He had no right to be arrogant, and he could not do anything to Meng Qingqiu. From the beginning to the end, Long Chen's gaze was cold, and he looked at him expressionlessly. He laughed maniacally and said, "Try and touch me. In your heart, you must really want to kill me, right? That feeling is torturing you to the point of insanity. You must be enduring it, cursing me crazily, right? But in your heart, you're afraid. I have so many people, you definitely can't kill me, and you're also afraid that my father will make your life a living hell, but I'm mocking you. So you must be feeling very sullen, right? Young man, you're really too childish to fight with me, Meng Qingqiu. I advise you to come and kill me. It's not good to be stifled, right?" He laughed loudly. His provocative words were spoken, but Long Chen was still indifferent. The crowd laughed loudly. In their impression, Meng Qingqiu was such a person. So what if you were a genius? He could still force you to your death. Countless people surrounded and laughed, mocking Long Chen for not having the guts to do so. Meng Qingqiu thought that he had Long Chen under control, and he became even more unbridled. His guard was gradually loosening. Long Chen had been waiting for this moment. Who was the real idiot here? That would depend on the result. At that moment, Long Chen's ancient blood spiritual dragon body suddenly went berserk. First, it was the power of the 14th temper. For the first time, Long Chen was hysterical. He had made ample preparations to kill Meng Qingqiu in one blow. While his opponent was mocking him, he was preparing a killing blow. This time, it was the 14th temper. For the first time, he fully displayed the power of the 14th temper. A total of 14 giant spheres formed around him, each more than 100 meters in diameter. Sun, moon, stars, wind, fire, water, earth, mountains, rivers, trees. When the power of the 14th temper was combined, it formed a terrifying might. He's going to attack. Everyone, kill him. There were 6 or 7 commandant-level experts protecting Meng Qingqiu. Their strength was not far from Meng Qingqiu's, and they were on the same level as Yi Yushi and the others. Because there were so many of them, they were so confident. But did numbers really matter? To Long Chen, it did not matter. He had the 14th temper. Just as everyone was protecting Meng Qingqiu, all of them unleashed their divine abilities and charged toward Long Chen. Long Chen unleashed the power of the 14th temper. He used 2 sacrifices to deal with one person. Long Chen didn't hope to seriously injure them. He just wanted to stall them for a bit. Rumble. There was a violent explosion in the air above the sea of blood. The power of the 14th temper burst forth, forming a terrifying shockwave that blasted the surrounding sea of blood away. Vast amounts of blood rushed into the massacre dragon city. Rage. Roar. Everything was unleashed at this moment. Meng Qingqiu, who had previously been mocking Long Chen, had a bad premonition when he saw his friends being entangled by Long Chen's 14th temper. He had still underestimated Long Chen's courage, underestimated this youth's unyielding character. Therefore he had come to kill. The blood spike pierced through the encirclement of the commandants, charging towards Meng Qingqiu without hesitation. It was so resolute, so courageous. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone was looking at the terrifying blood spike. In fact, in terms of single target attack power, the blood spirit spike was much stronger than the time storm. However, after he used the blood spirit spike in his divine dragon form, even the heavens and earth were pierced, let alone Meng Qingqiu. As for his friends, they were still battered by the power of the 14th temper. No, no. Meng Qingqiu's eyes widened. He could feel the aura of death. That terrifying sense of crisis caused his heart to crumble. All his self-confidence vanished. Stop, or you'll die. Meng Qingqiu could not believe it. Was Long Chen really not afraid of death? For Su Mukin, who had nothing to do with him, he would never understand Long Chen. Therefore he could not understand why he was so resolute, so courageous. No, it can't be like this. In the end, Meng Qingqiu wanted to cry. But it was useless. Everyone could only watch as the blood spirit spike pierced through the primordial demonic dragon's head. No one could resist it. The blood spirit Spike turned back into the primordial spiritual blood dragon. He was still cold and indifferent. He did not react to killing the primordial demonic dragon. The primordial origin demon dragon's eyes were wide open. His head had a hole in it, and his face was lifeless. He was still in shock. After that, his corpse fell heavily into the blood sea. This time, he didn't get up as quickly as before. In fact, he didn't move at all. At this time, Meng Qingqiu's captains finally got rid of the power of the 14th temper. They stared blankly at Long Chen, then at the ground below. Everything that Meng Qingqiu had said before was actually so sarcastic. This was going to be a mess. He's dead. Everyone was almost lifeless. They looked at Long Chen in shock and awe. Their hearts were in turmoil, and their minds were blank. Long Chen's proud and domineering figure was deeply engraved in their minds. This was the second time. The first time was when he defeated Jiang Ming and became the first on the Hidden Dragon ranking. In fact, when he defeated Di Shang, it would not have caused a stir. A monstrous genius had appeared out of nowhere. This. Hurry up and inform Emperor Tianmu. Everyone immediately panicked. We can't let him escape. The captains' faces were pale. They surrounded Long Chen in a sorry state. They continuously transformed into dragons, and in an instant, many dragons surrounded Long Chen. They would not rest until he was dead. They were nervous and angry. It was clear that it would be difficult to end today. What's going on? At this moment, there was a loud shout. An old man in blood-colored armor appeared in the surroundings. This was a blood dragon general. Like the Dragon Tomb General, a blood dragon general could only be a 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm expert. Because of the delay, he did not expect such a big thing to happen, so he came a little late. The son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor killed Captain Meng. Someone shouted loudly. What Captain Meng? Asked the blood dragon general. Meng Qingqiu. When he heard this name, the blood dragon general's expression changed drastically. He looked back at Long Chen. Seeing that he was still indifferent, he said, You're dead. Chapter 21:38. Long Chen didn't believe it. He wasn't dead, only incapable. Meng Qingqiu's identity and status were subtle. He was brothers with most of the experts in the Slaughter Dragon City, and he had a powerful father behind him. Basically, not many people in the Slaughter Dragon City dared to provoke him, let alone kill him in this place. The Blood Dragon General was shocked, but he was relieved when he thought of something. He ignored Long Chen and looked at the blood sea below. Commandant Meng is not dead yet. He's an ultimate divine dragon. Ultimate divine dragons have divine cycles and can live twice a year. Someone suddenly shouted in excitement. Everyone looked at each other and finally looked at the blood sea below. Sure enough, the blood sea was tumbling and vaguely, a more powerful aura was forming. Meng Qingqiu was being reborn. Long Chen had forgotten about this. Back then, he had asked Su Mukan about the Tai Chi deity and divine cycles. It was a very strange phenomenon. Back then, Su Mu Chen thought that all the super dragons would encounter the Tai Chi deity, but that wasn't the case. Only a small portion of the heaven-defying super dragons and all the ultimate dragons would encounter the Tai Chi deity. The primordial demonic dragon belonged to the tier between the super dragons and the ultimate dragons. Therefore, it wasn't strange for them to encounter the Tai Chi deity and obtain a chance to be reborn. In fact, most super divine dragons couldn't encounter the Tai Chi deity. As for the Tai Su deity, it was possible for the supreme divine dragons to encounter it. But the Tai Shi deity had never been seen since ancient times. Lin Ming was killed because he didn't have the divine cycles. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to resist the power of the Tai Shi deity. But when Meng Qingqiu inherited Su Mukan's blood essence, the nature of the divine cycles was transferred to him, which led to his rebirth. This time, he really only had one life left. Don't go. Many people will come to settle the score with you. The Blood Dragon General glared at Long Chen and went down. He controlled the blood sea and used godhood power to shake the water away. At this moment, Meng Qingqiu's human figure appeared below. After being reborn, his strength was even more unprecedented and savage. His eyes were also more terrifying than before. Finally, he opened his eyes and saw Long Chen. When he saw that there was a Blood Dragon General around him, he breathed a sigh of relief and said with a cold smile, I told you that you can't kill me at all. Are you admitting defeat now? Brat, you're still too young to fight with me. With a face full of ridicule, he walked to the Blood Dragon General and said respectfully, Uncle Juan, this little thing is really disobedient. He almost killed me. What do you think I should do? The appearance of a 7-star Samsara Tribulation Realm expert could be considered to have completely severed the possibility of Long Chen killing Meng Qingqiu. Moreover, experts would arrive one after another. Now, Long Chen could only wait for his trial. Previously, he was still awe-inspiring, but in the blink of an eye, he had become so pitiful. It really made the onlookers feel relieved. Long Chen killed people without distinguishing right from wrong, which really made everyone hate him. The Blood Dragon General's face was gloomy. Meng Qingqiu's father was the person he needed to please. Now that Meng Qingqiu had given him this opportunity, how could he not take advantage of it? Thus, he placed his hand horizontally and shielded Meng Qingqiu behind him. He looked at Long Chen with his torch-like eyes and said in a bone-chilling voice, This boy publicly attacked and killed the Blood Dragon Army senior captain in public. He did not ask for any reason and has no respect for the law. According to the rules of the 5 great dragon cities, he should be sentenced to death for such an act. There is no need to care about his background. Even if he is the son of heaven, if he breaks the law, he will be punished the same as a commoner. However, since this is his first offense, I suggest that he be imprisoned in heaven blood hell for 1,000 years to make him repent. What do you think? Meng Qingqiu knew that it seemed that Long Chen was not afraid of heaven blood hell, but there was no comparison between 1,000 years and 10 days. Maybe after 1,000 years, Long Chen would not be human anymore. Therefore, he was very satisfied with this result. In front of everyone, he laughed at the Blood Dragon General and said, Uncle Juan, hurry up. This guy is very cunning. Don't let him escape. Your divine power is a fatal threat to any warrior below the 7-star Samsara Tribulation Realm. The Blood Dragon General smiled and said, Of course. As he said the last word, he had already rushed toward Long Chen. He and Meng Qingqiu were connected. As soon as he attacked, he naturally showed no mercy. With a wave of his hand, the divine power was released and condensed into a big blood-shaped hand, grabbing toward Long Chen. The big blood-shaped hand seemed to be made up of countless resentful souls. It was covered with symbols full of evil qi. It rotated violently and released terrible power. Long Chen's expression did not change at all from beginning to end. Under such pressure, he escaped into the river of time. Back in the Massacre Dragon's graveyard, the generals of the Dragon's graveyard had not been able to find him. At this moment, he successfully evaded their godly powers and escaped. In the end, he appeared next to Li Xuanji. Where did he go? Everyone was instantly stunned. Meng Qingqiu suddenly became a little nervous. However, when he saw Long Chen on Li Xuanji's side, he shouted angrily, Don't even think about escaping. You are the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor and have done whatever you want. Don't even think about escaping. Without saying a word, the Blood Dragon General chased after Long Chen. To be honest, he was very surprised that Long Chen had escaped from his control. Facing them, Long Chen suddenly asked, It's funny. I'm fighting Meng Qingqiu here, which is treason and evil. However, some people attacked the young dragons of the Young Dragon Palace, threatened them, stole their essence blood of inheritance, and even killed them to keep their mouths shut. Why can't they be punished by heaven and earth for such evil deeds? People who use their power to do evil should be killed. Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment. In fact, they didn't know what Long Chen had said, but they had heard about it. Meng Qingqiu suddenly changed his inherited essence blood, which caused a great sensation in the Slaughter Dragon City at that time. At first, it was said that the Sky Curtain Emperor had given it to his son. But later, someone found out that someone from a Young Dragon Palace, named Xueqi, had died for no reason and had just joined the Slaughter Dragon City. In this way, many people actually knew the truth. This matter did have a bad influence in the Slaughter Dragon City. However, because Meng Qingqiu was a tactful person and had been bribing people everywhere, basically everyone would do him a favor. This matter had passed, but now that Long Chen mentioned it, everyone understood why he attacked Meng Qingqiu. Seeing their embarrassed expressions, even the Blood Dragon General stopped for a moment. Long Chen continued, The truth is obvious. I think I don't need to say more. The dead person has a close relationship with me, which is why I'm going to fight him to death today. It's obvious who has done more wrong. No matter what you think of me, I have to do one thing. Everyone was stunned. Meng Qingqiu was also stunned. Now that he had lost the support of the people because of Long Chen's words, he was really embarrassed. But he couldn't admit defeat. Since he couldn't kill him openly, he would do it by force. He conveyed his intention to the Blood Dragon General. The Blood Dragon General nodded and said, "This guy is obviously not convinced. I'll kill him." At this moment, under everyone's attention, he held his breath and walked towards Long Chen. What is he going to do? Everyone paid attention to what Long Chen had said before. Could it be that he wanted to kill Meng Qingqiu in front of a 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm powerhouse? He had already killed Meng Qingqiu once. If that was the case, it could only be said that Long Chen was too bold. For a moment, everyone held their breath. At this time, the Blood Dragon General no longer showed mercy. He condensed a big bloody hand with both hands and grabbed at Long Chen. Xuanji. Long Chen was ready. This was the last time he had to finish the battle quickly. Li Xuanji had already understood. That was why Long Chen came to his side. At this moment, Li Xuanji, who was standing next to Long Chen, turned into an illusory mist and entered Long Chen's body. The Yin Demon's arrival instantly doubled Long Chen's overall strength. It was as if there had been a leap in the realm. The Taisha divine force was boosted by multiple powers, and it was no longer a problem to resist the divine power of a 7-star Samsara realm warrior. In fact, even if Meng Qingqiu was reborn, Long Chen wouldn't care. If he could kill him once, of course he would kill him again. At this moment, he didn't hesitate to attack. He had to be fast. His performance once again exceeded everyone's imagination. At this moment, he didn't retreat but charged towards the Blood Dragon General. He took out the God-slaying sword and the sword light soared into the sky, blocking the Blood Dragon General's attack. But this was not the point. The point was that he instantly split into 5 doppelgangers. Before everyone could figure out what was going on, the 5 ancient god corpses instantly passed the Blood Dragon General and surrounded Meng Qingqiu. Around him were 5 people who looked exactly the same. Meng Qingqiu was stunned for a moment, and the 5 doppelgangers suddenly attacked. What? The Blood Dragon General was taken aback. He condensed the divine power into a wheel that connected heaven and earth, forming a powerful repulsive force that sent Long Chen flying. He turned around and went to rescue Meng Qingqiu. The others were also here to protect Meng Qingqiu. Don't make trouble. To his surprise, Long Chen blocked the Blood Dragon General's attack and in the blink of an eye, stood in front of the Blood Dragon General again. Time Storm. Although he only used it in his human form, its power was already far greater than before. With the Yin Demon power of Li Xuanji, the power of the Time Storm was greatly increased. The fierce storm not only suppressed the Blood Dragon General, but also blocked the others who wanted to rescue Meng Qingqiu. At this time, the 5 ancient god corpses played a role. Under Meng Qingqiu's desperate eyes, they once again completely shattered the opponent. Chapter 2139. This time, it was much faster than the last time. Long Chen instantly destroyed the other party with lightning speed, even blocking the Blood Dragon General. However, when his 5 identities returned to his body, Meng Qingqiu had completely disappeared from the crowd. In front of them, everyone was unable to think for a moment. Everyone's minds were blank. Looking at this scene, the meaning of this killing was different from the previous one. This time, it meant that Meng Qingqiu could not be reborn at all. Long Chen didn't do anything. This was his original plan, regardless of whether Meng Qingqiu was alive or not. He wouldn't let him live no matter what. Now that he had completed this mission, he felt very relaxed in his heart. It could be said that he had no regrets. As for Li Xuanji, no one knew what was going on, so Long Chen didn't care. As for how to deal with the aftermath, he actually had a plan in his heart. He wasn't afraid of the so-called Sky Screen Emperor. The Dark City Lord had long been frightened by what had happened here. Long Chen came to his body. He let Li Xuanji out and then said to the Dark City Lord, "All right, you can take her away." Yes. The Dark City Lord was a little worried. Li Xuanji wanted to say something, but Long Chen interrupted her and said, "I have confidence in my heart." These words made Li Xuanji feel very at ease. Thus, under the protection of the Dark City Lord, she slowly left in the dark. At this moment, Long Chen turned around to face the many dragon warriors who had slaughtered the dragon city. At this moment, there were even more warriors rushing over from all directions. The one closest to Long Chen was undoubtedly the blood dragon general who Meng Qingqiu called Uncle Pei. He bore the responsibility of taking revenge on Meng Qingqiu, and Meng Qingqiu was gone so easily. It was equivalent to causing a huge disaster. For a moment, his entire body was covered in cold sweat and his scalp went numb. "Brat, you. He pointed at Long Chen, so angry that he couldn't speak. The others were even more stunned, not daring to approach Long Chen. Now, he was no longer Long Chen's main opponent. Long Chen didn't want to bother with him. After such a long time had passed, the things that had happened here were probably going to cause a sensation in Dragon City. It wouldn't take long for it to reach the heavenly Blood Hell's Slaughter Dragon tomb. Sure enough, just as the Blood Dragon General was about to control Long Chen to atone for his sins, the Blood Dragon General was about to redeem himself. Long Chen felt a terrifying might descend on him. He raised his head and saw a gray-robed figure. The thin old man in the robe was already floating in the air. He had a head full of white hair, and his eyes were bulging. His face was full of wrinkles, relatively old, but extremely terrifying. Even though he didn't make a move, Zhou Yu's face was full of wrinkles. The surrounding wind and thunder surged, forming an 8 trigrams formation that spun around him. The 8 trigrams formation spun, vaguely affecting the entire Qian Kuan world. It was related. This person stared at Long Chen, and an aura of death instantly surged towards him. This person was undoubtedly Emperor Tian Mu. He looked at Long Chen and didn't say anything. At this time, everyone was shocked and quickly dropped to their knees. On the ground, they shouted in unison, "Greetings, Emperor Tian Mu." For a moment, there was a tide-like sound. Emperor Tian Mu was indifferent to them. At this moment, he already knew everything. He understood Long Chen's identity. That pair of eyes made Long Chen very uncomfortable. "A life for a life. You should be prepared." Emperor Tian Mu's clear voice echoed between heaven and earth. Long Chen's eyes were sincere as he said, "Of course not. I killed him for justice. Everyone knows about the inheritance of the ancient demon dragon. The deceased is someone who is close to me. I killed him just to give him an explanation, and also to give a fair explanation." Emperor Tian Mu wasn't in a hurry to make a move. As expected, Long Chen made him a little afraid. He naturally knew that Long Chen was involved too much. At this moment he said, "He's a person from Dragon City, my son. Even if he's wrong, it's still up to me. The higher-ups of Dragon City are investigating. I'm the one who will discipline him. When is it your turn to make a move? If you make a move without permission, it's actually murder. You will be punished. Are you ready?" Long Chen knew that he wanted to win the hearts of the people before killing him. When the time came, the 3-Dragon Emperor would blame him. He had plenty of excuses to reprimand him, but Long Chen didn't want him to do so. His son had died, and he could still endure so silently. He was definitely a terrifying person. Who will deal with it? How many days have passed since this incident? My friend is just a nobody. You were just a pawn who joined the Slaughter Dragon City, but you were bullied by others and lost your life. You cover the sky with one hand and condone your son's evil deeds. Who will redress our grievances? Will you deal with it? No, you won't at all. So today's result is that I want to get a real justice for the dead. I'm not a murderous maniac, but some people are the cancer of time and have to be eradicated. I don't want to harm others." In terms of eloquence, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Even Emperor Tian Mu didn't have any reason to do this. The truth of the matter was very clear. It was useless to quibble. Just as Emperor Tian Mu couldn't help but want to disregard everything and attack directly, in the sea of blood. The waves rolled, and a blood-red middle-aged man appeared in front of Long Chen. It was Xuelong Emperor Xueqi. He openly killed my son. Are you going to stop me? Emperor Tian Mu fell down. If it weren't for Xueqi blocking him, the pressure would have hit Long Chen. If that was the case, Long Chen's body would definitely collapse. Xueqi shrugged and said, "To be honest, this matter has nothing to do with me. I don't want to get involved in this mess. To me, the death of a commandant is just a small matter, right?" Emperor Tian Mu snorted and stared at Long Chen. "That's because the one who died wasn't your son. He was your descendant." Xueqi smiled and said, "Sky, I'll tell you the truth. I came here today to deliver the message from the Three-Dragon Emperor. He casually summoned a blood cloud and enveloped him, Emperor Tianmu, and Long Chen. The people below couldn't see or hear, and they were extremely anxious. They all wanted to know what Long Chen's fate was. In fact, Long Chen was actually so courageous. He dared to take such a risk just to uphold justice. This was very rare. The people couldn't hate him as much as before. In the blood cloud, Emperor Tianmu looked at the two coldly and said, "The Three-Dragon Emperor, what do you mean? What do you mean?" Xueqi didn't answer directly. Instead, he laughed and said, "I heard that you've been quite honest in the past few hundred years. Not only did you not complete your mission, but you also condoned your subordinate son's misdeeds. At any rate, the Three-Dragon Emperor have been wanting to warn you for a long time. Today, I'll take this opportunity to communicate with you. Send a message. Slaughtering Dragon City is not your world. You have to follow the rules." Hearing this, Emperor Tianmu's expression changed greatly. He became very gloomy and frightening. He gritted his teeth and looked at Long Chen. "So, today they're going to protect this dog. The son of a thief. Let him continue to be arrogant and get away with it." There was a strong unwillingness in his voice. If it weren't for the pressure from the Three-Dragon Emperor, he would have attacked from the beginning. He wouldn't have endured it. Now, he only hated himself for coming too late. He was very confident in his son. Moreover, Meng Qingqiu still had 2 lives. He wouldn't die no matter what. He didn't care at all. He only thought it was a simple competition. He didn't even think that Meng Qingqiu would lose. He gave it to Long Chen. When he first heard that Meng Qingqiu had died, he rushed over. He didn't expect that he would be the second one. "This life died so quickly," Blazing Sanguine said helplessly. "This is probably not something you can manage. Your mission is to kill dragons. Your mission is to kill the Three-Dragon Emperor. As for his punishment, I think the Three-Dragon Emperor will personally announce it. I'm sorry for losing your son, but to be honest, your son didn't live up to expectations. It's not bad that he fell into his hands this time. After all, it's not like you don't know. What's the heaviest crime in our 5 great dragon cities? It's stealing other people's inherited blood essence. It's a young dragon's blood essence. Although you suppressed this matter, the Three-Dragon Emperor also knew. He just didn't punish Meng Qingqiu." At this point, Tianmu Emperor's face was pale. He knew that this time, he was completely defeated. He knew it. He fell into Long Chen's hands. He even lost a son. Even the Three-Dragon Emperor flipped out at him. He looked at the two coldly and said, "If that's the case, then I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of sentence will the Dragon Emperor give to this son of a dog who killed without permission?" Xueqi said, "I can't guarantee it. It depends on the Three-Dragon Emperor's opinion." Tianmu Emperor looked at Long Chen and sneered. "Just wait and see. I've already killed you. I've got my eyes on you." With that, he withdrew and disappeared into the blood cloud in the blink of an eye. In front of everyone's eyes, Tianmu Emperor knew that he couldn't do anything to Long Chen now, so he decisively left. However, Long Chen didn't feel at ease because of this. He knew that this expert would definitely bring him untold dangers. Of course, as long as he was in Dragon City, he couldn't do anything to him. Long Chen would need at least 10 years to leave this place. "I'll give myself a goal. Within 10 years, I'll surpass the late-stage 8 trigrams reincarnation Emperor. Long Chen secretly made up his mind. The closer one reached the reincarnation tribulation realm, the more terrifying it was. Long Chen's current combat strength was comparable to the late-stage 6 paths of reincarnation, but he wasn't too confident. Within 10 years, he would definitely be able to defeat Tianmu Emperor and resolve his worries. Tianmu Emperor was at the level of the Chaos Star Master and Yang Yu. To be honest, if it wasn't Long Chen, others might not be able to catch up to him even if they spent 10,000 years. It would be laughable if word spread that it took 10 years to catch up to them. However, Long Chen was still confident. Of course, the premise was that the Three-Dragon Emperor didn't punish him. This time, he had really gone overboard. You really don't let people feel at ease at all. You offended Tianmu Emperor. The heavenly blood hell is his territory. You definitely can't go there anymore. Tell me, where do you want me to put you? You're fine. Xueqi said sarcastically. Long Chen said, I made such a mistake. The Three-Dragon Emperor won't punish me. Xueqi asked. You killed his son. One day, Tianmu Emperor will definitely punish you. The Dragon Emperor will be the one to punish you. In that case, it seemed to make sense. Long Chen was helpless. He said, let's do what we need to do. Xueqi thought for a moment and said, I'll let you go to the Young Dragon Palace and be the newcomer's teacher. What do you think? Today was the last day of the annual meeting. He had to attend the China Writers Association seminar and take the high-speed train back to Wuhan in the afternoon. He would probably reach home at 12 p.m. He couldn't update 2 chapters, so he updated 1 chapter. However, the other chapter would be added later, so he owed 2 chapters. Chapter 2140. Even Tianmu Emperor couldn't do anything to Long Chen. Tianmu Emperor left angrily. Everyone was stunned. They had thought that Long Chen wouldn't have a good ending. To be able to leave safely after killing the Sky Curtain Emperor's son was simply a miracle. However, miracles only happened to Long Chen, which meant that Long Chen's status in Slaughter Dragon City far exceeded everyone's imagination. He was someone that none of them could afford to provoke. Meng Qingqiu had paid the price for his decision. Although the crowd was still unwilling, they became more vigilant from now on. There was basically no one left who dared to go against Long Chen and make sarcastic remarks about him. This was the result of Long Chen's challenge and hard work. When everyone didn't recognize him, it was useless to clamor. He used his wisdom and strength, as well as his understanding of human nature, to overcome everything and become the object of everyone's fear. But Long Chen was attracted by another thing at the moment. The Young Dragon Palace. Thinking about it carefully, it should be the place where Xueqi stayed. It was also the place where every new dragon warrior joined the Slaughter Dragon City, and it was also the place where his life ended. If Long Chen had followed his original plan, he would have joined the Young Dragon Palace even if he hadn't been to the battlefield of gods. But with his talent, it was likely that he would have become a sacrifice for people like Xueqi. Fortunately, his life path had deviated from his original plan. Can't I just find a place in the Slaughter Dragon City and stay in the Red Dragon Palace for 10 years? Long Chen asked. Xueqi shook her head and said, then you will really be imprisoned. You need to blend in here. The 3 dragon emperors don't want you to think that they sent you here purely out of malice. I suggested the Young Dragon Palace. It's a very casual job, at least much easier than the Sky Blood Hell. You just need to deal with some children. It won't hinder your cultivation. Okay. Long Chen didn't care. Besides, he also wanted to go to the place where Xueqi had stayed. The most important task was still to cultivate. He had to leave this place in 10 years. At that time, people like Emperor Tianmu would definitely hunt him down in secret. At this time, the Dark City Lord had already left with Li Xuanji. I'm safe. Don't worry about me. Due to the connection between Yin demons, with a thought from Long Chen, his voice would ring out in her heart. All right. Li Xuanji's voice rang out. It was obvious that she was relieved. More and more onlookers began to disperse under Xueqi's cold gaze. However, their eyes were filled with respect for Long Chen, and they no longer dared to underestimate or provoke him. It would probably be a long time before they left. Report to the Young Dragon Palace in 10 days. I'll make arrangements for you. Crimson soon left as well. When Long Chen returned to the Red Dragon Palace, he first told Lingxi about Xueqi and what had happened today. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they had chatted for a long time without realizing it. Lingxi was quite anxious on the Sky Dragon planet. Don't worry. I'll stay here for 10 years. When my strength is comparable to Aunt Yu's, it won't be a problem for me to accomplish anything. That day is not far away from me. When you integrate with the star nucleus, you can come and accompany me for the remaining 9 years. I've thought it through. Now I can only intimidate some people. I'm about to fulfill my father's last wish. I need at least the strength of Aunt Yu. Only then will my words carry real weight. For ordinary people, the distance between him and Yang Yu was like the distance between an ordinary warrior and a peak expert. Others couldn't even dream about it, even if they spent tens of thousands of years. However, for Long Chen, who had the ancestral dragon body and 3 ancestral dragons, 10 years was not a long time. He was a terrifying genius that had never been born before. Chen, I'll go and accompany you. Lingxi floated in the starlight lake. Her white and tender skin was extremely dazzling under the starlight. She looked like a goddess. Although it had only been a few months, Long Chen missed her very much. In the next 10 days, Long Chen worked hard to consolidate his cultivation. 10 days later, Crimson came to find him. Long Chen didn't say anything and left with him. The infant dragon palace was in the northwest of the Slaughter Dragon City, occupying a large area. There were hundreds of thousands of One Yuan Tribulation and Yin and Yang Tribulation dragon warriors, who were the new blood of the Slaughter Dragon City. Therefore, the Blood Dragon Army was guarding the periphery, and there were even experts in charge to ensure their safety. The expert in charge of the infant dragon palace was in the early stage of the 8 trigrams reincarnation realm. His title was Thousand Snow Emperor. Thousand Snow Emperor's strength was about the same as that of the glorious Dragon Emperor and the Azura Star Lord. She was a white-haired woman who was about the same age as Crimson Emperor. She was a warrior of Long Qinglan's generation. She was very kind and simple, looking like a gentle mother. Thousand Snow Emperor didn't show up often in the infant dragon palace. Everything about her was basically a legend. The young dragons in the infant dragon palace all regarded her as a goddess. She was mysterious and unfathomable, and she was their spiritual belief. Standing in a mysterious palace in the infant dragon palace, she smiled and waited for Long Chen's arrival. At first sight of Thousand Snow Emperor, Long Chen knew that she would be much easier to get along with than the Sky Curtain Emperor, who was in charge of the Heaven Blood Hell and the Slaughter Dragon Graveyard. Long Chen greets Thousand Snow Emperor, Long Chen said with cupped hands. Dispense with the formalities. Crimson Emperor stepped forward and said, I'll leave him to you. Try not to make trouble for him. Then, Crimson Emperor didn't linger. He turned into a blood-colored mist and disappeared instantly, leaving Long Chen to face Thousand Snow Emperor. Come with me. Thousand Snow Emperor smiled gently and walked gracefully in front of Long Chen. Long Chen followed her. This woman had an intoxicating temperament. She had the beauty of all the women in the world and made people feel comfortable. She was the polar opposite of Yang Yu's coldness. She suddenly looked back at Long Chen and said with a smile, You look so much like your father when he was young. Long Chen asked, Is Thousand Snow Emperor familiar with my father? They were both from the same generation as Long Qinglan. Thousand Snow Emperor smiled gently and said, Kind of. Is your mother Yang Yu? Long Chen was stunned. How could it be Yang Yu? He shook his head and said, Aunt Yu is my father's maid. I don't think so. As for the rest, I'm not sure. Oh, it seems complicated. Your appearance also surprised me, Thousand Snow Emperor said as they walked. After a while, she said with some emotion, Back then, the person I envied the most was Yang Yu. Of all the women in the world, only Yang Yu could stay by his side. How lucky. It's a pity that she wasn't the one to bear his children in the end. At this point, she lost her composure. Long Chen could feel the strong jealousy of a woman. It seemed that Thousand Snow Emperor had once had feelings for his father. Don't think too much. When he became the strongest in the world, there wasn't a woman in the Dragon God domain who didn't want to be with him. I grew up with him and was easily defeated by him in an important battle. We communicated after that, but so many years have passed in the blink of an eye. She was a little confused. Soon, they arrived at their destination. She said, Let's not talk about the past. There are more than 100,000 baby dragons in the Young Dragon Palace. I've arranged 1,000 of them for you. From now on, you will guide their cultivation and control them. Don't let them do whatever they want. Actually, these people are about the same age as you. They have been cultivating for less than 1,000 years. Only you can subdue the proud people like them. Long Chen listened to her carefully. Of course, his main task was still cultivation. He only needed to intimidate these kids. Also, I didn't tell them about your identity. They have heard too many stories since they were young. If they knew who you are, they would reject you, Thousand Snow Emperor said. It doesn't matter. Seeing that he didn't mind, Thousand Snow Emperor chuckled and said, Don't take it easy. I have a problem on my hands. I heard that the 3 Dragon Emperors want to arrange for you to come here. I was very surprised too. I can hand over some of the naughty kids in the Young Dragon Palace to you. These kids are all troublemakers. They are very disobedient and often do bad things. Their last teacher was just driven away by them. I remember they said that they would punish whoever dared to discipline them. They even set up their own organization called the Battle Dragon Clan. They often bully other baby dragons. When Long Chen heard this, he couldn't help but sweat. He just wanted to relax, But he didn't expect that the Qian Xuehuang would actually arrange for him to be a little restless. Wasn't this forcing him to beat them up? Not only that, but she also wanted to discipline him. What battle dragon clan? How was he supposed to cultivate if they kept bothering him? Thousand Snow Emperor suddenly giggled and said, "What? Are you afraid?" Long Chen wasn't afraid at all. He said, "No. It's just that my methods might be a little rough." "That's okay." Thousand Snow Emperor said, "Of course it's okay. As long as you don't beat them to death or traumatize them too much, it'll be fine." That's not a problem. They were just a bunch of kids. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to take them seriously. In the young dragon palace, all the baby dragons were divided into a clan. Each clan had a large cultivation area. Long Chen followed Thousand Snow Emperor across many areas. There were many plazas below, where many baby dragons were playing. It was a lively and bustling scene. Although they were about the same age as Long Chen, their faces were filled with childishness and were more radiant. The youths were sweating as they fought bravely. A large number of young girls were full of vigor and were extremely beautiful. Cheers and laughter could be heard everywhere. Soft and tender shouts could be heard, making one's heart go numb. Actually, this is where you belong. It's just that you have long surpassed this level. In terms of mentality, you can even be the elder of the children, Thousand Snow Emperor said. Long Chen was a little dazed. He didn't know that he was still so young. "We've reached the Battle Dragon clan. They heard that a new teacher is coming today and seem to be ready to make fun of you." He recommended a book, Great Online Games Era. It was a fantasy-style online game and worth reading. Chapter 2141. They were just a bunch of people who hadn't reached the reincarnation tribulation realm yet. Their experience and cultivation were relatively shallow. Most of them had been trained by the Massacre Dragon City. Only a small number of them had joined the Massacre Dragon City from the outside world. To the current Long Chen, they were no threat at all. Therefore, Long Chen didn't take them seriously. Seeing that Long Chen was so calm, Qian Shuahuang chuckled and said, "Don't be too careless. They have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Many people who came here were forced away by them." Long Chen said, "It's good enough that I have a place to cultivate in peace. If they are mischievous, I'll just teach them a lesson. Anyway, they'll behave. That's for the best." Not far ahead was the War Dragon Temple where the War Dragon clan resided. This was the name they gave themselves. Generally speaking, the young dragon palace was numbered directly. "This is it. I'll take you in and introduce you to them." Qian Shuahuang smiled sweetly. There was a vast land in front of them with blood-colored walls. Inside was the cultivation territory of the War Dragon clan. There were all kinds of resources inside, but what they lacked was someone to discipline them. As soon as they arrived, Long Chen could hear that it was very noisy inside. Not only were there laughter and roars, but there were also sounds of fighting and smashing. Moreover, the commotion was not small. This place was much noisier than other places in the Young Dragon Palace. No wonder Qian Shuahuang said that the War Dragon clan was difficult to discipline. Long Chen followed her and stepped into this place. Looking up, there were rows of buildings in this vast War Dragon temple. There were rooms for disciples, as well as all kinds of towers and palaces built for cultivation and combat. There was no end in sight. However, at this moment, there were thousands of divine dragons flying and playing in the sky above the War Dragon temple. They were so passionate that they forgot everything else and chased after each other. They ignored their surroundings and caused the entire War Dragon temple to be in a mess. From time to time, buildings that had been reinforced with arrays would be destroyed and collapsed. More than 1,000 mystical dragons were fooling around and fighting with no regard for their lives. Such a chaotic scene immediately gave Long Chen a headache. They were indeed a bunch of children. Although they were about the same age as Long Chen, their childishness was too strong, and their playfulness was too strong. The surroundings were filled with laughter and laughter. Seeing them, Qian Shuahuang acted as if she was looking at her own children. Her face was filled with warmth as she stood at the door with Long Chen. She said softly, "Children, don't make a fuss." Although his voice was very soft, with Qian Shuahuang's ability, every child naturally heard him clearly. They were stunned for a moment, then stopped making a ruckus and looked at Qian Shuahuang. When they saw Qian Shuahuang's face, they were instantly stunned. One by one, they rushed forward and looked at Xueqi, making a fuss. Greetings. Greetings, Emperor Xueqi. Since they came here, they had only seen the Thousand Snow Emperor a few times. It was very rare for her to appear in person. She was the guardian of over 100,000 young dragons in the Young Dragon Palace. No matter how rude the young men were, they would be so excited to see her that they couldn't even speak clearly. At a glance, Long Chen saw that they were basically all young boys and girls, youthful and lively, full of vigor and enthusiasm. Their young faces were filled with yearning and passion for the future, as if they had inexhaustible energy. They all widened their eyes and looked at Xueqi, but they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Xueqi smiled gently and said, "Children, this is the new teacher that I've decided to be stationed here to guide your cultivation and protect your safety. From now on, you have to listen to his instructions." Everyone was still a little stunned. They couldn't take their eyes off Xueqi. As for what she said, they didn't care much because they had already guessed it. They were just a little curious that Xueqi brought someone here personally. Moreover, it was someone who was obviously about their age. She asked him to be stationed here to protect them. It seemed to be a little unexpected. All along, those who came here had always been cultivators who had cultivated for at least 5,000 or 6,000 years. There had never been someone as young as Long Chen. "Oh yeah, what should your name be?" Xueqi looked at Long Chen with a sweet smile. She wanted to cover up Long Chen's identity to avoid unnecessary trouble. Long Chen said, "My name is Yang Chen." This was his name back then. It was just right to use it. Everyone's eyes widened as they continued to look at the Thousand Snow Emperor greedily, feasting their eyes. As for what Long Chen was saying, they weren't particularly concerned. Over the years there had been too many teachers who had come here, but basically they had only been here for a few years. There were even some who had left dejectedly within a few days. At this point, Xueqi said, "Remember, you have to listen to his instructions from now on." "Yes." The cultivators of the Battle Dragon clan nodded hurriedly, pretending to be obedient. Xueqi finally said to Long Chen, "That's your residence and cultivation room. I think you know how to deal with it, right?" Long Chen said, "Yeah, just don't let them mess around too much." Xueqi was still very confident in Long Chen. She said, "If that's the case, I'll leave this place to you. I hope you get along well with them." This was the arrangement of the 3 dragon emperors. This place was much better than Heaven Blood Hell. After saying that, Xueqi bid farewell to everyone. The thousands of dragon cultivators watched her leave. When she was completely gone, they started to discuss. "Gosh, I actually saw Xueqi. She's a big shot in the Young Dragon Palace. Yeah. I heard that her strength is close to the top 10 of the Slaughter Dragon City. I'm so lucky to see such a terrifying person in front of me. This is the pride of the Battle Dragon clan. Xueqi actually came to see us in person. Hehe." They seemed to be getting along well. They started to discuss happily. Their topics were all about Xueqi. As for Long Chen, who was still standing in front of them, no one paid attention to him. From now on, the great Battle Dragon clan can boast to others that we've seen Xueqi. Xueqi is so beautiful. I want to become such a beautiful and powerful woman. There must be a lot of people who like her and pursue her. The thousands of them started to talk happily in an instant. Long Chen felt that it was necessary for him to introduce himself so that they could get along well. He had just opened his mouth and was about to say something. At this moment, the dragon cultivators in front of him turned into dragons again and rushed into the clouds of the Battle Dragon Palace. They started to play in the sky, the clouds, and the ground again. They were having a lot of fun and were destroying things everywhere, making it very noisy. In the blink of an eye, they all ran away, as if Long Chen did not exist at all. These guys. Long Chen wanted to laugh. It seemed that even though Xueqi had brought him here, they still wanted to put him in his place. These guys were very smart. Although they were making trouble again and even more excessive, they were actually observing Long Chen secretly. According to their estimation, Long Chen would probably fly into a rage out of humiliation. At that time, they could take the chance to drive Long Chen away. Their biggest characteristic was their unity. That was why everyone who came here was afraid. Once one of them was provoked, everyone would resist and even fight to the death. In the eyes of outsiders, they were a bunch of little lunatics. Long Chen did not think so. He felt that they were quite cute. Since you don't want me to care about you, then I won't care. Who wants to care about you? Long Chen smiled in his heart. Now that he was open-minded, he didn't take the hostility of these little fellows to heart. Just when everyone thought that he would fly into a rage out of humiliation, he acted as if nothing had happened and headed towards his own residence and cultivation room. Everyone was discussing in secret. We talked about him like that, but he actually did not dare to move. He is indeed a coward. That's right. He is about the same age as us. How can he protect us and guide us? He probably can't even beat the boss. To think that a fellow like him would dare to come and teach our war dragon race a lesson. He's truly too gutsy. They were youthful, passionate, and untamed. Naturally, they did not like people restricting them. The handsome and sunny youths, as well as the young and beautiful, pure and lively girls, all gathered together and looked provocatively at Long Chen's back as he left. A few of them looked at each other, and a cold expression appeared in their eyes. Let's go and think of a way to tease him. They laughed. The young men and girls laughed together. When they thought of how Long Chen had fled the Battle Dragon Hall in a sorry state, they were filled with a sense of achievement and pride. Chase him away first. At night, we will hold a banquet and drink to celebrate. You girls should dance to liven things up. In your dreams. Humph. The beautiful girls gathered together, chattering happily. Their snow-white skin, slender white thighs, and soft whispers that could make one numb could be seen everywhere. Long Chen did not know that he had been targeted. The place that Chen Xuehuang had arranged for him was not bad. The cultivation room was also very spacious, and it was enough for him to cultivate. The only thing that was lacking was that it was too noisy outside. The noise, laughter, and sounds of destruction could easily affect his cultivation. Sometimes, they would even fight outside the entrance of the Dragon Quarter. We are the same age, and yet I have walked so far ahead of them. Long Chen could not help but smile bitterly. These young children reminded him of himself when he was still in Baiyang town. When he had just met Lingxi, he was as passionate as he was today. They reminded Long Chen of himself, so Long Chen did not blame them. He just did not expect that they would cause a commotion so quickly. Just as Long Chen was preparing to cultivate, a few mystical dragons suddenly controlled a large amount of blood-colored seawater and poured it towards the place where Long Chen was cultivating. The surging blood-colored seawater instantly drowned Long Chen's palace. Large amounts of blood-colored seawater rushed to his surroundings, and it was all black in front of him. Long Chen opened his eyes helplessly. These little fellows were too restless. Looking at the sea of blood in front of him, Long Chen was considering if he should go and beat them up. Chapter 2142. At this moment, more than a dozen divine dragons in the sky transformed into human forms. They were all youths, and although their faces were filled with childishness, they were extremely arrogant. They glared at Long Chen with contempt. One of them said, "Listen up, surnamed Yang. This is just a show of strength from us. Our Battle Dragon clan has never submitted to anyone's discipline. Don't provoke us. If you have any ideas, believe it or not, we will kill you." Another said, "That's right. Don't think that you can do anything just because you were brought here by the Thousand Snow Emperor. This Battle Dragon Temple is the territory of our Battle Dragon tribe. We have thousands of ways to torture you. Don't doubt us. We have chased away hundreds of people similar to you. If you know what's good for you, stay here. Remember not to have any ideas about the girls of our Battle Dragon Temple. Just stay here and we won't target you. Surnamed Yang. Remember our words. Looking at you, even if you have the guts of a leopard, you won't dare to go against us. Let me tell you, we are a group of thousands. We are the Battle Dragon tribe. Don't think of disciplining us. We don't need your protection." After the dozen or so arrogant youths finished speaking, they walked over with their heads held high. Long Chen wanted to teach them a lesson, but these youths of the same age as him were also very arrogant and cute. Long Chen casually used the power of the 14th temper to burn the water of the Blood Sea. The surroundings quietened down, and he began to cultivate. This was naturally his first goal. Within 10 years, he would become a supreme expert, and no one would be able to stop him. As for this Battle Dragon tribe, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to manage them. As long as they didn't go overboard, it was fine. It was fine even if they fought. He immersed himself in cultivation once again. The years of cultivation often passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already late at night. Not only did it not quiet down, it became even noisier. Indistinctly, he could hear them laughing. You guys don't know, when we stood there, that guy was so scared that he peed his pants. He almost knelt down to talk to us. Yeah, I told him that we had countless ways to kill him. He was so scared that he begged for mercy, asking us to let him go. He even promised that he wouldn't appear again and would stay there forever. Really? Big brothers, you guys are really amazing. We really worship you. The soft voices of the young girls rang out again and again. Hee hee. They all laughed, as if they were imagining the scene of Long Chen kneeling and begging for mercy. Let me tell you, this surnamed Yong is nothing to fear, they said proudly. At this moment, a crisp female voice said, "Don't brag. If you want to chase after my sisters, you have to do it openly. Don't get touchy. Believe it or not, I'll slap you to death." Suddenly a young man shouted, "Aya, Sister Luo Yen, I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again." What followed was another round of laughter from the girls. They play together. Let's play together. By the way, is Sister Luo Yen going to dance tonight? Someone said expectantly. Later, it seemed that almost everyone had gathered together, and the noise also quieted down. It began to turn into an ensemble of musical instruments such as zither, flute, and flute. The music was sometimes surging, sometimes gentle like water. The boys and girls were immersed in the beautiful music. This was the only quiet time of the day. Luo Yen is so beautiful. Yeah, her dance is so beautiful. The rainbow spirit dragon is really not just for show. It's a pity that she's too fierce. In any case, I don't dare to provoke her. Yeah, but if she's not fierce, who will stand up for the girls? I think she's very good, and I admire her very much. Our Battle Dragon clan needs men and women to work together and be together for life. We have to be united, and we can't let anyone bully us. Only we are allowed to bully others. Yeah, we've agreed that we're all brothers and sisters. No matter what difficulties we face, we can't be separated. We're fated to be together, so we must persevere for life and defeat all those who want to bully us. Although there are 1,000 of us, when our strength is gathered, we're still one person. Hearing these words by chance, Long Chen's opinion of them changed. It seemed that these young and energetic fellows actually had a good relationship with each other. At least they could unite against external enemies and were not scheming. He appeared outside and stood at the top of a tall tower. Meanwhile, the Battle Dragon clan had gathered in a vast crystal plaza. The crystals there were inlaid into a beautiful pattern that emitted a misty light. It was very beautiful at night, and it should be their handiwork. In the center of the plaza, where the light was the brightest, the youths were playing their instruments passionately. In the center, there were hundreds of beautiful girls dancing with the wind. Their movements were synchronized, and they swayed like willow branches. It was very beautiful, and the chirping of orioles attracted Long Chen's eyes. This dance was indeed very beautiful, and it vividly displayed the grace of women. The youths at the side were drooling as they watched. They were very hot and excited, and they wanted nothing more than to raise their heads and roar. Although they were the same age, Long Chen did not have the youthful enthusiasm and passion that they had. Now, all he had left was responsibility and dreams. They were united and loved each other, and lived happily. Long Chen was just a bystander, and did not disturb them. At this moment, among the many dancing girls, one of them saw Long Chen. Her face was covered with a light yellow veil, and she wore a long dress. Her graceful figure was fully displayed, and her slim waist and slender legs were fully displayed. It was very beautiful, and her long hair fluttered in the wind. She was full of vitality. She actually left her original position, and with a light gauze draped over her body, she smiled sweetly, and walked toward Long Chen. "Sister Luo Yen, what are you doing?" Everyone stopped playing music and dancing, and were attracted by the movement of the girl in yellow. Everything came to a halt, and soon, they saw Long Chen standing at the top of the tower. "It's that guy with the surname Yang. Damn it, wasn't he scared by us? Why did he still dare to appear, and even peek at us?" Everyone revealed malicious anger. They were very repulsive towards outsiders. They were very curious as to what Luo Yen was going to do. Long Chen calmly watched as the girl arrived before him. She seemed to have forgotten everything, singing and dancing beside Long Chen, and did not stop her movements. Her long gauze hair fluttered in the wind as she circled around Long Chen. In the air, the delicate fragrance of the girl filled the air. Her yellow veil only covered her nose and mouth, and her pair of eyes, which seemed to be able to speak, were filled with mist. She looked at Long Chen from time to time, and there seemed to be endless emotions hidden in her eyes, which gave people a kind of soft feeling. At this time, under the attention of the crowd, she had already moved a lot closer to Long Chen. There was only half a meter between the two of them, and at this time, this girl named Luo Yan was still dancing. Long Chen knew that this girl definitely had bad intentions, and he wanted to see what she could do. Sure enough, in the next moment, she suddenly covered her slightly full chest and retreated in panic. Her eyes trembled as she looked at Long Chen in disbelief, and she cried out, You actually disrespected me." As soon as these words came out, they saw the resentment in Luo Yan's eyes. She was so angry that her face turned red, and then they saw her holding her chest. In an instant, everyone actually rushed towards Long Chen. "Bastard, how dare you disrespect our sister Luo Yan in front of us? You're courting death. Surnamed Yang, you scoundrel. You were tempted by lust. As a teacher, you actually dared to touch a disciple. You deserve to die 10,000 times over. You don't deserve to stay here. Brothers, let's chase him out." Yeah, chase him out, and at the same time chop off his filthy hands. Sister Luo Yan is so sacred. How can we let him touch her for no reason? They were indeed surprisingly united. Luo Yan had just said a few words, and everyone flipped out. In an instant, over 1,000 people surrounded Long Chen. They didn't even give Long Chen a chance to explain himself, and directly attacked. It seemed like this wasn't the first time they had done something like this. They really had a lot of wicked ideas. When Long Chen was surrounded, the yellow-clothed girl called Luo Yan smiled craftily and disappeared into the crowd. "Back off. I'll teach him a lesson." Suddenly, a loud roar was heard. A purple light suddenly shot over from the east, and instantly entered the crowd's encirclement, appearing in front of Long Chen. His arrival was inspiring. It's Big Brother Pang Hong. He actually came out of seclusion. Big Brother Pang Hong. This is a newcomer. I think his surname is Yang. He actually used his status as a teacher to disrespect Sister Luo Yan in front of us. You have to stand up for the Battle Dragon clan. Yeah, we can't let him look down on us and bully us. From start to finish, Long Chen felt that these little guys were very interesting. Before him was a man with purple messy hair. He was slightly older than the people around him, and his aura was even more majestic. He wore a purple Dao treasure armor that was embedded with gems that contained vast amounts of energy. His eyes were filled with brilliance, and he exuded an aura of nobility. Although he only had the strength of a Yin and Yang Calamity Advanced Stage Cultivator, in terms of combat strength, he was clearly much stronger than the people around him. This young man seemed to be called Pang Hong. Big Brother Pang Hong is a super divine dragon. Moreover, he's the strongest Purple Skies Empyrean dragon among the super divine dragons. He dominates the purple skies. If he makes a move, he'll definitely beat the shit out of this Yang. Yeah, let Big Brother Pang Hong make a move. In an instant, the thousands of people from the Battle Dragon clan dispersed, leaving Pang Hong and Long Chen to face off. Pang Hong's gaze was extremely sharp. He sized up Long Chen and said, "Seems like you're also at the late stage of the Yin and Yang Calamity. Not bad, but if you want to become our teacher and control us, you're still worlds apart. I'll only give you two choices. First, get lost and don't come and provoke the Battle Dragon clan again. We don't need anyone to control us. Second, fight me and I'll chase you away." His temper was more irritable and intense. After he finished speaking, the surrounding youths instantly went into a frenzy. They roared and shouted, filled with the passion of youth. Chapter 2143. Of course, although Long Chen approved of them, it did not mean that he would allow them to create trouble for him. Faced with Pang Hong's forceful interrogation, Long Chen only said two words: attack. Hearing this, Pang Hong sneered. "You've got guts indeed. You're Yang Chen, right? Remember the person who defeated you tonight. His name is Pang Hong. His inherited blood essence comes from the Violet Skies Empyrean Dragon." Enough. Long Chen could not help but smile bitterly. His opponent was too good at torturing people. When the surrounding cultivators were at their most fanatical, Pang Hong roared in anger. His purple eyes emitted a strong ray of light, blasting towards Yang Chen. At the same time he attacked. His hands were covered with veins, and his nails were as sharp as claws. In an instant, many purple dragon scales covered his hands. Swoosh! Pang Hong's claw charged towards Long Chen. His eyes were alert. This was just a test. The sharp claws pierced through space. The Yin-Yang demon's power was already harmonized. It was not bad, but in terms of the nature and quantity of power, it was still worlds apart from Long Chen. Next, the crowd saw a shocking scene. Long Chen did not make any move to resist, allowing Pang Hong's sharp purple dragon claw to hit his shoulder. Whoosh! The crowd seemed to have seen the scene of flesh and blood splattering. They could not help but feel sorry for Long Chen. But in the next moment, there was indeed dead silence. Clang! What they saw was that Pang Hong's dragon claw was repelled. It was covered in blood, and even the dragon claw was broken. But in their eyes, Long Chen's flesh and blood splattered everywhere, was completely unharmed. Not even a mark appeared on his shoulder. This, the crowd was shocked. They hurriedly wiped their eyes, thinking that they had seen wrongly. The most shocked was definitely Pang Hong. He was dumbfounded. Looking at his bleeding dragon claw, and then at Long Chen, it was like a dream. Long Chen was too young, so they had underestimated him. This is impossible. Pang Hong roared in anger. Violet Night Heavenly Palace. He attacked again, and just as he was about to use his life-saving mystic art, Long Chen's figure suddenly disappeared before his eyes. In the next instant, he felt his neck being grabbed by someone. Just as he was about to resist, a terrifying force that he couldn't resist directly lifted his body up and threw it down heavily. What everyone saw was Long Chen suddenly appearing behind Pang Hong, grabbing him by the neck like a kitten. With a casual fling, Pang Hong turned into a violet ray of light, instantly smashing into the ground below. Instantly, it was like an earthquake. The surroundings trembled, and countless houses below were shaken down. Pang Hong's entire body felt as if it had fallen apart. He lay on the ground. The force used was very ingenious. It would not hurt his core, but he did not even have the strength to make a sound. In the blink of an eye, he looked at the youth above him in shock and helplessness. With a groan he fainted. That. Everyone quickly understood what had happened. Long Chen had actually defeated Pang Hong so easily. This unbelievable thing had actually happened. For a moment, their minds were blank, and they stared blankly at Long Chen, who was still standing at the top of the tower as if nothing had happened. Quick! Save Big Brother Pang Hong. Immediately, someone shouted in shock. In an instant, over 1,000 people swarmed over. Most of them stood in front of Long Chen, preventing Long Chen from attacking Pang Hong again. Others went to help Pang Hong up and check his injuries. Although they were aware of how strong Long Chen was, their gazes were filled with fear when they stared at Long Chen. However, they didn't know what kind of courage it took for them to actually support themselves and not take a step back. The gazes of the thousands of people were basically the same, unyielding and united, staring at Long Chen with hatred. No matter how strong Long Chen was, he was not able to scare them. What did this guy do? How could he defeat Big Brother Pang Hong so quickly? I don't know, but we don't have to be afraid. He is definitely not as strong as we imagined. His ability must be limited. If he is really that strong, how could he be in the Young Dragon Palace? There are over 1,000 of us. If we unite, we will definitely be able to defeat him. Brothers and sisters, let's unite and not let this bastard bully us. Let's attack together. I don't believe we can't defeat him. Seeing that Pang Hong was injured, their eyes were filled with anger. Their eyes were bloodshot and filled with passion. They clenched their fists and were ready to fight. Wait. Suddenly, the girl in the yellow dress stood in front of them. She took off her veil, revealing her youthful beauty. Her appearance was extraordinary. At this moment, she was naturally not as charming and crafty as before. She had a panicked expression on her face as she stood in front of everyone. She looked at Long Chen nervously and said, "I'm sorry, I was teasing you before. Don't be angry. I apologize to you. Please don't hurt them." Hearing that, the crowd was in an uproar. Sister Luo Yen, step back. We haven't lost yet. Why should we apologize to him? He is here to restrict our freedom. We didn't listen to him. So what if he is strong? Does he think he can bully us? There are 1,000 of us. Even if we all die in battle, we can't compromise with him. Their eyes were filled with resentment. If this went on, Long Chen would probably not make a move, and they would attack first. Luo Yan was very nervous. After all, today's incident was caused by her on a whim. She looked at Long Chen with pleading eyes. Long Chen didn't want to waste time with them. While they were in a mess, Long Chen waved his hand and said, "That's all. I just want to say one thing. From now on, I will cultivate here in peace. If you don't have anything else to do, you'd better not disturb me. If anyone tries to make trouble in my place again, I won't show mercy." After that, he turned around and left. No one had expected the incident to end like this. He's gone. That's it. They looked at each other. They had a feeling that there should be another big battle. Moreover, Long Chen didn't have the slightest intention of going against them. He only told them not to disturb him and then left. This didn't make sense. Luo Yan watched Long Chen leave. Her eyes were also filled with confusion. "Sister Luo Yan, what's going on?" the crowd asked. "Should we chase after him and kill him?" the youths asked hot-bloodedly. Luo Yan quickly said, "That's enough. Let's not get into trouble first." At this moment, the crowd gathered in front of Pang Hong. Pang Hong slowly woke up. As a super mystical dragon, his recovery speed was astonishing. In addition, Long Chen had no intention of harming him. Therefore, after he woke up, he was already fine. His eyes widened and he said angrily, "Where's that guy? Who's injured?" The crowd said he left. "You're the only one who's injured." "I lost." Pang Hong's mind was completely blank. He looked at Luo Yan and said, "The person who came this time seems to be quite strong. He's not as weak as he looks. This is going to be troublesome. The stronger he is, the more troublesome it will be for us. If he really controls us, we won't have any freedom. We'll still have to listen to him in the future and be slaughtered by him. Yeah, I didn't expect this guy to be so strong. We must find a way to defeat him and scare him away. Tell him not to come to our territory and bully us." The crowd was fired up. At this moment someone said, "We can ask Boss Liang to come out and let him deal with him. Boss Liang is an ultimate mystical dragon." "Yeah, we can only rely on Boss in this situation." Pang Hong, who had messy purple hair, thought for a moment and said, "You're right. We need Liang Tinglai to come out. He's stronger than me and more ruthless. Li Shuangyu, Wind Firewolf, you two go ask Boss Liang to come out. We need to discuss how to deal with this young guy." "Yes." The two little fellows were filled with excitement and hurriedly left the place. Pang Hong named a few people and said, "Come with me. The rest of you wait outside. We'll tell you when we have a detailed plan." The crowd nodded. Their blood was boiling. Long Chen's previous performance had challenged their mental state and made them realize how difficult it was to deal with him. In order to not live under Long Chen's tyrannical power, they had no choice but to resist. According to their experience, the so-called teachers who were stationed here weren't good people. Some of them were rude and unreasonable. Some were lecherous and bullied young ladies. Some even killed people like flies and did not let go of their own disciples. Over the years, more or less, some of their sisters had died in the hands of the people here. Then they were secretly dealt with. The young dragon palace was so big that it would be hard to notice the death of one or two people. As young dragons, even if they were bullied, no one would stand up for them. As time went by, they united and fought together, forming a strong will and strong bond. A dozen of them gathered in a secret room, waiting for their boss to arrive. "Do you think Boss Liang Tang can defeat Long Chen?" Pang Hong shook his head and said, "Although he is strong and can easily defeat me and the 3 talents reincarnation state cultivators, I think all of us will have to work together to deal with this guy. No matter what, we must give him a show of strength and let him know how powerful we are." Luo Yan said awkwardly, "Guys, I think Yang Chen has a good temper. He didn't get angry even though we targeted him many times. If he's easy to get along with, we wouldn't have to." "Shut up." Pang Hong interrupted her. With bloodshot eyes he said, "Luo Yan, have you forgotten how my sister died? These scumbags thought they could do it secretly with their strength and power. They pretended to be sanctimonious and made you lower your guard against them. Let's see how they deal with you when you're alone. Of course, they aren't idiots. They won't deal with us in public. After all, They care about their reputation too. All right. Luo Yan nodded helplessly. At this moment, a chilly wind came from outside. Someone said, "Boss is here." Everyone got excited. They stood up and looked at the door. At this moment, a black figure walked in and appeared before everyone. "Boss." Everyone greeted him respectfully. Chapter 21:44. The one who came into the secret chamber was a skinny man in black. His eyes were as black as ink and had deep eye sockets. Although he was young, he seemed to be very experienced. His eyes showed the vicissitudes and tenacity that his peers didn't have. He had a unique aura of loneliness, which made people feel a little unapproachable. Therefore, his arrival was a little stressful for the others. But no matter what, he was the leader in everyone's eyes. This was Liang Teng, the only ultimate divine dragon in the Battle Dragon tribe. He was also one of the few ultimate divine dragons in the entire Young Dragon Palace. He was ranked at the top of the Young Dragon Palace and was considered one of the most outstanding youths in the Slaughter Dragon City. In the outside world, people like Di Feng were far inferior to him. His current aura had a lot to do with the essence blood he had inherited. Like the 3,000 Star Soul Dragons, he also belonged to the Star Dragon tribe. However, he was more ancient and terrifying than the 3,000 Star Soul Dragons. In the Divine Dragon era, he could be compared to the ultimate divine dragons like the Ancient Blood-Caged Dragon, the Emperor Saint Dragon, and the Dark Emperor Dragon. His name was the Cursed Lone Star Dragon. Liang Teng sat down in the middle in silence. Pang Hong told him everything that had happened. "I think if we don't convince this guy soon, we won't have a good time in the future. Even if we lose, we have to let him know that we are united and not to be trifled with. We are the Battle Dragon tribe." The others echoed, "Brother Pang Hong is right. We can't show weakness. We have already lost miserably today. Next we have to turn the tables. If he thinks we are useless, we will definitely be bullied by him in the future. We can't compromise even if we have to die." Although Luo Yan was a little confused, she knew that her soft-heartedness could lead to a bad ending in the future. Therefore she made up her mind. Everyone was waiting for Liang Teng's decision. His pitch-black eyes turned, and after a long time he said in a hoarse voice, "If that's the case, then let's act now. No matter what methods and plans we use, we will be seen through. It's better to fight fair and square." Hearing this, everyone was a little scared at first. But soon they became excited. "Yes, we don't want to use any tricks. We want to defeat him fair and square and make him fear and respect us. Boss is right." For a moment, everyone's eyes were burning. The flames of youth burned in their eyes. They were filled with passion and hot blood. Most importantly, they were not afraid of death. There was a deep love between them. It was not the love between a man and a woman, but the love between brothers and sisters. "Let's go." Everyone's minds heated up as they thought of the future. They walked out of the secret chamber, and outside, the entire War Dragon race was already waiting for them. "Boss Liang, Big Brother Pang Hong, what should we do?" The crowd began to clamor and ask. Pang Hong pressed his hand down and said, "Everyone, calm down and listen to Liang Teng." For a moment, thousands of expectant eyes fell on the seemingly lonely young man. Liang Teng looked at the crowd and said, "It's simple. We can't surrender. We can only fight. This time, I will take the lead. Everyone just needs to follow me and fight. I want to see if this Yang Chen, who seems to be about the same age as us, can defeat all of us. As long as one of us is still standing, we won't lose. In fact, winning or losing isn't important. What's important is to make him afraid and let him know that the War Dragon race is not to be trifled with." Young meant battle. Hearing this, everyone immediately became excited. They were infected by their hot blood and their bodies were burning. They couldn't help but roar. Thousands of people raised an arm and pointed to the sky, bursting with surging passion. The flames of war were burning in everyone's heart. Pang Hong's long purple hair danced in the wind. He patted Liang Teng's shoulder heavily and said to the crowd, "You're right. We're not afraid of battle or death. What we're afraid of is dying in cowardice. We're not from a prestigious family and we don't have any backing. But we are passionate and we have goals. One day, the War Dragon race will shine and shock the world. Let's work hard together. Today is the most important battle to challenge our authority. Are you all ready? We're ready. Everyone was roaring at the top of their lungs. They clenched their fists and were extremely excited. Their young blood was boiling and their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. When everyone turned their gaze to Long Chen and gritted their teeth, Liang Ting's eyes were cold. He silently rushed to the front, followed by Pang Hong, Luo Yan, Li Shuangyu, and the Wind-Fire Wolf. At the most heated moment, they roared in unison, "Break through the heavens and earth and become a war dragon. Charge!" At that moment, they all turned into divine dragons. Thousands of divine dragons, led by the Black Star Divine Dragon at the front, which was the cursed Lone Star Dragon, charged in Long Chen's direction majestically. Their momentum was unparalleled. Long Chen heard the commotion outside. Even a fool would know that 1,000 of them were charging over. He was just about to cultivate when he encountered something like this. He could not help but feel a little angry. Why couldn't these excited youngsters just calm down a little? Helpless, he could only rush outside. When he stood at the top of the pagoda, the 1,000 mystical dragons charged at him majestically. Even though they were all very young, they were filled with a murderous aura. Ordinary people would really be scared shitless in front of them. Both parties met at this moment. He's here. Defeat him quickly. Let him know how powerful we are. Charge! Thousands of mystical dragons roared and waved their dragon claws. All sorts of mystic arts were thrown at them. Today is our most important battle. We don't need anyone to guide us, and we won't let anyone bully us. Don't even think about suppressing us. Even if we all die, none of us will submit. Hearing this, Long Chen wanted to laugh. They were really children. They were too excited. But Long Chen admired them. Courage was the rarest thing in this world. They had courage and faith. One day, they would become an undefeatable existence, just like Long Chen had been in the past. The one at the front was an ultimate mystical dragon. Actually, when they first arrived, Long Chen had already noticed him. After all, this was the only ultimate mystical dragon, and he was also the strongest here. He should be the leader here. At this moment, the astral mystical dragon was in front of everyone. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He turned into a huge black star with sharp edges. He rolled towards Long Chen, exploding with light. Boss Liang has made his move. Kill him! Everyone shouted together, but at the same time, they were also attacking, just that their speed was slightly slower. Buzz, buzz. The astral mystical dragon descended like a meteorite. In the blink of an eye, black starlight shot out, piercing Long Chen's eyes. The meteorite-like attack headed straight for Long Chen. Don't be careless. Everyone reminded the astral mystical dragon. Just like last time, Long Chen didn't dodge or resist. He just extended a finger and gently moved forward. Next, everyone saw a scene that they would never forget. The astral mystical dragon charged towards Long Chen. The meteorite was hundreds of meters in diameter, but Long Chen pressed it down with a finger. It couldn't move forward at all, let alone injure Long Chen. In that instant, everyone stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at the scene. With Long Chen's current physical strength, it wasn't hard to control this little guy. He exerted a little force with his finger, and the astral mystical dragon's huge body was sent flying. Several mystical dragons went to catch him, but they were also sent flying, crying out in pain. The difference in strength between the two could be seen at a glance. It was like heaven and earth. But the problem was that Long Chen looked about the same age as them. After the Skybane Lone Star Dragon stabilized his body, he looked at Long Chen in horror. His heart was shaking. From the exchange just now, he had a deep understanding of Long Chen's strength. Long Chen was an existence that could simply tear him apart with a wave of his hand. In front of Long Chen, the 1,000 of them were like ants in front of a giant beast. Numbers were also useless. Even if there were 1,000,000 of them, Long Chen would still be able to easily kill them. Stop! Liang Ting couldn't help but shout. But at this time, no one heard him. Everyone was excited, not knowing the difference between them and Long Chen. They gritted their teeth, roared and bellowed. They wanted to fight to the death with Long Chen. All kinds of mystiques were used. Stop, stop! The astral mystical dragon shouted anxiously, but no one could hear him. He had always been the representative of tenacity, but after meeting Long Chen, he understood what it meant to be a moth flying into a flame. He looked at the youth standing on the spire in shock. His expression was calm. The 1,000 mystical dragons didn't seem to exist in his eyes. A person appeared in Liang Ting's mind. That person's image matched the youth in front of him perfectly. These days, Liang Ting seemed to have heard too many legends about him. Only he could be so terrifyingly strong at this age. He saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. The youth standing at the top of the pagoda waved his hand lightly. Thousands of mystical dragons wailed and fell like rain, smashing into the ground. In the blink of an eye, there was no one left between Liang Tang and Long Chen. The children had already taken human form and were lying on the ground, wailing. Of course, their howling proved that they were still alive. No one had died. But a crushing defeat was a fact. You. Liang Ting's mouth was dry as he looked at Long Chen. You still want to come? In the blink of an eye, Long Chen appeared in front of him. The astral mystical dragon was huge, but he was still scared away. Boss, run. Chapter 21:45. Run. Most of the warriors of the Battle Dragon clan had been injured by Long Chen's time storm. Of course, Long Chen had only given them a small punishment. But even so, among them, there weren't many who could truly climb back up. Having been in the young dragon palace for so many years, they had sworn to live and die together. Seeing Liang Tang facing Long Chen, they were so nervous that most of them had gotten back to their feet despite their injuries. They gritted their teeth, trying to stop Long Chen. When they got back to their feet, the Lone Star Dragon, who knew he was no match for Long Chen, turned into a human and stood in front of Long Chen. Everyone was telling him to run, but he knew it was impossible to run away from Long Chen. The speculation in his mind almost suffocated him. He stared at Long Chen in a daze. His eyes were full of shock, and he was speechless. His heart was already in turmoil. To everyone's surprise, Long Chen didn't target Liang Ting. He turned around and ignored Liang Ting. Then he looked at the hot-blooded, restless, and unyielding young men. Long Chen's gaze terrified them, but it didn't scare them away. They stared at Long Chen nervously. Long Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. They were really too interesting. After a period of silence, he suddenly smiled and said, "You guys are quite interesting. I'm not targeting you, nor am I making things difficult for you. Instead, you guys are always making things difficult for me. Why?" Seeing the smile on Long Chen's face, the hot-blooded young men were stunned. "If we don't give you a warning, you will harm us sooner or later," someone said nervously. "I see." Long Chen could tell they were not troublemakers. They were just too sensitive. Or they had encountered too many bad guys and were too young to resist. That was understandable. It was easier to talk to them after understanding them. If he didn't make things clear, these children would definitely be annoyed every day. Long Chen said, "I roughly understand what you mean. Don't worry, I was also arranged to come here. My mission is to protect you and guide you in your cultivation. But if you are not willing, then I am happy to be idle. From today onwards, you can live your life, and I will focus on my cultivation. The two of us will mind our own business. What do you all think?" Hearing this, the crowd was startled, and they exchanged glances with each other. They did not understand what Long Chen was talking about. "You don't have to pretend. You must be." The purple-haired Pang Hong was interrupted halfway through his sentence by someone next to him. Luo Yen covered his mouth and glared at him. Then she said to Long Chen, "Are you saying that you'll just focus on your cultivation and won't disrupt our lives?" It was such a good thing that they couldn't believe it. In the past, everyone who came here used their status to order them around. They didn't even see them as human beings. Unexpectedly, Long Chen nodded and said, "It's rare for us to meet. Please take care of me. We can also become friends. If you need help, you can look for me. But don't be too frequent. I don't have much time. You should go back." Hearing this and looking at Long Chen's warm smile, they were stunned. They looked at each other and couldn't react for a moment. "Let's go." Luo Yen felt a lot more relaxed now that she had a certain understanding of Long Chen. Just when Long Chen thought it was over and was about to leave, the cursed Lone Star Dragon Liang Tang suddenly stood in front of him and looked at Long Chen excitedly. His action attracted everyone's attention again and scared them out of their wits. "What's the matter?" Long Chen's smile disappeared. Liang Tang trembled slightly and asked, "If I may ask, your real name should be Long Chen, Long Chen." Everyone was puzzled. This name seemed very familiar. Long Chen. Didn't you defeat Jiang Ming, the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor? I heard that he's very young, but his strength is terrifying. Pang Hong was halfway through his sentence when his eyes suddenly widened and he looked at Long Chen in disbelief. He's the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, the Long Chen who defeated Jiang Ming. It was unknown who reacted, but there was an uproar. In an instant, everyone's eyes were filled with shock and they looked at Long Chen in a daze. Their expressions were almost the same as Liang Ting's. His identity was seen through. In fact, it was very obvious. Long Chen didn't think much of it. He nodded and said, "That's right, it's me. But there's nothing to make a fuss about. If you want to know your place, it's best not to spread it." When they heard Long Chen's affirmative answer, they finally reacted. Long Chen originally thought that they would despise and hate him like the others, but he didn't expect that the eyes of these thousands of battle dragons would all become fanatical. They surrounded Long Chen with intense passion, unwilling to move their eyes away from Long Chen. This kind of passion rarely appeared in the dragon martial artists of the dragon god domain. It was the same for Liang Ting. Long Chen was a little surprised. He asked, "Now that you know my real identity, won't you find trouble with me? After all, I'm the son of the greatest sinner in the history of some people." "No." Among them, some of them said anxiously. Liang Tang was not good with words, but he still tried his best to say, "We haven't seen the Eternal Dragon Emperor. We only know that he was once the #1 expert, invincible. We have also heard of your story. You are very powerful. In just 2 to 3 years, you rose to the top of the hidden dragon ranking, and even defeated a martial artist of the 6 paths of reincarnation. You are the #1 genius in the world." Even he was a little excited as he spoke. Long Chen didn't expect that there were still his admirers in this corner of the young dragon palace. If they knew that he had just killed Meng Qingqiu, they would probably be even more surprised. For a moment, the way they looked at Long Chen changed from fear to absolute fanaticism. It was because of Long Chen's identity that such a reversal had occurred. In their young eyes, Long Chen saw pursuit and faith. Perhaps in their eyes, he was a hero. This feeling was very rare even for Long Chen himself. "It's him. This genius actually appeared in front of us. No wonder. He's about the same age as us, but his strength is so terrifying." They sucked in a breath of cold air and whispered about Long Chen. In this way, they wouldn't come here to make trouble anymore. Long Chen was very satisfied. At this moment, Liang Teng landed on the ground. He rolled his eyes and suddenly knelt on one knee. In a hoarse voice, he shouted desperately, "Master, you're here to instruct us in cultivation, but I have a request. I wonder if you can accept us as your disciples." Master and master were different concepts. Master was just a title that the disciples of the young dragon palace used for their instructors. It was a master-disciple relationship. For example, Xueqi and Jiang Ming, the relationship between them was more deep-rooted and deeper. Hearing Liang Teng's words, the eyes of the other warriors lit up. They knelt on the ground at the same time, and their voices were uneven. But basically, they all wanted Long Chen to accept them as his disciples. "Master, please accept a bow from your disciple." The members of the Battle Dragon clan were extremely excited. Some of them even skipped the term teacher, and directly addressed Long Chen as master. After all, Long Chen was now their guide, and they naturally had the upper hand. Led by Liang Teng, the warriors all knelt in front of Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had never expected that things would turn out this way. At this moment, their eyes were filled with faith, expectation, and fanaticism. They truly believed in Long Chen, which was why they were kneeling on the ground so sincerely. To Long Chen, this kind of person who could disregard the teachings of his ancestors and completely disregard the burdens he had on him, trusting him and worshipping him was a very rare thing. As expected, they were very interesting. As for accepting so many disciples at once, he certainly didn't have that idea. Now, he didn't even have a single disciple. Under their fervent gazes, Long Chen didn't have the heart to discourage them, so he said, "It's not that easy to become my disciple. It will depend on your future performance. Now, get up and go back to your respective places. I still have to cultivate. Since I've come here, I will carry out the duties that I have to carry out. I will also guide you from time to time, so don't worry." Everyone was a little disappointed. However, Long Chen didn't cut off their chances, which meant it was still possible as long as they performed well. After thinking it through, they couldn't help but trust Long Chen. Their eyes were still filled with fanaticism. Liang Tang, Pang Hong, Luo Yan, and the others were very sensible. They led the crowd and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Luo Yan turned around and said, "Master, our Battle Dragon clan once had someone. He once said that he knew you and fought with you." Long Chen looked at her with burning eyes. He didn't even notice that this girl called him master. Luo Yan was a little nervous. She said, "His name is Su Mukin. We were very close, but he went missing. We searched the entire Young Dragon Palace but couldn't find him. We suspected that he was dead. After all, he's an ultimate divine dragon with great potential, but he doesn't have a backer. It's easy for others to target him, just like Boss Liang." This was a secret that they had hidden in their hearts for a long time. If they hadn't met Long Chen, they wouldn't have said it openly. Everyone was attracted by this. When they thought about Su Mukin, their eyes were still filled with grief and indignation. In fact, part of the reason why they hated Long Chen from the beginning was because of Su Mukin. Hearing this name, Long Chen fell silent. He didn't expect Su Mukin to be here. It was a pity that he came too late. Chapter 2146. Long Chen looked around, as if he could see the days that Su Mu Chen had spent in this place. But it was a pity that it was all in the past, and Su Mu Chen had already passed away. Everyone looked at Long Chen nervously, wondering what Long Chen was thinking. "That's what we're thinking. If he's your friend, maybe you can help us look for him. After all, you're much more capable than us. Even if we know he's dead, we'll still know who killed him, right?" Luo Yan added cautiously. When Long Chen raised his head, everyone held their breaths. He pursed his lips and looked at everyone before he suddenly smiled. "This is indeed sad news. He's dead, and his inheritance blood essence has been taken away." Hearing that, everyone's eyes turned hot. If it wasn't for Long Chen, they wouldn't have been able to control their temper. Just when they were feeling sad, Long Chen continued, "But I've already killed the culprit. It can be considered as taking revenge for him." Hearing that, everyone was a little stunned. Although Long Chen made it sound easy, they knew that anyone who dared to mess around in the Young Dragon Palace must have some background. Long Chen had already killed him. Liang Ting pondered for a while before he probed. That person, could he be Captain Meng of the Dragon Tomb Army? He came here once and was very interested in Su Mu Chen. In fact, they all suspected that person, but they didn't have the ability to verify it. Right now, they were considered a very weak group in the Slaughter Dragon City. Long Chen said, "That's right. It's him. Meng Qingqiu." No one had heard of this news, so their eyes were filled with shock. They roughly knew that Captain Meng had the strength of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Most importantly, his forces were deeply rooted in the Slaughter Dragon City, and he even had the Sky Curtain Emperor as his father. Such a figure was a high-ranking figure in the Slaughter Dragon City, but Long Chen had actually killed him. If someone else said this, the crowd might not believe it, but they subconsciously believed that Long Chen would not lie. In their hearts, the image of Long Chen was once again deeply engraved in their hearts, causing their hearts to surge. In their eyes, Long Chen had long been a hero. Because of Su Mu Chen, they recognized Long Chen even more. Pang Hong asked, "You killed Commandant Meng, Emperor Tianmu?" That was what he was worried about. Everyone was also very worried. Long Chen smiled faintly and said, "It's already been a few days, but I'm still fine. Don't worry, you can all disperse. I'm here, and from now on, no one will be able to bully you." Hearing this, everyone's hearts calmed down. "Master, then we won't disturb you anymore." Luo Yan smiled slyly and quickly left with the girls. Liang Tang and the others also said goodbye to Long Chen and gradually left. After what happened today, the relationship between Long Chen and them finally became normal. There was basically nothing to do in the Young Dragon Palace, so he was very free. From now on, he mainly focused on cultivation. Occasionally, when he was free, he would gather with Liang Tang and the others, chat, and guide them in their cultivation. Within more than 10 days, Long Chen had become very familiar with them. Because of Long Chen's existence, the Battle Dragon clan had undergone great changes. In order to become Long Chen's disciple, every one of them worked very hard and cultivated desperately. If they wanted to make a name for themselves, they had to work thousands of times harder than others. They worked hard and fought. They sweated profusely, but their future was bright. As the days passed, Long Chen basically hung out with them and became very familiar with them. They could even joke with them. Of course, they were still in awe of Long Chen. In terms of strength, he was improving very quickly. At this rate, it was not impossible for him to surpass Emperor Tianmu, Xueqi, Yang Yu, and the others in 10 years. Soon, the Battle Dragon clan had a whole new look. It was no longer as messy as before. Chen Xuehuang had secretly come once. When she saw that everything was in order, she was very satisfied and left. From then on, Long Chen's life became more peaceful. Until one day, he heard a very important piece of news that was also closely related to him. That day, Long Chen and Luo Yan were taking a walk in the Battle Dragon Palace. Luo Yan took the opportunity to ask Long Chen for advice on cultivation. "Master, I heard that you have many beautiful girls with you. Why don't I see them?" Luo Yan asked quietly. Compared to cultivation, the girls preferred to ask questions like Long Chen. Long Chen rolled his eyes at her and said, "It's none of your business. Didn't you want to ask me about cultivation? Hurry up and ask." Luo Yan rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "That's what I wanted to ask. It's fine if you don't want to say it. We also want to see what mistress looks like." Long Chen interrupted her and said, Hey, I haven't agreed to take you as disciples yet. Don't call me that first." As they got to know each other, they realized that Long Chen actually had a good temper, so it became easier to get along with him. Luo Yan giggled and said, "I'll treat you as our master. What can you do?" Long Chen was speechless. It seemed that if he didn't act a little fiercer, they would become more and more troublesome. 2 mystical dragons were fighting in front of them. One of them was a nether sea ichthyosaur. In the era of mystical dragons, there were millions of mystical dragons, and the nether sea ichthyosaur was one of the more bizarre ones. Because it also had the bloodline of a fish, it only occupied a small portion. Therefore, the nether sea ichthyosaur still retained some of the characteristics of a fish. The other was an infinite wind-fire dragon. This mystical dragon had a portion of the bloodline of a wolf. It could control wind and fire, and its speed and attacks were extraordinary. The two were equal in strength, so fighting each other was the best way to increase one's combat experience. The thousands of dragon warriors of the Battle Dragon race often fought like this. These two were Li Shuangyu and the Wind-Fire Wolf. They were youths of the Battle Dragon race and were full of vigor. Seeing Long Chen arrive, they hurriedly transformed into human forms and half-knelt before Long Chen, saying excitedly, "Greetings, master." In fact, up to this day, the thousands of them were shameless. When they saw Long Chen, they directly greeted him like this. Since Long Chen found them pleasing to the eye, he didn't care about it. "All right, get up." Long Chen continued to walk forward and look around. This way, he could relax and it would be beneficial for his cultivation. More and more youths followed behind him. Li Shuangyu moved closer to him and asked, "Master, a few days ago, the Massacre Dragon City was choosing a candidate for the legacy of the young dragons to go to the mystical dragon origin grounds. You are so talented, but they actually didn't look for you?" Long Chen was stunned for a moment. The mystical dragon origin grounds. The name of this place shocked Long Chen. He had never heard of such a place, so he stopped in his tracks. The Wind-Fire Wolf also came forward and said, "Master, it seems like you don't know about the Supreme Grand Ceremony? This is an extremely grand event. The outside world is already in chaos. It's basically only held once every 20,000 years. Supreme Grand Ceremony." Long Chen had never heard of it either. He was very interested in the mystical dragon origin grounds. To have such a title, it wouldn't be simple. He said, "You two, tell me the specifics of the matter clearly." That is the mystical dragon origin grounds. According to legend, it is the place where we dragons were first born. It is said that it is a cave that no one has ever been able to approach, let alone enter. The 10 great ancestral dragons are the 10 most ancient mystical dragons. The eternal god domain used to be called the ancestral dragon realm, where the 10 ancestral dragons reside. The ancestral dragon cave in the easternmost part of the starry sky is also said to be the place where the ancestral dragons were first born. The history of this place is probably hundreds of millions of years. The mystical dragon origin grounds, ancestral dragon cave. Just by listening to this child's description, Long Chen knew that this place was many times more important to the dragon god domain than the battlefield of the deities. That was the true holy land of the human race, while the battlefield of the deities was only the holy land of the ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants, the place where their gods were buried. Such an important place definitely involved many secrets and even hid many unsolved mysteries. Just when Long Chen was most looking forward to it, the Windfire Wolf interrupted Li Shuangyu and said, "It seems that there is a path leading to the ancestral dragon cave. That path is called the Inheritance Dragon Stairs. The Inheritance Dragon Stairs has a total of 99 levels. Recently, at the end of the Inheritance Dragon Stairs, which is also the entrance of the ancestral dragon cave, 5 Dragon Balls were born. They are the Slaughter Dragon Ball, the Destiny Dragon Ball, the Devouring Dragon Ball, the Life Dragon Ball, and the Eternal Dragon Ball. These 5 Dragon Balls are very important to the 5 Dragon Cities. They are the guarantee that we can survive for 100,000 years. Therefore, the 5 Dragon Cities will send their own teams to gather outside the ancestral dragon cave to collect the 5 Dragon Balls. As such, it must be a very grand event." Long Chen didn't know about it because he had been staying in the Young Dragon Palace and didn't have the chance to communicate with the outside world. No one has ever been able to enter the ancestral dragon cave. Why? Long Chen wanted to solve the doubts in his mind first. Luo Yan seemed to know something. She said, "Of course, it's because the ancestral dragon cave is too mysterious and powerful. I heard that your father tried to enter it once, but he was bounced out after going 1 meter in. That was when your father was at his strongest. As for the others, if they didn't have the divine dragon bloodline, they wouldn't be able to get close to the ancestral dragon cave. They wouldn't even be able to see it. Besides the eternal dragon emperor, no one in history has been able to enter it. Anyway, the dozen or so dragon emperors can't do it. In that case, the ancestral dragon cave is much more mysterious and terrifying than the battlefield of the deities." Long Chen couldn't help but think. He knew that there were 3 places that were very mysterious and even had great secrets. The first was the battlefield of the deities and the second was the Devil Star. However, even the Devil Star wouldn't be as mysterious as the ancestral dragon cave. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.